Good morning, everyone. Hi, I'm Keren Yarhi-Milo, and I'm the Dean of the School of International Public Affairs, SIPA, here at Columbia. Welcome to the 8th Annual Columbia Global Energy Summit, hosted by the Center on Global Energy Policy here at SIPA. It's such a critical moment for the world's energy needs. I am pleased that we can convene to discuss the challenge of pursuing energy security alongside our decarbonization goals. I would like to extend my appreciation to the panelists and energy experts who are here today to contribute to this vital conversation. Thank you for lending us your time and expertise. The theme of this year's summit is Winter is Coming, Europe's energy crisis and what it means for climate change. Since Russia's invasion of Ukraine in February, the threat to the global transition to green energy has become even more serious, especially in light of the climate crisis, which continues to intensify ecological disasters, such as the recent devastating floods in Pakistan. Discussing how to secure our energy needs now and into the future has never been so urgent. Policymakers and citizens around the world need world-class analysis and recommendations as governments around the world grapple with the best policies to address global energy needs. In the United States, President Biden has dedicated $369 billion to climate and clean energy investment. In order to deploy these resources and meet these goals, policymakers will need exactly the kind of actionable, independent, and multidisciplinary analysis that the Columbia Center on Global Energy Policy provides. Our experts have also been engaging the public through media outreach and the Columbia Energy Exchange, the Center's podcast, which hosts talks with world energy and climate leaders. And since the creation of our Energy Journalism Initiative in 2017, we've trained over 120 journalists across the globe with the knowledge needed to report on the energy sector. To meet today's critical energy challenges, we must not only reach decision makers at the highest levels of government, but also ordinary citizens looking to become informed so that they may hold their governments accountable for producing the best policy around energy. This global moment reinforces the need for dependable energy analysis, which is why today's conference is so vital. We are fortunate to have leading experts gathered here to offer their valuable insights, and we have much to learn from their varying perspective on the topic. I will now turn the podium over to Jason Bordoff, my colleague, Professor of Practice at the School of International Public Affairs, the co-founding Dean of the Columbia Climate School, and the founding director of the Center on Global Energy Policy. What Jason has been able to do with the Center on Global Energy Policy is nothing short of remarkable. And I feel so lucky to have him on our faculty, and I look forward to working with him to grow the center even more and expand his activity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Good morning, everyone, and thanks, Dean Yarhi-Milo, for your leadership and vision. There's just new energy inside the School of International and Public Affairs since you came to lead the organization. It's great. So again, I'm Jason Bordoff and direct the Center on Global Energy Policy. I want to welcome everyone here. So delighted to be able to have this global annual energy summit in person again for the first time after 3.5 years. It's really special to be able to bring everyone together. Hopefully you'll learn a lot, and hopefully you'll want to come back. And so you should mark your calendars now for April 12th of next year, which will be the 10th anniversary celebration for the Center on Global Energy Policy. April 12th, 2023, 6 months from today. It's hard to believe it's been nearly a decade since we created the Center on Global Energy Policy, and I think our work is as timely and needed, for better or worse, sometimes worse, as timely and needed today as it was when we created it. You just look around what's happening around the world. How do we implement historic U.S. climate action? European policy officials thinking about how to restructure electricity markets, G7 countries thinking about how to impose something called a price cap we'll talk about today. So many other examples where policymakers are looking for ideas, looking for insights, struggling with solutions to new problems and challenges. And those challenges are only getting more complex in a world of both energy crisis and climate crisis happening all at the same time. Of course, this summer has seen record-setting heat waves in China and Europe, droughts in East Africa, Europe, the Western US, flooding in Pakistan, more recently Florida. Disasters like this are only becoming more common and will only become more common if we don't take immediate action and comprehensive action to decarbonize the economy. And at the same time, we're in the middle of one of the worst energy crises we've seen in a very long time. And we're struggling around the world to provide secure and affordable energy to people, not only in Europe, but what's happening in Europe, as we'll talk about today as well, is having ripple effects all over the world, driving up food prices and energy prices for people in developing and emerging economies, rolling blackouts recently in Pakistan, in Bangladesh, struggling with very high, not just natural gas prices, but coal prices around the world are at record levels today. So navigating this complex policy landscape requires scholarship at the intersection of not only energy transition and climate change, but energy security and geopolitics and the economy. And that is what we do every day at the Center on Global Energy Policy. Our work at the center is to support the research of Columbia's extraordinary faculty across all areas of climate and energy, and then ensure that the insights from that research are accessible to decision makers, including policymakers, in the formats and timeframes that they need. And our work is also, of course, to train the next generation of energy and climate leaders, many of whom are in the room today, who comprise Columbia's really extraordinary student body. And so I'm excited to announce today a new program we are launching this fall, a new professional development program for students, the Global Energy Fellows Program, which will provide Columbia graduate students with really an unparalleled opportunity to launch their careers in energy, including exclusive events, interaction with the amazing team of research scholars we built at the Center on Global Energy Policy, the distinguished visiting fellows we bring into Columbia from very senior former government roles, networking opportunities, fully funded summer student internships. And for those of you who are Columbia students and are interested in applying, please visit our website at the Center on Global Energy Policy for more details and eligibility information. As you can tell, there is much to discuss in the climate and energy world. We have put together, I think, a pretty fantastic day of conversations for all of you, so let's get to it. We will have programming going from now until 4:30. Invite you all to interact with the program by asking questions of our distinguished guests. You can do so using the QR code on your table. If you're joining via Zoom, we will post a link in the chat you can use to submit questions. Please be respectful of the speakers and of fellow people in the audience. If you want to have side conversations, please have them outside in the hallways to avoid disrupting the proceedings. And without further ado, I want to introduce our first panel of the day, a fantastic panel with two amazing former energy policy leaders. And I'll hand it over to my colleague at the Center on Global Energy Policy, Paul DeBar, a distinguished visiting fellow at the center. He was the former Undersecretary for Science at the U.S. Department of Energy, ran the country's national collection of national labs. And I'll let Paul introduce our two former energy secretaries who are here today. Paul.
Let's go, yeah.
Lost him already.
We were trying to run away.
All right, hello, my name is Paul DeBar. I'm a fellow here at the Columbia Energy Center, as Jason mentioned. It's a real honor to have two former secretaries here to talk about what's going on. I think this might be the first time that two energy secretaries from different administrations have gotten together and talking through. I think it's a real treat to have their very long perspective. Between the two of them, they've served 5 presidents in executive branch roles in energy leadership. While Secretary Moniz and Briette need no introduction, of a few details of the background that might be a little bit less well known. Secretary Moniz comes from a long historical line of distinguished Monizes He's descended from the famous Fall River Mass Monises who escaped there from the Azores, from a lesser-known line of the royal family, if I understand correctly.
Bastard line.
and one of his relatives won the Nobel Prize. He was the one and only undersecretary when there was only one, so you could basically call him previously the deputy secretary. And he received from Portugal the Grand Cross of the Order of Prince Henry the Navigator. So if we get lost here, he can steer us amidships. Secretary Brouillet also descended from a line of sea-born wanderers, care of the British kicking his Acadian ancestors out of New France, better known as Canada now. And he ended up in Paincourtville, Louisiana, population 857, last count. He figured out when there was not a lot of weekend options of that suburb of Napoleonville, Louisiana, he joined the army, where he was stationed in Germany to protect the Germans from a potential Russian attack during the Cold War. And he reused some of those skills when he was energy secretary to try to warn the Germans the Russians may use energy as a weapon, and they did not listen to him very much at the time. He was a staffer on the committee in Congress for energy, and he was the only one to rise to energy secretary, which makes him a hero of energy staffers in Congress all over. And we're very lucky to have both of them here today. Of course, over the last 20 years, the primary policy themes for energy has oscillated quite a bit. The energy sector is quite volatile. If you go back 20 years ago, a lot of the focus was on U.S. energy decline and how to manage that in the early 2000s. That shifted to significant energy inflation in the latter part of the 2000s and how to use innovation to maybe try to overcome that. Pivoted to very large technology advancements in drilling, wind, solar, and lithium-ion batteries that Secretary Moniz was very much a part of in terms of technology development. And then obviously driving to today's area with significant focus on climate, and now adding back again national security and diplomacy issues. And as Jason mentioned, I think it's quite reasonable to argue that we have never in the history of the energy sector seen a confluence of challenges combined at this level than ever before. So to start our discussion, I'd like to try to give our audience both of your thoughts on the kind of current state of the radically changed global environment for energy.
You want to start, Artie? Want me to start? You want to start? Well, first, look.
So that I can disagree with everything.
Of course you can. Of course you can. You and I don't disagree as much as you might think. Well, first, let me just start by saying thank you, Paul, for the invitation to come here, and thank you, Jason, for your leadership of this important institute, and thank you, Columbia University, for hosting us today at this important event. It's an honor for me to be here, and I really look forward to the discussion that we're going to have. The world of energy, as Paul just pointed out, is just so radically different from even 18 months ago when I was secretary. I was telling Secretary Moniz in the back and Jason the conversations, for instance, that I was having in Germany just 18 months ago, 2 years ago. Fundamentally different, radically different, whatever adjective you want to use, different, very, very different. Back then, we saw in the intelligence world, we could see in the economic data, we felt very strongly that Germany had become a bit too dependent on one source of gas supplier, i.e. Russia, Gazprom. We tried to make the point. They disagreed with us, and that was their right to do so. But today, I am watching Germany take some very dramatic steps to broaden out their energy supply, to diversify, if you will, their energy sources, their portfolio overall. And I think as we look at energy policy today, that's going to become a bigger and bigger theme. So it is, yes, introducing or reintroducing to some degree energy security as part of the important balance that we need. I'd like to define it as energy security on one end, environmental security on the other end. They are not mutually exclusive. We can do both together. It's important that we do both together, but you need both. You can't over-index one or the other. So what we're going to see, I think, over the course of the next few years is a rebalancing of that equation. We're seeing it in Europe. I think we're going to see it in Asia as well, as China continues to rattle some sabers in that part of the world. But as I think about it and as I look at it, it's a very exciting time to be in the energy business. It's a very exciting time, not only from an economic standpoint. United States has a unique opportunity, maybe not a unique opportunity, but another opportunity to help our allies around the world. But it's also exciting because from all of this, we're going to see technologies, I think, come to the marketplace that we can't yet envision. And I'm excited about that part, Paul.
Okay, well, let me also, I'll just assume all of those thanks that Dan put out and repeat them. But I do want to say, Paul, that two things in your introduction I would elaborate on. Number one, the Nobel Prize you alluded to for Agos Moniz, you did not say was for invention of the lobotomy, and there is quite a strong movement to try to revoke that Nobel Prize. Secondly, I'll just add, along the lines of what Dan said, that in fact, the rather stern lectures to our German colleagues about the bad hygiene of their energy security situation predated your administration.
No,
I can recall the heavy perspiration of the German ambassador in my office, for example. So this has been a consistent theme across administrations that the German situation just wasn't healthy, and unfortunately has come back to bite them and all of us, frankly. But I would just make a couple of observations, all consistent with what Dan has said. I'll elaborate slightly. First of all, in the energy scene, I mean, look, the broad scene beyond energy, obviously the two major threads, I would say, are one on the economic side, the inflation, the prospect potentially of a deep recession. We'll come back to that, how it plays out, but that's one of the big themes. And the other one, of course, is Russia's war of choice in Ukraine. Certainly many implications. One that we probably will not come back to, so I'll just mention it up front, is the nuclear weapon saber rattling that started right at the beginning of the invasion and now is just escalated to more and more concern about potential use of a tactical nuclear weapon. This is a big deal already, even just with the saber rattling, in terms of scrambling the geopolitical equations for the path forward. Now, turning to energy, those factors all come in to, I think, have a very unusual level of uncertainty on both the supply and the demand side. Clearly on the supply side, we have all the issues of where's Russia, hydrocarbon, where's Russia going, the Iran situation, the petroleum reserve, the U.S. shale production up or not. We'll come back, I'm sure, to LNG. What is the prospects for maybe even further increases in U.S. LNG exports? So lots of uncertainties in both directions on supply. And of course, on the demand side, well, for example, the prospects of a potentially deep recession, the prospects in China, including on the upside, if they come out of, if the post-Communist Party Congress decides to have a different COVID policy and supply goes up, then the demand side gets very tight. So just a lot of uncertainty, and I think it would be anybody who is predicting how the supply and demand will go, just even in the next months, I think is just throwing a dart at the board and seeing where it lands. I would say that I would expand slightly on what Dan said in terms of, okay, I'll be optimistic. One of the few silver linings, shall we say, out of the terrible Ukraine situation is that I do believe there's a really good chance that the recognition that climate, energy security, and geopolitics are all one conversation, and have to be viewed that way. Again, the German example just brings all of that out. I think in 2014, after the Crimea incursion, which was the beginning of the war of choice, the G7 and the EU came out with a new set of kind of a modernized view of energy security principles. And it had the traditional supply demand, supply diversification issues, et cetera. It added things like, there are things like cybersecurity, which are new, but in particular, it emphasized the obvious that the transition to low or no carbon energy was itself a major, one might say, the ultimate energy security direction. And that's great. And the Germans were very good at that vision of, say, 2050. But what wasn't so good was the idea you got 30 years to manage a serious transition involving oil and gas and low carbon and carbon dioxide removal, et cetera. The failure to do that is ultimately what we have been talking about. But on the geopolitical side, neither of those factors change the fact that despite the obvious economic risk, the geopolitics were such that Germany really had to go with its allies in terms of strong sanctions. So again, I would argue it's all three of those that come together in one conversation. And the other thing I would add in terms of what I believe is a positive evolution, at least, we'll see if it sticks, especially if it sticks through the winter in Europe, but a positive evolution in the discussion is that energy security is being recognized as a collective responsibility and not something you just discussed purely at the national level. And that's, of course, very, very germane to the whole discussion here around shale production, LNG exports, and the like. So
sticking with the international theme, for as bad as it is in the United States right now, gas and electricity prices are about 10 times in Europe than it is in the U.S. It's truly dramatic. There's been layered onto that has been the OPEC production cut, which has become very topical here. There's been various policy ideas that people have proffered, such as enacting antitrust litigation to go sue OPEC. I'm not certain which court would do that, but easing sanctions on somewhat authoritarian regimes like Iran and Venezuela, pulling military support from OPEC nations, the U.S. doing that, lifting restrictions on U.S. energy production. Those are just some of the things that I kind of scan through the press that people are proposing to try to bring down prices and to reduce risk in the global energy markets. What's your idea of how to reduce risk and bring down prices around all the things going on?
Paul, you're an honored graduate of the Columbia Business School, so I'm not going to pretend to understand economics as well as you do, but I will suggest that some of these equations are fairly simple. The policy ideas that you just articulated, most of them I would suggest are probably not the right answer to fix the fundamental problem of price. When you think about economics and you think about prices, it's very simple. It's supply and demand. So one of the options that I think are available to not only the United States, but governments around the world is simply to increase supply. We have to increase the production of energy, and be that renewable energy, be that natural gas or fossil fuels in the interim. I think it's important that we do that and that we do that quickly. And obviously one of the things that we can do is to remove any uncertainty around investments in those particular industries. That, in my opinion, is the fundamental way to fix a price problem, is to increase supply. Some of the ideas that I've heard over the course of the last few months, I'm not quite sure I fully appreciate. I'm very familiar with the price cap idea, for instance, that came out of the Department of Treasury. I think it needs further work. As I understand it, conceptually at least, it is to put together a buyer's cartel. That, to me, seems a bit odd when you think it through, because the sellers have options. You don't have to sell to that particular cartel. The products in which we deal, with the exception, obviously, of the localized products like solar and wind and electricity, tend to be very, global in nature. LNG, relatively new business. And like as I said earlier, Ernie and I we don't disagree as much as you might think. Ernie was instrumental in creating the export of LNG and creating those policies that allowed us to produce more here in the United States. It created a global market for U.S. natural gas. So if you think about that type of commodity, the price cap idea that's being proposed today just doesn't seem to me to make a whole lot of sense.
Secretary Moniz?
Yeah, a couple of comments. One is, as Dan just mentioned, the LNG exports, and it's true that we did most of the approval of licenses for export. But I want to add another piece that was very consciously followed in doing that, and it remains American policy, namely to approve those export licenses without destination clauses. And that was part of trying to maximize a market formation. And there's been a lot of discussion in the last years about perhaps changing that. I think that would be another bad policy direction to go in. Now, I agree that the things like the price cap being proposed, et cetera, these are the kinds of things that always lead to unintended consequences. Without getting into detail, I think we already saw one last week, for example. And I think we need to work on the fundamentals. Some of these, will not have immediate gratification. But for example, I think that there's been a lot of discussion in Washington about, administration leadership meeting with oil and gas CEOs. Some of that's happened, but I don't think the right meeting has happened. And I think the right meeting is a meeting of the president with those oil and gas CEOs, together with simultaneously leaders of the financial industry. This is all coupled, and that has to be balanced out by recognizing that whatever might be agreed to and done, perhaps with some patriotic overtones in the current situation, that it also has to make business sense. And so I think it's, again, weaving those threads together is what is needed. Again, it won't provide instant gratification, but sure would be a strong signaling, that's for sure, and starting to move the ball forward. Another example of something that would be strong signaling, take a little time to get traction, just to give another example, is I'm all for the strong emphasis on electric vehicles. We can argue over the level of incentives or whatever, but I think it's fundamentally a very, very sound thing to do. But, we can do more than one thing at the same time. And the EV, especially in the transition period, has a lot of challenges, different challenges in different parts of the country, different driving patterns, et cetera, et cetera. Combining that now with the energy security issues, why aren't we simultaneously offering incentives, working with the auto companies to be marketing really efficient hybrid vehicles, traditional hybrids? I don't mean plug-in. I mean, fundamentally petroleum-based vehicles, but with enormously high efficiency. In 2000, the administration then, working with the automakers, the auto suppliers, the universities, together produced 3 concept cars, actual physical cars, Taurus size, that had 80 miles per gallon hybrids. Well, that's good for the environment, it's good for energy security, et cetera. So I think there are a set of pragmatic things that, frankly, don't get discussed a lot. Today, instead, it's the one shiny object that we always seem to go from one to the other, as opposed to an integrated policy. Because earlier, as I said, and I'll just repeat, climate, energy security, geopolitics have to be one conversation if we're going to succeed at all 3.
So let me ask a little bit further about global and climate. Obviously, there's been a construct of Paris various countries participating, setting goals. That has been going on for a while. Now we have this disruption, right, that's occurred. With issues with price, issues with security. You're seeing coal come back on the market, back to our favorite country, it seems like, of this conversation, Germany, where the odds are emissions are probably going to head in the wrong direction this year as a result of energy insecurity triggering going backwards. That was certainly not intended. What do you think should change, if anything, maybe nothing, in terms of global policy agreements, negotiations around climate as a result of what's going on today with the additional degrees of freedom of challenges?
I'll start with a couple comments. I think Ernie's exactly right. What we lost over the course of the last perhaps decade in the international conversation has been the balance. So when we look at some of the agreements, they tend to start with a climate focus. And I'm not suggesting we don't focus on that, but we can't focus on that exclusively. It can't drive every other energy policy that we're to follow. Not in my opinion anyway. I think it has to be balanced with the needs of the consumer, the prices that we're seeing in the marketplace. What is it that we do to focus on the broader aspects of energy policy, not just climate change? When we think about what's happening today, and Paul, you were astute and pointed this out some time ago. When I was a young staffer on the Hill, folks would come to me all the time. And Ernie's exactly right. I happened to be on the Hill during that period when the Energy and Commerce Committee was considering some of these vehicles coming out of Ford Motor Company and GM and others. And then subsequently, I worked at Ford Motor Company as a vice president there, so I saw some of the research and development there. But my point is, we tend to overlook those types of practical things and over-index on one side of the equation. And if you think about what's happening, and what happened back then was people would come to me and lobby me and say, we need to tax gasoline, we need to tax diesel, create a higher price and a disincentive for people to use those products so we can take them out of the marketplace and perhaps incentivize them to buy electric vehicles or other vehicles. If you look at what's happening in the marketplace today, higher prices are having exactly the opposite effect on the environment. Higher prices are causing a reversion, as you point out, Paul, to coal and more carbon-intense fuels. It's not having the impact that some thought it would have, say, 20 years ago when they were lobbying me. So I think, it's important for us as we think about energy policy, we think about supply. We think about the increases that we need in production of all forms of energy. That's really the answer to the price question that's on everybody's mind.
I go back and start with the fact that extreme weather is getting more extreme. And as a reminder, we are, quotes, only at 1.1 degrees centigrade average temperature rise. I believe this continuing trend towards we have to expect more and more extreme weather is going to be a dominant feature for driving the public towards ultimately demanding action, serious action on climate. And therefore dragging along the political establishment behind it. So number one, I think that will provide pressures through enormous suffering, frankly, in terms of addressing climate. I also think that the renewed focus on energy security, certainly in the public debate spurred by the Ukraine situation. I believe in the long term that will, if anything, if it's managed at all sensibly, will accelerate the longer term convergence to a much lower carbon economy. But in the meantime, as I said earlier, it's all about the transition. And we can't forget that the climate impacts of greenhouse gases, CO2 in the atmosphere, is a cumulative impact. And consequently, it's not like we get a free pass by getting to lower carbon early, if in the meantime, we've taken a significant reversion in terms of greenhouse gas concentrations. So that's a second reality. Third, I would comment, Dan just mentioned the issue of prices. As was said earlier, I think, Paul, I think you said it, that we have to remember that, we often revert in these discussions to thinking about energy prices on the American, scale, which means low energy prices in any sensible. Now, they've increased significantly, but by any scale, certainly comparatively, we have really low energy prices compared to Europe and Japan. That, in turn, sets the bar very differently in terms of the introduction of low-carbon alternatives. And that's another issue that we have to learn to navigate. The whole innovation agenda. Where by innovation, I don't mean just, I don't mean just research. I mean it's research all the way through. Oh no, and
steering away from my my previous job, advocacy.
I'm the physicist here, so I don't have to apologize for loving research. But I think the innovation agenda we really have to think of as going through deployment. And that's where there's a very interesting relative dynamic with regard to Europe, Japan, et cetera, in terms of energy prices. But if we look at the DOE, and I'm going to now mix up things, so I'm kind of going like to the legislation, the remarkable legislation we've had in the last, less than a year, the Infrastructure Act, the CHIPS and Science Act, the IRA. There is, first of all, an enormous shift of the DOE set of responsibilities towards demonstration and deployment. And frankly, to use words that will make my fellow secretary here swoon, industrial policy. And this is a very, very serious issue of implementation. Industrial policy, you call it something nicer if you wish, but I won't, is now, it's essential if we're going to have a significant and relatively rapid energy transition. But man, it's all about implementation. And I see Phil Sharp there, who can show us his wounds of some of the challenges of industrial policy at the Congress. And finally, I'll make one other comment, and it's something that we are working on at the Energy Futures Initiative, starting up a major program, and that is that we have got a big job to do, and I'll focus on the policy and regulatory front, in making many, many more clean energy projects bankable, investable, use the term you wish. Right now, there's a serious mismatch, and I'm talking about non-concessionary returns on these investments, which is the only way we're going to unleash the requirements for resources that are being talked about in the long term. So anyway, it's a whole bunch of thoughts, but I think they were kind of in the same direction. I don't know.
So I want to, the two of you, as I mentioned, have served across 5 presidents, and you have negotiated more bills, more deals in Washington than probably any 2 people you could put up on a stage. Obviously, notwithstanding, I think over the 2030, I think Secretary Moniz started with Jimmy Carter years. I won't count how many years that has been in terms of developing policy, getting it through.
Was a young staffer,
young staffer,
as opposed to an old staffer on the Hill.
I think he was on the line in Germany at the time, in the army at that time. Notwithstanding, at least the way I see it, notwithstanding all the arguments that took place over those decades. Compromises were reached and deals were cut. And if you look at the 05 Act, the 07 Act, the 16 Budget Act, the 2020 Act, that there was bipartisan agreement at the end of the day in terms of compromise. You two were a big part of many of those things I just listed, amongst many others, that reached bipartisan compromise on legislation and policy. I would say that things have kind of taken a turn on bipartisanship in the recent past, certainly by taking a look at kind of votes, so to speak, in Congress, and the consensus that you all helped to create and that existed in general with U.S. energy policy is not quite as strong as it was. Can you compare and contrast how you all helped structure and negotiate bipartisan energy policy deals versus what you're seeing today?
Let me start. Okay, I'll start. Well, first of all, the partisanship, started in the 20th century, towards the end of the 20th century at least. It's gotten worse and worse, and I think by some measures for sure. But also I want to just mention, even going back before, I would say, the partisanship really took hold in energy, that energy was traditionally more of a regional issue than it was a partisan issue. I think the problem today, in a certain sense, is that it's hard to distinguish partisanship and regionality. The red and the blue has gotten so kind of well-defined with very, very little fuzzy purple. So I think this has been a major contributor to some of the problems we have with energy. But I think to me at least, and Dan will comment, but to me, the formula isn't that complicated. It's just that it was always hard to do, namely to build relationships. And that means across the aisle. And what I would say is, in my own case at least, the focus was you spend a lot of time, like with the members of Congress, and not just when you got an issue or you have a request. You build a relationship, and that just goes an enormous way to having the opportunity to really talk through problems rationally, find the areas of overlap, find the place where you can move the ball. But of course, that has to mean that you think moving the ball, reaching what are often compromised positions to make progress, you have to think that's a good thing, and that is not widely accepted today. So I don't know, Dan, if you...
No, I tend to agree, Ernie. I think, Congressman Sharp's here, so I was a young kid when he was a member, chairman of a subcommittee on the Energy and Commerce Committee on which I served. So I'll defer to him in terms of the inside game on that committee. But what I saw was a starting place that looks fundamentally different than what I see today in the process. And what I mean by that is that I think the members of that committee were, one, well-versed in things like the Natural Gas Act, well-versed in the Federal Power Act. They knew the law, they knew the policy, they knew it very, very well. And they all started generally from a notion that energy is important to the overall economy. So a common goal began the conversation. If we need more energy, that's the common goal. Let's start there. And then we'll talk about how do you do that. We'll talk about various technologies, be they, to your point earlier about EVs, it's a shiny object. Usually a member would come in and have a shiny object, and back in the days before we talked about wind power, it was a windmill, whatever. We would talk about that at the margins. We started with a common goal. And what I see today is that we tend to start at the margins and try and work our way back to the middle, which is very, very difficult to do. And it's unfortunate because I think by and large energy policy has long been bipartisan. It's been in many respects nonpartisan. So I hope that we get back to those days. I think it's very important that we do so, and especially in times like today where we're dealing with perhaps not only an energy issue, but potentially an agricultural issue, potentially an industrial issue. These things are right at the precipice of creating some real chaos all across the world.
So I have a question here from the audience about technology. I like that question. A person here wrote that a lot of what we've achieved has been because of technology innovation during both of your tenures over your careers. We were the largest U.S. was largest energy importer in the world not that long ago, 20 years ago. And over 20 years, primarily because of technology innovation in different types of drilling, wind, solar, lithium-ion batteries, pretty broad-based, didn't exist 20 years ago commercially, and now it's widely deployed, right? So technology innovation has been a trigger, is a question. What can be learned from the successes of this massive technology innovation, and at least in the case of the US, shifting from largest energy importer to a period of time net energy exporter? That was a massive number of BTUs per year of production that occurred under your watches. What's there to be learned from what happened during your earlier timeframes to be applied to technologies going forward, and how to maybe kind of regain that momentum that you all helped trigger?
That's a good question. You want to take first shot?
All right. Well, in terms of the broad, kind of generic kinds of statements, I think one of the issues is we have to stay focused on the fact that continuity is important, because it's really hard to find examples of technologies that have kind of made it in less than, say, 35 years from the early stages to serious deployment. That's just a reality. We do need to kind of improve that timeline, but the reality is I haven't seen a lot that's happened to really shorten that time to market. So I think it does take a lot of continuity. It's clearly, and it's fortunate, I think, that certainly on the research and development side, this has not suffered as big dislocations, at least across administrations, than one might fear. And I think that's really, really important. I have to say, in terms of, if I may answer a slightly different question, in terms of the conversations around the technologies that we need, I think there has been a very positive evolution just in the last few years in three really important areas. One is that I think the argument is almost over about wind, solar, and batteries being the answer to everything. Clearly very important to the transition, but I think the important role of firm power is now firmly entrenched. But the irony is we haven't made a hell of a lot of progress on the zero carbon firm power side. And we can come back if there's time. I'd love to discuss fusion as an example down the road of something that would be
my personal favorite.
That would be, yes, and
yes, out of MIT, right. out of your efforts at MIT.
Well, and also out of California, where I'm on the board of another company. So anyway, but firm power again is come into much sharper focus. Secondly. Again, the debate, I think, is nearly over that electricity alone will do the economy-wide job, but rather one needs a fuel. Hydrogen, obviously, is the major focal point today in the discussions, but I would just note that I believe that the fuels market at low carbon is going to be much, much more diversified and fragmented by end use than we see today. And hydrogen will play a role, but we're going to have different kinds of, quotes, fuels, including, by the way, electricity for light-duty vehicles. I mean, but different kinds of things, aircraft, you name it. And the third area where I think the conversation has evolved positively, probably not quite as near a consensus, but we'll get there, is carbon dioxide removal, negative carbon technologies. I think it is now well recognized that those are essential. In fact, the tautology that if you eventually want to reach a net negative energy economy, you need negative carbon technologies. And once you're there, but even getting there. So I think those are three really focal points in the technology discussion that have that have come much more sharply into focus.
It's too hard to talk about this, but you could convert non-emitting power into this right here. And you can do that through various chemistry steps, which we don't have much time to. But being able to create materials like this or this pen out of pure energy, out of fusion, out of wind, is completely doable. So, sorry, that's my little critique of my past job. But sir, your comment around the technology? Yeah, I think
we're getting the hook here. I'll be quick. I agree with Ernie's comments. I mean, continuity of policy approach, continuity of funding is absolutely critical. Those of us in the private sector have the luxury of funding projects year after year after year after year until we decide that they're either commercially viable and we put them in the marketplace, or we decide they're not and we retract the investments. In the government, however, it's a little different. We're dealing with one-year appropriation cycles in many cases. If we could begin to think about these as multi-year projects and establish that continuity that Ernie is talking about, I think we'd be much more effective at it. The second point is on the transition itself. I've said this publicly a couple of times, and I think Ernie's alluding to it in maybe a different way. As we think about transition, I don't think we should think about it as one fuel source completely replacing the other. If you think about human nature, you think about humanity over whatever time period that you want. The transition has never been from one fuel to another. We burn more biomass than we did 1,000 years ago. We use more coal. We use more natural gas. We've obviously moved on to things like nuclear and more dense fuel sources. The transition, if you will, has always been from less energy to more energy. That's been the transition of humankind. That's where we need to continue to go. And yes, within the portfolio, sometimes things will change. We'll use less coal than we did, say 50 years ago as part of the portfolio, but it will always be additive. We will always be adding more energy because that's what society needs. It's what economies grow on. It's what populations are going to demand.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to now finally disagree with my colleague. I mean that.
You can argue we still use whale oil?
No. The additive comment has got to be parsed by level of development of economies. So the industrialized world, yeah, we may have some increase in energy use, but not material the way that you were describing all the new fuels being additive. And in fact, that's another reason why in the industrialized world, we are facing a more difficult challenge in the sense that there's going to have to be a lot of displacement of incumbent fuels and technologies going forward. We cannot support, because I agree with you, if you go back to the middle of the 19th century, it's been mainly adding a new fuel source on, but in the industrialized countries, we're past that.
Yeah, I think displacement within the context of a portfolio, you're absolutely right, but I don't think we're going to eliminate some of these fuel sources. And frankly,
I didn't say eliminate, but I just said it's not just a question of being additive. That would be the easy way out. And of course, in the developing world, that's a whole different situation where the energy use will be going up quite dramatically. Yeah.
Well, I'd like to thank both secretaries. Obviously, their history, their perspective, their current efforts is tremendous for everyone, hopefully, to have heard here today. I also thought it was great value to seeing two secretaries from two different administrations, to a very large degree, have very similar views of the big picture of how to go attack problems. And I think, as they have in their histories, I think it's great for everyone to see that conversation can happen. And how to drive things forward. So thank you for your time,
Thank you,
both your times for being here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, how are you?
continue now. If folks could take their seats. We're gonna continue with the program. If folks could please take conversations outside or sit for what's going to be a great conversation with the Deputy Secretary of the Treasury. If I could ask everyone to take their seats, please. Thank you very much. So we just heard a great conversation from the two former energy secretaries about the challenges we're facing in the global energy landscape now. I can think of few people better to help us talk about that than our next guest, Wally Adeyemo, who's the Deputy Secretary of the U.S. Treasury Department. Really special to have Wally here today, both because he's an old friend and colleague from years ago at the Hamilton Project at the Brookings Institution, and because the role of Deputy Secretary of the Treasury is one near and dear to my heart. It was my first job in government in the Clinton administration, was serving as the special assistant and speechwriter to the person who had that job a long time ago. We've often had at this conference leading officials from the U.S. Department of Energy, the EPA, the White House. I think Wally is the first official from the U.S. Treasury Department, and I think that's long overdue because Treasury plays a pretty key role in energy and climate in ways that are not always fully appreciated. Obviously now implementation of tax policy, this huge Inflation Reduction Act, international climate finance, implementation of energy sanctions, financial regulatory standards, financial market oversight, economic policy analysis, much more. And most recently, Treasury, with I think Wally playing a key leadership role on the idea of whether G7 countries might work collectively to implement a price cap on Russian oil. And that's created a lot of interest in energy markets about how that would work and what the implications would be. So I want to start there, but again, as a reminder, you can submit questions for the Deputy Secretary by using the QR code at your table, and for our Zoom audience, you can submit questions by following the link in the chat box. So first, please join me in welcoming Deputy Secretary Adeyemo. Okay, so let's bring everyone up to speed. Some people have been following this intensely, some a little less so. What is a price cap? Why do we need that? And how would it work?
Yeah, so let me start out by saying thanks to you, Jason, for having me here, but also for giving me my start in DC. Jason was the first person to hire me when I came to DC, and it's great to see what he's built here. And I think the information that the Institute is providing has been helpful not only to the US government, but to governments around the world. And we have all benefited from your success. So to talk a little bit about what's happening with regard to the G7 price cap, we have to start with the fact that this is all in response to Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine. And in response to that, the United States last year decided to ban the import of Russian oil. We're well positioned to do that because we're a net producer of energy in the United States. And by 2023, we will be producing oil at historic levels. But in May, Europe also decided to ban the import of Russian oil starting on December 5th. But in addition to doing that, they banned the use of European services for the shipping of Russian oil around the world. As we gathered with the G7 countries, we agreed that where we wanted to be with regard to Russian oil was we wanted to allow the supply to continue to move, but our goal was to reduce the revenues. So the idea here being that we want to make sure that we have a well-supplied global energy market because that's important to our economy, but it's also important to developing economies, which have been the biggest victims of Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine next to Ukraine. The Ukrainians have taken the brunt of this, but when you think about headline inflation and the pressures that rising food costs and rising energy costs have had in developing economies, that has meant a great deal to those economies. So what we designed in order to accomplish our two goals of allowing oil to flow but reducing revenues was a price cap. And what that meant was that G7 countries would allow Russia to continue to use the services that are provided by our service providers, be that financing, be that insurance, be that shipping, as long as the oil is sold under a certain price. This does not mean that Russia has to exclusively use our services. We are completely fine with Russia using alternative services if they can find them. We think that fits with our two objectives because ultimately it'll mean that Russia oil is still flowing, but the cost of those services will be higher because they're doing less volume and it'll be harder to find, and that will reduce Russia's revenues overall. So what we're trying to do is not prevent Russia from being able to use alternative services. That is a feature to us in terms of they can do that to move their oil. What we're doing with the price cap is saying that an alternative for them, if they're unable to pull together their own services infrastructure, is to continue using G7 services, but at a certain price that has been set by our coalition. We also think by making very clear to the world what that price is, it will mean that other countries that are negotiating with Russia for the import of their oil will be able to negotiate from the standpoint of knowing that Russia has an alternative price that they would sell at. So it would allow them to negotiate lower prices with Russia, even if they're using alternative services, which again reduces Russia's revenues. So that is what we're trying to accomplish with the price cap, allowing Russian oil to continue to flow to make sure the market remains well supplied, while at the same time reducing their revenues. And we're already starting to see success from even talking about the idea, as we've heard from countries that they're negotiating deals with Russia with prices that are far below the current price of Brent, and that Russia is trying to lock in those contracts ahead of December 5th, when the Europeans' sixth package of sanctions go into place.
Yeah, can you talk about what you expect when that goes into effect December 5th and then on product gasoline, diesel in February of next year? One thing that's been striking to me in this conversation is there was a sense that this would not be that disruptive to global markets. Oil is pretty fungible. It doesn't go to Europe. It'll go somewhere else instead. It's not easy, but mostly it figures out how to get there. And in order to persuade people that the price cap is necessary, people in Treasury and elsewhere first had to persuade the market there's a big problem coming, and this is going to be really, really difficult for oil markets to handle, but for this price cap. So talk a little bit about what you see, and is that broad view you just described, we want to facilitate the continued flow of Russian oil, is that sort of commonly shared across the EU in your view, or is actually the idea that we want to restrict Russian supply in part to put economic pressure on Putin, is that how much do you see the Europeans moving in that direction as they think about the flexibility and discretion they have to implement what they're doing December 5th? How much do you see it trending in that direction where it's really becoming more restrictive?
So, Jason, as you saw, Europe put in place an eighth sanctions package in which they took the first steps toward implementing the price cap. I think ultimately this comes down to economics. One of the things that we have done well with our European allies and partners is look at the basic economics. And the thing we know is that if Russia in some ways sold less oil but at a higher price, they could probably earn more revenues. So ultimately, we see the price cap as a way to make sure that Russia has options in order to make sure that their oil can reach markets, but that they're doing it at lower revenue points going forward. December 5th, what we know to be true is that Europe is no longer going to purchase Russian oil. Europe purchases about 2 million barrels of Russian oil. That oil is going to have to find a new home. It's going to have to be reordered in the global market. The global market is usually fairly efficient. It would be made less efficient if, for example, there was a service ban put in place, which meant that Russia or the purchaser needed to find new routes and new services to put in place. That's why, while it's called a price cap, it's really a price exception, which says that if Russia or other countries are able to find alternative services, they should feel free to do that. We think that's going to cost Russia more. Those countries are going to negotiate lower prices. It's going to meet our two goals of making sure that oil continues to flow but brings down the revenues. But if Russia is unable to, and they need to find other options, or the country that's purchasing needs to find other options, we want to make very clear that G7 services, including shipping and financing and insurance, are available to be used as long as the country is purchasing under a certain price point. And I think that we're well aligned within not only the G7, but with the EU 27 on this being our ultimate goal. The EU has already taken actions to implement a policy that is consistent with the price cap. And now we're going to be working with our allies to set the actual price for oil. But as you mentioned, there's also going to be a point in February when Europe is going to stop purchasing refined products from Russia. And at that point, again, we're going to introduce price points there as well on refined products, both high value and low value refined products.
Yeah, and as you said, I think Treasury has said, discussion about how to set the price cap is ongoing. Talk about where that stands, what the level of the price will be, and I think it's any day now, I have to check, that, contracts for December are being signed by Indian refiners and others. So it's is it getting too late to implement something for December 5th?
So we're in regular conversations with compliance professionals across the service sector, because what we want to do is build a compliance regime that's going to work. So we've heard from them, and what we're doing is working to build out an attestation regime that will make it as easy as possible for service providers in the G7 to attest to the fact that they're carrying Russian oil below the price cap. In terms of setting the price cap, what we've said is that we're going to set it above the price of production for Russia. We don't want Russia to lose money shipping this oil, because we know that if that happens, they're less likely to produce. We're going to look at historical data in terms of what Russia has earned in the past, and also where the price is as we're setting the price cap. But ultimately, I can't tell you what the price is, because what we're going to do is we're going to work together amongst our allies and partners to set that price based on the historic data, on what we're seeing in the market today. And our goal ultimately is to make sure that Russia isn't continuing to earn the high levels of revenue they've earned because of the premium they put in the market due to the risk they've created by their invasion of Ukraine, but also to be in a place where we're still encouraging them to produce. Because our goal is ultimately, if Russia can't find alternative service providers, to be in a position where Russia or the country that's purchasing for them could use G7 services, which will allow us to meet our two goals, which is ultimately to keep oil flowing and to bring down the revenues that Russia earns.
Yeah, so those are two goals: keep the oil flowing, bring down revenue for Russia. There's some uncertainty about how you implement a policy like this. We've never really done anything like this before. And there's the cost of production, and then there's today's price. So you don't tell us where you will land in that, but I guess my question is, if you're going to err in one direction or another, how do you think about which direction you want to err in, letting oil flow or maybe tightening? Because is the primary priority to let the oil flow, or is it to squeeze Russia from a revenue standpoint? Because you're going to have to make a judgment call within that band. Do we want to err on this side or this side?
And I think we think that you can accomplish both things, and what you've seen in the market to date is that is true, because Russia is currently supplying oil to the market, but they're supplying it at a discount, is what we know from talking to a number of countries and our allies. What we're trying to do is drive that discount further down, while Russia continues to do what they've been doing to date since the invasion, which is continuing to supply energy to the market. What we know is that oil is the biggest revenue source for Russia at this point, and that they have done a great deal of work to find new customers for the oil that they used to predominantly sell to Europe. And those customers are interested in receiving the lowest possible price. Part of what I've been doing is traveling the world, explaining this policy, because we want people to be very clear about what we're trying to accomplish here. And for the finance ministers, the petroleum ministers that I meet with, all of them, you won't be surprised, are very interested in how they can pay less for energy. It is, to a person, I've never heard anyone say that I want to pay more for energy. And I think that the key for us is making sure that as we explain this to ministries and to our counterparts, the truth is that in most of these countries, the decision about purchasing oil, the negotiations happen with private sector actors. That's why a big part of what we're doing is talking to groups like this to try and explain our policy, but honestly spending a great deal of time with compliance professionals to explain the attestation system, to explain to them that ultimately, if you want to purchase Russian oil above the price cap, you can, but you'll need to find alternative services, which may be more expensive for you and less reliable, but you're free to do that. And I think what we're trying to do is make this something that makes economic sense for the purchaser, but also makes economic sense for Russia, because ultimately they need to sell more oil if their revenues are going down, so that you're encouraging them to keep the energy markets well supplied.
And why even kind of allow that, in the sense of, if the goal is to let Russian oil flow to market, but only if it's below a certain price to squeeze revenue? One way to do that would be secondary sanctions, unless you pay below a certain price. And I think some people have seen that's the reason I asked a question about whether there's consensus within the EU, is some recent discussions in Brussels, I think, tell me if this is right, about possibly extending services ban and the rest to shipping, even if European ships are taking Russian oil to other places with Russian insurance or some other insurance. All the things you said would be allowed. those are seen as efforts to make things tighter, not weaker. Why not just make them tighter unless there's a price cap? And the most extreme version would be secondary sanctions with a price cap.
Yeah, we're not planning to implement secondary sanctions because we don't think that they're needed. Ultimately, the thing that we are working towards is creating economic incentives for all parties to be in a position where you're continuing to allow oil to flow and bringing down the cost of energy, the costs for buyers, and bringing down revenues for Russia, which we think economically makes sense for all players here. And what the Europeans are doing is exactly what I think is important for compliance professionals, but also for the market, which is giving certainty. Ultimately, that's what I think market participants want. That's what purchasers want. That's what countries want. And certainty around what the regime is going to look like is something that we have promised to compliance professionals, but also to governments, and saying that ultimately, if you want to use Western ships, if you want to use Western services at large, you're going to have to pay below the price cap. But at the same time, if you're able to build your own ecosystem of services and find alternative ships, that's allowed, but you're going to have to negotiate with countries and with companies that are well aware that the alternative will be a price that is set at a level that is below the current market price, but above the price of production.
So that all makes sense, and then some people say, okay, that makes sense, but as many Russian officials have already said, if their response is, sorry, we're not going to do that, and if you want to pay below the price cap, we're just not selling, we're happy to shoot ourselves in the foot, as you could argue they've done with natural gas, and just cut off energy exports and help plunge many other countries into recession. How worried are you about the risk of Russian retaliation?
So I think, as you know, Jason, natural gas is far different for Russia than oil. They earn far less revenue off of natural gas. Ultimately, Russia's biggest customers now for oil are countries like China and India. Our view is that Russia has an interest in making sure that they're not seen as raising cost for countries like that going forward. And they also want to be seen as a reliable supplier to the developing nations that they're selling to. Ultimately, the truth is that countries like the United States and the EU are determining that that over the course of this year, they're no longer going to be purchasers of Russian oil. So Russia doesn't have the ability to cut us off because we've already said that we're cutting ourselves off. The question then becomes, what can we do to make sure that we're encouraging Russian oil to flow to countries that need it most, countries in Africa, Latin America, and Asia? And that's exactly why we've come up with this price exception or price cap idea, because if Russia decides to find services that they can use to ship the oil to those countries, they should feel free to do that. We think that fits within our objectives of allowing Russian oil to flow while reducing their revenues. But if they're unable to find those alternative services, we also want to make clear to not only Russia, but to those countries that we're going to allow that oil to still be carried by Western service providers as long as it's sold at a level that will allow those countries to get some relief from the high cost of energy today. And that's something that we're interested in, and it's something that countries like India and China and countries around the world are also interested in, is bringing down the cost of energy.
Do you think the risk of retaliation goes beyond Russia, meaning there's been lots of public reporting about how other producers in OPEC, including Saudi Arabia, don't quite like the idea that buyers might get together and determine what the price of oil should be? Do you think that was part of what led to the decision last week in OPEC? And is there a concern that could have other negative consequences for the oil market if generally producers try to push back and have a backlash against this idea?
I don't think that's what produced the result last week. I think that's not what officials from OPEC have said publicly, and that's not what they've said to us privately. I think it's important to remember that what we're doing here is not setting the price of Russian oil. Ultimately, Russia can find alternative services to try and sell their oil at a different price. What we're saying, though, is that service providers in the West who are potentially going to carry that oil, if they decide to do so, will only be able to do it at a certain price. Ultimately, Russia is free to go out and negotiate with countries to find alternative services to try and move their oil without Western services. What we're creating here is an opportunity for developing economies that have been hit the hardest to be able to use Western services if they're able to purchase under a certain price. But our goal is not in any way to try and set the price, but rather to make these services available with an exception.
And so let me ask you about what happened last week in OPEC. The reaction in Washington has been pretty strong on both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue, on both sides of the aisle, and lots of ideas for what might be done in response. Some oil market related, like an SPR release or a product export ban, and some, in a sense, retaliation, like cutting off arms sales. Talk to me about what's on the table and what we might expect in terms of a policy response.
So I think the reality is that we were disappointed by the decision that OPEC made because, as you all know well, because you follow this closely, what OPEC has always said is that their goal is to keep energy markets well supplied. And our view is that where energy right now, energy is one of the primary drivers of inflation around the world. Energy prices are higher than they should be given where demand is, and we think that they should have maintained the levels of supply that were in the market. And I think that while we were disappointed, I know from my conversations with my counterparts around the world, consumers around the world were disappointed as well, because what they've seen is that because of the decision that was made by OPEC, you're seeing prices, instead of stabilizing and going down, going up, at a moment where, as the IMF said this week, the global economy has weakened because of a number of headwinds, including COVID-19 and the COVID zero policies in China, but also because of the fact that the Kremlin has weaponized energy in Europe, and the natural gas situation there has made the economic situation far less. At that moment, the idea that you would cut supply of the commodity that is driving headline inflation felt to be something that did not make sense, and we think that it's not only bad for consuming countries, but ultimately it's bad for OPEC if the global economy weakens, because these are ultimately your customers.
When you think about where sources of supply in a tight market might come from, some are constrained now for reasons that I think sit within Treasury, sanctions. There have been reports in the media about potential easing of the approach to Venezuela. Talk about Venezuela and talk about how the Iran negotiations are going.
Yeah, and I think that I'm not going to say anything people haven't already heard, but ultimately, when we think about Venezuela, our decisions there are going to be driven by the choices that the Maduro regime makes. The sanctions we put in place have been put in place in order to encourage behavior change that is consistent with moving towards a democratic process in that country. And I think that we're going to remain consistent in that. And with regard to Iran, ultimately our goal there is to make sure that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon, because we think that nuclear Iran is destabilizing not only to the region, but to the world. And the president's made very clear that if Iran were willing to go back into the JCPOA, we would be willing to do the same. But again, we are in a place where they have not made that decision yet.
Can you just, at a higher level, talk about how you view the relationship between energy prices and the economic outlook? I mean, Europe is in an energy crisis. Some other parts of the world are. The U.S. is feeling somewhat insulated from it. Gasoline prices are a little higher than normal, and it's part of a broader inflation problem. But how important are energy prices? How do you view their connection to the outlook for the U.S. economy?
I think energy prices are quite important, and I think we're encouraged by the fact that we've seen gasoline prices at the pump come down from their highest levels over the summer, but we want to see them come down more, because ultimately the inflationary pressures in our economy, but globally, are quite high. And I think the thing that people are focused on when they talk about energy is headline inflation. And headline inflation around the world, including here, is higher than it should be, and that's being driven by food and energy. Ultimately, our goal here in the United States and around the world has got to be to increase supply of energy, which we're focused on doing here. The president's taken some steps in terms of using the SPR to try and create additional supply, but has also called on the private sector to increase production. And we've seen production start to increase in this country. We want to see more of that. And what he said is that if people have ideas for what we can do to increase production, please share them with us. We're open to all ideas. That's why we've been so focused on legislation like the legislation that the Senate has taken up on permitting reform to create opportunities for additional production here. But we also know that over the long term, one of the things that we have to focus on is ending our dependence on fossil fuels, both because of the climate impact, but also because of energy security. And that's why the investments made in the Inflation Reduction Act are so important long term for our economy.
Yeah, there are a few questions about that, and we're going to make sure to get you out on time because you've been very generous to join us during the IMF and World Bank meeting week in DC, and we're going to get you back there for that. But there were a couple of questions that came in on beyond oil markets, on the Inflation Reduction Act, what Treasury is doing on climate finance globally, coal plants. So on the Inflation Reduction Act, Treasury is sort of squarely in the middle now of implementing this historic piece of legislation and putting $400 billion out into the economy, roughly estimates. It takes time to issue guidance for the 45Q tax credit, nevertheless a whole host of new tax credits. Talk about how you're going to be able to implement that and how that's going to work.
And I think that one of the things that we're very focused on right now is implementation of the Inflation Reduction Act, because it helps us meet our climate goals, but also because of the fact that it puts us in a better place in terms of energy security. And finally, because it creates real economic opportunity within the United States. Part of what the president is focused on is how do we expand the productive capacity of the United States and make us more competitive going forward. One of the things I do when I'm in New York is sit down and talk to investors. And one of the most encouraging things that I heard was when I sat down with a number of investors who have climate-oriented funds, is that because of the Inflation Reduction Act, they're now thinking about spending more time in places like Ohio rather than flying abroad, because they see a real opportunity here in the United States to deploy capital as they're seeing the investments made by Treasury through the tax credits that we have. So the way we're thinking about implementation is we're taking a three-pronged approach. One is that we're asking stakeholders for advice. Last week, we put out a solicitation for people's opinions and advice with regard to how we implement the various provisions, partially in order to make sure that we understand the perspective of stakeholders on how we encourage the energy transition that's needed. Two is we want to provide certainty to the marketplace as soon as possible. We started by doing this when it came to electric vehicles. On the day the president signed it, we put out some information about which electric vehicles would be eligible, and over the course of the next several months, we'll provide some sub-regulatory guidance and at some point regulatory guidance to start directing investors in terms of how they can make these investments. And finally, we want to do it in a prudent way that's mindful of the fact that this is ultimately the American people's money, and we want to make sure that we're good stewards of that. But ultimately, if we do this all right, some estimates have said that this could create $3 trillion of investment in the United States and could help transform the U.S. economy in a way that makes us a clean energy economy going forward, while also getting us very close to the goals that we've set out in terms of climate over the next decade.
Let me ask you about what qualifies, because this is a major investment in clean energy. It's also industrial policy. And to get those tax credits, a lot of stuff has to be done in the US or neighboring countries or free trade agreement countries. I interviewed Franz Timmermans, the European Union official in charge of the European Green Deal, here a few weeks ago. And he was like, we kind of don't like some of the protectionist stuff in this bill. Are you worried about tit-for-tat retaliation or trade conflict as a result of the IRA?
So I think the key thing for us to do is to step back for a moment. And I think one of the things that Congress did in the IRA was to try and encourage the creation of supply chains, both here in the United States, but among our allies and friends, because of the lessons we learned from COVID-19. We saw how fragile supply chains are around the world, and we want to make sure that going forward we're more reliant on supply chains, as Secretary Yellen put it, friendshoring, making sure that the supply chains are stronger here in the United States, but also amongst our friends and allies. Ultimately, what the Inflation Reduction Act will do is to do that by encouraging more domestic production of critical minerals, but also by creating more opportunities for our allies and partners to both sell goods and services here, but to also increase their supply chains as well. One of the reasons we've solicited advice from stakeholders is so we can hear from our allies and partners in terms of both their concerns but their advice with regard to implementation. And our hope is that a decade from now, when the Inflation Reduction Act provisions around climate are fully implemented, we'll end up in a place where not only we've seen an expansion of the US economy and the green economy here in the United States, but because of the investments we've made here, you're seeing greater investments around the world that will help us meet our overarching climate goals globally as well.
Last question. Some people in this room, many other people will be in Sharm el-Sheikh in about a month. And a big issue there is going to be how the developing world feels about their lack of responsibility for the problem of climate change and the impacts that they are feeling and the energy crisis they're dealing with now, and feeling like wealthier countries haven't made good on the promises that were made in terms of financial support. So Treasury plays a key role in international climate finance. Talk about what more is going to be done, needs to be done, what Treasury is doing to think about parts of the world that are looking for help to both deal with climate impacts and make a transition.
So yesterday I had a chance to meet with the Egyptian finance minister in Washington to talk about COP27, but I also had dinner with Secretary Yellen and 10 African finance ministers where some of these topics came up. And I think the key thing to remember is that President Biden has made a commitment of $11 billion of financing to help meet our commitments to try and help with the clean energy transition, especially in the developing world. The thing that those finance ministers pointed out is that while we can do whatever, we must do more in terms of public financing. Ultimately, the thing that we have to do is to crowd in private sector financing. Secretary Yellen a week ago gave a speech about how we can reform the multilateral development banks to make their mission, while they stay focused on ensuring that they deal with poverty, that they also think about some of the global challenges that we face, including climate change. You mentioned food security, and I think food security is a major issue, and that the Russian invasion of Ukraine has clearly exacerbated that challenge. But food security existed before Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and one of the biggest drivers of that food insecurity was climate change that was happening in these countries. So we think that addressing the issue of climate change fits well within the scope of what the multilateral development banks are doing, but our goal has got to be to use public resources to try and attract the $1 trillion of private capital to be able to help go after this problem. And I know this is a place where the Egyptian finance minister is going to be focused on as we go into COP27, and we're looking forward to that conversation.
This is a really busy week in DC. We're going to get you back there. It was very generous of you to make time to be with us and explain what Treasury is doing and how you're thinking about complex dynamics with climate and the energy market today. Thank you. Please join me in thanking Deputy Secretary Adeyemo. We're going to take a 20-minute coffee break, and then we will come back to continue our program. Thank you. Thanks.
I gotta check.
said that I was in Venezuela a month
Gentlemen?
ago. Our neighbor.
Your neighbor, yeah.
Our neighbor.
You know, it's so funny.
Sorry?
Yeah, no, we can.
We can. Please, can you be in the middle?
Oh, yes, yes.
Oh, careful.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Luisa Palacios. I'm a senior research scholar here at the Center on Global Energy Policy, and I am delighted to be moderating this panel, which I think is going to be very interesting given the panelists that we have with us. This is the panel about emerging markets. Everyone else is talking about emerging markets. This is actually the panel where we have people from emerging markets talking about how the climate crisis and the energy crisis is impacting the different regions that you all belong to. So with me, we have Mr. Fahad Ashlan, President of CAPSARC, our esteemed colleague Mauricio Cárdenas, Global Senior Research Fellow at CEGEP, and Andrew Kamau, Principal Secretary, Ministry of Petroleum and Mining of the Government of Kenya. Thank you so much for being with us. So, Fahad, I'm going to start with you. Maybe we can start just discussing the tensions that the current energy crisis is creating in emerging markets between economic energy security goals and energy transition goals. How do you see this playing out?
So first, let me say good morning to all of you, and I would like to thank Columbia University and the Center for Global Energy for organizing this conference. CAPSARC is an advisory think tank based in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia that focuses on energy, sustainability, and climate. When it comes to what we're seeing in the emerging markets, the last 10 months and what happened before it, after COP26, has been eye-opening. It brought the issue of the energy trilemma, the issues of energy security, energy affordability, as well as climate into contention. And while we've seen the response has been in Europe and some advanced economy around doubling down on renewable, more focused on renewable, I think in the emerging markets, the message has been, let's diversify the energy mix. Let's make sure we continue to have energy security, but also look at affordability. And if that means more renewable, then great. But if that means more oil and gas, then that's it. And if it means more coal, then that also happen, and it will happen. And we've seen a lot of countries, including China and India, pivoting more toward coal, the same thing for Indonesia, but we're also seeing a lot of discussion around this issue of energy affordability. And we're seeing this playing out not only with energy, but other commodities, especially food. And it has become a discussion around, can you afford energy or can you afford food? And we are seeing countries like Pakistan, Sri Lanka, but also countries in the Middle East and North Africa, Egypt, and others suffer with food prices and energy. And that has led to reduction in imports, higher sovereign yields, and ability to access global markets when it comes to funding. And so that we're seeing a lot of tension being brought around this discussion around how can we balance between energy security, energy affordability, and climate change. And it's important that we continue to have this discussion, especially in the emerging market, because without the focus on climate change, we can backslide. We're seeing this in Europe, but it's more momentarily. We're seeing more coal. But in emerging markets, these are new investment, new power plants that are being built, new LNG terminal. And so how can we make sure that these investments are more sustainable? But how also do we make sure that energy affordability is available to emerging market? We should not have this discussion where emerging economies are choosing between economic growth and climate change. Because I think that's a difficult choice to make, and I think we might end up regretting the choices that are being made.
Thank you. Indeed, and that gets me, I think, to Mauricio, because you underscore a point, which is that in emerging markets, energy crisis is a macroeconomic crisis. The levels, the degrees of freedom are not as ample as in developed space. So, Mauricio, how do you see the macroeconomic cost that we're now seeing in emerging markets, and what does that mean for social and political risk as we go forward?
Well, first of all, thank you, Luisa. Delighted to be with Fahadan and Andrew. The costs are very dire. I mean, we heard yesterday from the IMF, its latest projections, 35% of the world's economy is already contracting or will contract in 2023. They revised downwards the growth projections for 143 countries. That's almost 92% of the countries, which means that the conditions are not good and the risks are on the downside. A year ago, about this time, when the World Economic Outlook was launched, basically what was said at that time is that we were heading to a recovery, and this was going to be a very robust recovery. But the recovery did not last too long. It was only 2021. And if we try to understand what changed, what happened, well, a lot of explanations are being given now. And some people would say, well, it's the food crisis, it's climate change, it's inflation, it's trade disruptions. But at the end of the day, if you want to look at the root causes of all of that, I think it's the energy crisis. I think the energy crisis is really a central character in that story, because it's the energy crisis that has caused most of the food crisis, although we had a food crisis before, but this is really the increase in food prices. The recent increase in food prices is really since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We're also seeing that for a number of countries, this has meant much higher interest rates, global interest rates, and also outflows of capital, because in the midst of this crisis, there is a flight to quality. People are investing more in dollars. The dollar is getting stronger. It's the dominant currency. And that, of course, is bad news for emerging and developing countries. So the answer is, this is a very difficult and complicated time for emerging and developing economies, and it's not clear which is the way out. Because 2 years ago, countries had room of maneuver for expansionist fiscal policies, monetary policies, but that has been exhausted because of the response to COVID. So not clear how countries are going to navigate the crisis this time around.
Thank you, Mauricio. And just building upon that, so the energy crisis creating macroeconomic constraints on the emerging markets. Andrew, how do you see that either accelerating or actually delaying the transition to a low-carbon economy?
Well, So I think, Louisa, thank you very much, and the Center on Global Energy Policy for this conference. Maurizio has really teed it up very well. You've got interest rates going up, and everyone now is concentrating back home. Everyone's gone back into our cocoons to see how we can deal with our own political situations at home, whether it's in Europe or in North America. So what does that do? That makes sure that smaller economies, developing world, it's not so easy to fund new power plants when it comes to wind or solar or battery technology, fuel imports. So the whole thing about security of supply for the fuel for ground transportation, it becomes more expensive. The dollar is stronger. Interest rates are higher. We're worried about where we're going to get the next supply from. So freight rates are expensive. And what that does is exacerbates the cost of, first of all, of food, the imports of food, and the transportation of those products within the economy. The other thing that you find is that, and the transition is multifaceted. So you've got the electricity, which is fine. You've got solar, wind in that transition. But you've got also clean cooking, where the vast majority of people are still cooking with biomass. So the whole issue about transition to a low carbon economy assumes that you are already in a carbon economy. And for most people, they're not in a carbon economy. They're still on biomass. So the transition to a carbon economy where you're using cleaner cooking fuels like LPG, due to the cost, we are seeing a reversion because you can't afford to cook with higher cost fuel. So you go back, and this has got a very serious implication on deforestation. So people are cutting trees, the whole carbon sink issue is then impacted. And so instead of having a situation where you have less carbon out of the atmosphere, more carbon back into the atmosphere. So it's a very serious issue.
So going back to you, Fahad, just building on what Andrew just said, in reality, you were talking about how the energy transition is multifaceted in different parts of the emerging markets, but emerging markets are also very diverse in terms of, just the division of whether they're all producing and all exporting countries or all importing countries, and how they're adjusting and facing these challenges seems a bit different. So there's a lot of diversity on how they're adjusting to both the climate and energy crisis. So let's start with you, coming from very important oil producing and oil exporting country, and we'd like to hear also from the rest of you on this issue.
So I would not call them maybe oil exporting and oil importing, because I think now gas actually exporters and has done even better than oil exporters. But overall, those who actually had the fiscal space had done more to invest, whether in oil and gas, in increasing their capacity, or in low carbon forms of energy. And we've seen a lot of countries, especially in the MENA region, with the additional revenues, reinvesting in renewable, in hydrogen projects, low hydrogen projects, and other ways of diversifying their economy. So we've seen that. On the importer side, we've seen difficulties adjusting, with the ability to afford energy. And we've seen some of them look at exploring energy that oil and gas reserve within their borders if they had them, and they're expediting that process. But I also think we've seen more, regional support, especially in the Middle East, where oil exporters have actually helped in trying to soften the blow for energy importer. I think the issue is that also for most of the Middle East is also a food importing region. And so that's not only that for those countries that are importing energy, but they're also importing food. And they've suffered from the increase in commodity prices that we've seen this year. And so the fiscal space that are available for countries to adjust has actually changed dramatically since 2020. And it's important that actually, because COP27, for example, will be at Egypt this year, it's important that we look at the role of development institution, multilateral organization like the IMF, in making sure that we have a safety net for those countries that cannot afford to import food or energy and making sure, because I think the consequences are going to be dire for those countries.
Mauricio, you mentioned the IMF World Bank meetings, and one of the things that they're coming with is that 60% of low-income countries are having already some kind of issues with debt repayment. So in answering this question about oil-producing versus oil-importing countries, the debt situation seems to also to be front and center.
Sure, there is a lot of debt distress. The main reason is that debt levels increased significantly, maybe 15% of GDP as a result of COVID. So countries are already having difficulties in paying back that debt. And then comes this new wave of shocks. And you would be tempted to divide the world, or the emerging and developing world, into the commodity exporters that have benefited from high prices, even some cases have increased volumes to offset the reduction in exports from Russia, and those that are importers. And yeah, that kind of like works. For example, this has been a very difficult year, and next year is going to be even worse for Central America, the Caribbean, countries that are more dependent on tourism. But even within the group of the oil exporters or coal exporters or natural gas or LNG exporters, things don't look that good, because you may have a gain in terms of the terms of trade, but then you're also experiencing inflation. And many of these countries are subsidizing energy, are subsidizing food, so their fiscal accounts are weaker. And that means that they're more vulnerable to these shocks. Therefore, I would say that the division between commodity exporters and importers doesn't fully work, because at the end, the majority of countries is actually losing with the current situation. Essentially, I'll go back to my argument. I think energy is at the core, and high energy prices, high global inflation, high interest rates in the world are not good news for the emerging and developing world.
Andrew, if you could also comment on this, but if you could add a layer of, regardless of whether you are advancing or delaying the energy transition, both Africa and Latin America are at the center of climate change vulnerability. So regardless what happens on energy transition, you still have to deal with the costs and challenges linked to climate change.
Yeah, I think, Luisa, if you look at what's happened in the world, so you have drought in the Horn of Africa and in the Sahel. So of course, food has to be imported into that area. And exactly what Mauricio was saying, do you subsidize food and energy, or so that's the consumer side, or do you substitute production? Do you subsidize production, which is the fertilizer side? The problem is it just takes such a long time. By the time you've grown your food, what are you going to do? So there's a serious issue of political instability that can result in this. The second thing, and coming to COP27, is oil-producing countries and potential oil-producing countries in Africa are feeling the hypocrisy of Europe, where previously, after COP26, there's no more money to develop oil assets. Then Ukraine, Russia comes along, and the Europeans are rushing to Africa. All of a sudden, there's money to develop oil and gas assets, but for me, not for you. Yeah? So this is a serious issue which we need to address. Either we're all, as they say in my country, either we're all going to weddings or we're going to funerals. Not some people are going to weddings and other people are going to funerals. Yeah? And this is the situation now. So we have to be very, very careful about how we position ourselves in this energy transition. The second thing is the IMF has a fund, the Resilience and Sustainability Fund, $650 billion. Where is it? Why have we not heard about it? What are we waiting for? 80% of the livestock in the Horn of Africa is dead. What are we waiting for? I don't understand what the issue is, but it is a serious issue. And what we're going to be dealing with is not so much a climate catastrophe, but we're going to have unrest. When you have political destabilization, you have more chances of lack of a central government. So you have people dying from starvation. You have a lack of control of things like locusts and stuff like that. So I think it's a very complicated scenario. And like Secretary Moniz was saying, you can't differentiate between climate, political stability, and energy security.
There, if you want to chime in on.
Yeah, I think just to add to what Andrew mentioned, I think in the last COP and over the last few years, the G20 has been pushing to phase out fossil fuel subsidies. And, it's interesting that, the IMF consensus has always been, you shouldn't subsidize demand, you should, instead create safety nets and so on. And yet we've seen this year, countries as diverse as Japan and the US and Europe implementing, policies that the IMF, if this was in emerging economies, would have gone and, criticized them. And we understand that the situation is difficult. But it becomes difficult then, in 2 or 3 years' times to come back and talk about, phasing out fossil fuel subsidies. I mean, if Japan and the US and Europe does it, why cannot, emerging economies that actually, suffer from lower standard of living, higher cost, for energy and food and their, consumption basket cannot do it. And I think it's important that when we're talking about these issues, because in Glasgow, this was a big point of contention, and it was not addressed. And even last year, Europe was, saying that nuclear should not be on the table. Now I think we've backtracked a little bit, and we're less ideological, more practical, where we're saying that nuclear should be part of the option when we're talking about decarbonization, but also gas could be a potential. I mean, if it's replacing coal. But we need to also be firm in applying these principles. That what's good for Europe and advanced economies should also be good for emerging economies. And we cannot deny that for example, in the U.S., the benefit that shale gas has enabled in reducing emission came from switching from coal to gas. And so it's important that development organization, development banks and so on are able to fund these projects that would help developing economies move along in the energy transition. It might not be perfect, but perfect is the enemy of the good.
Mauricio, if you can weigh in on some of the things, and if you could elaborate on this issue that you would think that a crisis like this, in which oil and natural gas prices are so high, will have clear winners. And there are some clear winners in the emerging market space, but not as much as you would think. And you brought this point. What do you think that means for the incentives, even of the oil producers, towards the energy transition? Are we not, let's have a positive outlook on this, that we're backtracking because we're going to leapfrog. Is there a way to look at this crisis as an opportunity as well?
Well, let me begin by taking a bit of issue with the idea that fossil fuels should be more, subsidies should be more acceptable because the advanced economies are doing them. Yes, they were always very critical, especially in the context of the G20 and the IMF, the World Bank, etc. I still think fossil fuel subsidies are a bad idea. I think there are lots of ways of using public funds in a smarter way. Cash transfers, subsidies for the energy transition, et cetera, et cetera. And these are very costly subsidies these days. For example, I come from Colombia. Colombia is spending this year about 3% of GDP in subsidizing gasoline and diesel. That's a huge number. I think it's about half of what the country makes because of these windfall of high oil prices. So it's not the wisest way of spending those revenues. We could be targeting poverty, infrastructure, as I said, the transition, et cetera. So I would still be very cautious about these, the concept of the energy subsidies. Now, What this has meant in terms of the energy transition, I think it's a mixed map. I mean, on the one hand, with higher global fossil fuel prices, you have more incentives to invest in the transition. With issues related to supply, you have more incentives and you have more issues with energy security, so you have more incentive in developing your own sources of energy, and especially renewable. But then on the other hand, we are seeing that there is a rebound in the demand for coal, for example. Coal was expected to grow this year. The demand for coal was expected to grow less than 1%. It's growing 10%. And that means that not just because there's more power being produced with coal, because mines are producing more coal too, because they have more incentives. And that, of course, could be read as backtracking in terms of the energy transition. But I think that's temporary, as you said, Andrew. I think that's transitory. I think what will prevail is the incentive on the grounds of the price signal and the need to increase energy security. Countries that are too dependent on imports of fossil fuels now are going to think twice about that. Let me add one dimension here, which is important for many of our countries in our regions, our respective regions, which is food production. Very significant, large food producers like Argentina or Brazil, important for the world, global producers, are now seeing the issues related to the lack of supply of fertilizers. And so we're seeing the rebirth of industrial policies, in this case aimed at increasing the domestic production of fertilizers, because it's seen as a food security issue.
Andrew, you were mentioning the dichotomy or the tensions that exist. A lot of these countries either to use whatever resources they have of less availability of resources, either for food imports or for fuel imports. So the food versus fuel debate, which you are alluding to, Mauricio, seems one of the consequences of this energy crisis. And Mauricio was talking about, how whether it makes sense to subsidize food or fuel. And I'm going to ask you from the point of view of the politics and the social tensions and the support for energy transition. How do you see this debate, knowing that food and fuel represent about 30% and in some cases 40% of the consumer price index of the inflation in these countries?
I have to agree with Mauricio that long-term fuel subsidy is not sustainable. That's the first thing. But you have to have a mechanism of which you smooth out the peaks. Yeah? So instead of, like there was 1 month, I think, diesel went up to $150 a ton due to lack of freight and other issues. You need to say, okay, fine, we'll go up 100 and then 100 and then 50. That you can do. Yeah? Because the spikes are what kill the economy. Because all of a sudden, transportation prices got low, also on mass transport, public transport, and also the transportation of food products. So that we are in agreement that should not happen. But don't forget, we're dealing with human beings. Yeah, it's not an intellectual conversation. It's human beings who have to weigh between buying food, paying school fees, paying rent, walking to work, taking public transport. These are all realities on the ground. And if you live in a democratic system, you have an election coming in a cycle, 4 years, 2 years, like in the US, or 5 years, like in Kenya. And these are the things that are weighed one against the other. So what do you do as the government? You have to try and put in mechanisms that also cushion your population, but also allow you to win the next election. One politician friend told me, you have only one job in your first term in government. It's to secure your second term. That's the only job.
So we would like to open now the floor for questions and answers from the audience. And while I wait for you guys to bring us some of your very interesting questions. I'm going to go back to something that we were discussing just back there about, and just because I want to bring a more optimistic outlook about countries that are actually taking advantage of their natural resources to bring energy. And so you were talking about some of the things that are happening in Kenya that are also probably underscoring that in this context, in past times, being an oil importer was extremely problematic. There was no way out because there was only one source of energy. And so you were talking about the different sources of energy that Kenya has, and that creates roadmaps for oil importing countries.
Yeah, so in Kenya we have 90% renewables. So geothermal is the big one now, but we've got a bit of hydro. The problem with hydro is the whole climate change issue, where if it hasn't rained for sufficiently for 2 years. So you need to diversify your supply sources. So is it geothermal? Is it hydro? Wind, solar? I think Saudi's 2060 plan is quite a bit of solar. I mean, you can imagine why. But we have to take care of these things. The other thing that is now emerging is the whole issue about biodiesel in semi-arid areas where you don't have food competition. Where you're giving income to people who had previously no income from farming. So these are the things that we need to think about, which really leads, at the end of the day, there's so much noise in this renewable energy transition space that unless you come here to the global center, you don't have a quiet place where you can think, okay, what really works and what doesn't. If it's not Ukraine, it'll be something else. Before that was COVID. Before that was something else. So the policymaker is constantly running from one crisis to the next crisis. And underneath, you need to have some kind of roadmap that despite what's happening, there's a true north. This is where we're going. This is how we're going to get there, country by country, sector by sector.
Andrew makes a fantastic point, which is the energy transition is not a one-size-fits-all model, and particularly in emerging markets. So even a country like Saudi Arabia has to think about these issues. And so would love to hear your views on this.
Yes, I mean, definitely. I think Saudi has been endowed with great resources, whether we're talking about hydrocarbons or renewables. So when we're talking about wind or solar, Saudi has a lot of potential there. And it also is helped by vast lands, low population density, and so Saudi Arabia is targeting to generate 50% of its electricity from renewable by 2030, which is quite a big ambition given that today it's less than 5%. But I think there is also a discussion around more interest around hydrogen and how can we actually help hydrogen. Because when we discussed earlier today, Secretary Beniz discussed that wind and solar are great, but they cannot be the 100% of our energy mix. And so we need other forms of energy. And so what we have seen with the Inflation Reduction Act, there has been a lot of new incentives that have been introduced for hydrogen and CCUS, and I think that makes us globally optimistic for hydrogen and CCUS as well, but it's also talking about how can we reduce the cost of these technology drastically. And that would help us in achieving the net zero ambition for globally. Because at the end, even looking at the IPCC scenario, it's important to remember that hydrocarbon, oil and gas would constitute, in some scenarios, almost 30% of the global energy mix. And so without this negative emission technology, whether we're talking about CCS or direct air capture, we cannot get to net zero globally. And so it's important that we actually reduce those costs, bring them down, make sure the economic works. And I'm encouraged by what the US has done and expect it to lead in the next few years when it comes to those technologies.
Mauricio, this is one of the questions that is coming. So resource-rich countries have played an important role in facilitating the clean energy transition, but it's important that they do it in a sustainable and people-centered way. What mechanisms and practices do your respective countries utilized to mitigate corruption along commodity value chains of oil, gas, and minerals?
Well, it's a very fundamental question. Let me talk about Latin America. I think I'm going to focus on that region. I think Latin America is well known for having a very well diversified energy matrix, lots of hydro, and making huge progress in terms of unconventional renewables. I mean, Chile, Uruguay, Brazil, now Colombia. So on that account, it's a great transformation. It's a very clean energy matrix and very successful. And this is mostly done by private investment, some support from governments, especially in terms of access to long-term capital, but really more the private sector than anything else. And that, of course, that diversification of the economy has allowed for also resolving some of the issues of the past of great dependence on oil and national oil companies and issues related to corruption. So I think the transition to an economy that is more driven by the private sector, where you need better governance, you need better regulations, I think it's been overall very healthy. But it's also a transition in that sense. It's not something that has been fully accomplished. So that will be my answer. You wanted some optimism. I think that's a source of optimism, the role of the private sector and the role of improved governance associated with the energy transition.
So there's a question for you, Andrew. If the money from the IMF Resilience Fund were distributed today, where do you think it will go first? Or where should it go first?
I mean, that's a really good question. I think one of the things, and it's not only just for the big countries in Africa, it's also Caribbean countries, the island states, because they every year, look what happened in Cuba now with the hurricane. Yeah? You cannot be paying your debt, international debts, taking care of development in your country, and also sorting out damage from climate. It just doesn't work. And these are the kind of things that need to be done. That's one. Number two, for example, I just told you about the livestock in the Sahel and in the Horn of Africa. The reason that you have that is because the carrying capacity is exceeded. You have overgrazing. There's an opportunity now to bring in proper farming methods for livestock. Yeah? Instead of having 10,000 head of cattle, have 1,000 good quality things. Because it's about resilience. Because you're looking at communities, not just about what are you generating in terms of power. And the reason I say this, Kenya has 80% connectivity. So 80% of all households have got electricity, but they're cooking with biomass because it's too expensive. You don't have the income to go and buy the appliance. So you need to develop those resilience issues on farming, manufacturing, housing, those things that impact the lives of the people, increase their income, and with that, then they can go into climate change. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. So that's where this money should go.
Thank you. Okay. This is for you. Is the energy crisis a supply-driven crisis or a demand-driven crisis?
I think the easy answer is to say both. But it's, even if we go back to 2018, 2019, a lot of people, especially in the oil and gas industries, said that we're not investing enough. COVID, compounded that, made it even worse. And we saw demand decrease, and we saw a lot of, investment, being cut during 2020 and early part of 2021. And so there hasn't been enough investment. If you look at oil, for example, the natural decline is between 3 to 6% annually. And so you need to replace almost 3 to 6 million barrels per day every year just to stand still, even if demand is not growing. And so I don't think there has been enough investment in the oil and gas industry, but I can say the same thing about all forms of energy. what we're seeing is it's an energy crisis. So even if you look at renewable, if you look at other forms of energy, there hasn't been enough invested. And part of it is financing, part of it is, just, getting the right money in. Part of it is also, just permitting, making the investment decision. But what we have seen is that we haven't been paying attention to this. We have put it in the back of our mind. I think it was bound to happen. I think just COVID accelerated this and made it even more pronounced.
Maurice, this is an easy one for you. What do you think about the new Colombian approach to energy transition of stopping new exploration and extraction contracts in the oil and gas industry?
Well, let me give some background here to the audience because this is probably too Colombian specific, but we just had presidential elections. We have a new government that was inaugurated in August, and one of the big issues during the campaign was oil exploration. And the president who was elected and who is now in government announced that he would slow down, to put it mildly, oil exploration in order to accelerate the energy transition. And this has generated a lot of debate because the question is, what does Colombia gain by reducing oil production when there's still global demand for it? Who else is going to produce those barrels? And what would happen in the future if we don't have these revenues that now oil generates and that are important for the social progress of the country and for the overall development of the country? So this is a huge debate. Now, my take, if that's the question, my take is we should be prepared for a decline in oil production. That's going to happen. We don't know exactly when, but it's going to happen. But Colombia, not being a very large and significant oil producer, is about 800,000 barrels per day, should not be the one taking steps at this point in reducing oil production. That's going to come, but for now we need to invest well the revenues that oil generates. So that will be my answer.
Thank you. Andrew, this one is for you. And by the way, most of the questions are from our students. I've not mentioned you, but thank you. These are fantastic questions, particularly from the CEPA students. So there's one about how can developing countries create a balance between economic growth and addressing climate change. But the interesting part of the question is, how should developed countries help them?
I think there is no doubt about that there is a requirement, because we are the ones who are bearing most of the brunt of climate change. We've got rain-fed agriculture. So of course, if it doesn't rain, we have an issue. We are the ones who are trying to industrialize, but we have to do it within the constraints of our national contribution. There was a really interesting issue that Secretary Munez said about bankable projects. Where I think the developed world can really help is project preparation. What does a bankable project look like? And how do we make it attractive to private sector capital? Because governments cannot do everything. They can use their money to leverage. And where they can use their money is on small guarantees, for example, on foreign exchange, governance issues. But most of all, how do you prepare a solar project? How do you prepare a wind project? How do you prepare geothermal? And in places like in Democratic Republic of Congo, they have got huge rivers. We've been talking about building Inga 3 and Grand Inga for the last 40 years. Why it hasn't happened, I don't know. But these are the things that we need to find out. What do we need to do to have these projects funded?
So yes.
I mean, just to add to what Andrew mentioned, I think part of the Paris Climate Agreement that, developed economies agreed to help, developing economies with energy transition financing. And there was a pledge of $100 billion per year for 10 years from 2015, until 2025. Unfortunately, very little of this has materialized. And so I think that's an important point that needs to happen if we're actually to see global progress. At the end, climate change doesn't know which country to reduce their emission and which country to increase their emission. I mean, the consequences are global. So we need to actually help developing economies. And I think on the role of, development banks and organizations, I think part of their, objective should be how can they de-risk some of these projects, whether it's new type of projects or new geographies that would then help, private capital to actually finance a lot of these, energy transition projects.
One question or one discussion that we've had that is, there's a lot of backlash now against ESG, and you guys seem to have a view on this and its applicability in emerging markets. So, would you like to give it a crack?
Yes, ESG, in the past has been very narrow, and it only looked at renewable. Basically, and that was, ESG, with a few exceptions here and there, but the bulk was going to renewable when it comes to financing in the energy space. And I think we have seen that, this year that this is not enough, and so we need more. And this could be nuclear, this could be gas, but it could also be like projects like CCUS, carbon capture and sequestration. How can we finance some of these projects? How can ESG, and green financing is used to help reduce the cost of financing these projects, which would then increase their deployment and bring down the cost, which would benefit not only that specific project, but everybody else. And so I think for ESG, we need to be more, I think, clear on what is the standard, what is the objective. Is it to reduce emission, or is it just to facilitate one part of project or another part of project?
Andrew, I think you also had a view.
I think, just thinking about what Fahad said, the E, it's big E, small s, small g. Yeah, it's actually ESG. This is what future-proofs your business and your project. Because if you look at, because don't forget, we always forget that behind all these renewables, there is a whole mining sector around critical minerals. Yeah? And in the old days, when I started in this business of extractives, all the shareholder wanted to know is how much of the stuff did you get out of the ground? Now they want to know, do you have the social license? How are you dealing with the local communities? Do you have the buy-in? The governance issues, how are you treating people? How are your contracts? Where is the corruption coming in? How are royalties being paid? You need the full package. And unfortunately, we are not seeing the full package because it's easy to measure E, not so easy to measure the S and the G from a soft skills issue.
Mauricio, I don't know if you have anything to add on this issue, but there's a question about critical minerals and the role of emerging markets in that part of the supply chain. But
let's take that one because I fully subscribe.
Yeah.
So that gives me an opportunity to talk about China. I mean, unbelievably, we haven't mentioned the word China, and this is a panel on emerging and developing countries. So. China, not just because of the zero COVID policies, but some more fundamental, deeper structural issues, it's not growing enough. We heard the numbers yesterday from the IMF, 3% this year, 4% next year. Nowhere the numbers we had 20 years ago. So my first message is we shouldn't be expecting a new super cycle in terms of commodity prices. This is not going to happen. And the slow growth in China, it's going to have an impact on emerging and developing countries. And I think the rest of the world, and in this case in particular the US, has to step up the game. And stepping up the game means investing more, especially in areas like critical minerals. I think I'm not a full supported of the idea of friendshoring, because I think that generates division. But I think more engagement in terms of investing in areas that are fundamental for the energy transition, at the global level. So maybe with some of the tax benefits and incentives that IRA has, the focus should be put on countries in Latin America and Africa for the development of these minerals.
Thank you so much for a fascinating discussion, and please join me in thanking this fantastic panel.
I am delighted to be here with you. I'm Vijay Vaitheswaran. I'm the Global Energy and Climate Innovation Editor of The Economist magazine. And it's my great pleasure to be your immoderate moderator for our next session on how to finance the energy transformation that's coming, and in particular, how to scale finance in the areas that need it most, but where we're not seeing sufficient capital get to. Just to give you an idea, the IEA, World Bank, and World Economic Forum have estimated that over $1 trillion a year will need to be invested in emerging markets through 2030 to achieve objectives of net zero by 2050. But in the year 2020, the amount of money going into decarbonization into emerging markets, leaving out China, amounted to just $150 billion. In other words, 1/6 of the level that's needed. And that's just to give one example of a part of the world economy that needs much greater flows of capital to achieve the decarbonization goals. We also have hard-to-abate sectors, as in steel, chemicals, other parts of industry, where we have multiple challenges in attracting the vast pools of global capital to the areas of need. And so we're here to talk about how we crack the code on financing, and in particular on scaling financing in some of these difficult areas, the role of the public sector, the role of private sector, coordination of those things. And I want to give you one assurance in this panel, and that is we're going to talk about solutions. We're not going to spend our time with you discussing the nature of the problem and stroking our chin. And in fact, I'm going to ask my panelists to even imagine by 2050 that we have in fact successfully solved this problem. That is, we achieve a net zero world by 2050. And I want them to answer what was, with the benefit of that hindsight, the most successful thing we did. What was the hardest nut we cracked to get there? So that's my promise to you. I'm going to hold their feet to the fire, as well as, of course, no long-winded speeches I've been promised from our distinguished panel. And I know that because each one of them I know that they are going to provoke you with their thoughts and illuminate the conversation with their gems. Let me introduce them to you. To my immediate left, you're right, Paul Bodnar, Global Head of Sustainable Investing at BlackRock. John Brown, Lord John Brown of Mattingly, co-founder and chairman of Beyond Net Zero, and Kyung-Ah Park, managing director, ESG investment management at Temasek. Please give them a nice round of applause to welcome them, to encourage them, to embolden them, to take on the tough questions, the tough challenge, And if you do hear things that you think are provocative, interesting, breakthrough ideas, first of all, hoot and holler, show your support for those ideas. Secondly, remember that as you have been all day, you can put in your questions. You have QR codes on all the tables that you can use to submit your questions. We have a wonderful audience joining us by stream as well. You can put in your questions in the chat room. So they'll get to me before the end of our panel, and we'll take them on. So thank you for your participation as well. Paul, let's start with you. The scale of the challenge is huge. I think it's pretty clear that the tools and policies in place thus far have not worked. We've talked about these issues for a long time. Indeed, we have another talking shop coming up, the United Nations Climate Summit in Egypt, COP27, where I and I think many others perhaps will be going to try to come to grips with what comes next on the climate challenge. There'll be a lot more talking there as well. What do you think is a smart way to get public and private capital working better?
Thank you, Vijay, and thanks to the Columbia team for the invitation. This is a fantastic event, and I'm lucky to be here with you. Let's talk about solutions, as you say, because I think the problem itself is best illustrated by your tie, which, for those who can't see, is the scream. So I don't know if you picked that out, especially for this panel, but
well, it seems
certainly...
to be a global energy shock. This was a moment to illustrate, but also I believe very much that from crisis comes opportunity. So in that spirit, I wear this tie.
Indeed. Okay. So if we're talking about financing decarbonization in emerging markets, as you say, we are a long way from where we need to be. The figure you quoted of $1 trillion per annum of investment needed is ex-China, and we are at about 150 billion. So we are almost an order of magnitude off the level of investment that would be necessary for a pace of decarbonization that's implied by the goals that have been collectively set by nations under the UN, as well as corporates and financial institutions. And I would say that the strategy at the diplomatic level for solving this has indeed fallen short. It basically consists of two parts, and I say this as a former US diplomat working on climate issues, right? One is to ramp up north-south flows, right? And the whole conversation around this in the context of the UN climate talks and the MDBs is generally about north to south. And you know, those flows have increased over time, but you're not going to decarbonize major emerging markets by pushing money through a straw from north to south. And that's not the way it ought to work either. And the second part, you know, of the strategy is to focus on improving enabling environments, because that is the reason, you know, one of the main reasons why you've not seen more foreign direct investment flowing to emerging markets. It's not about so much climate policy, right? The specific climate policies that need to be implemented in these markets. It's a broader set of macro issues that slow down investment, and climate policy is a little bit, you know, that can't be the tail that wags the dog in terms of that. However, neither scaling up north-south flows gradually nor waiting for enabling environments to dramatically change is commensurate with the pace of change that's implied by these global targets under the Paris Agreement. And so what we really need to do is look at, I would say, institutions and instruments. One is, you know, there are the most powerful thing that I think we can do is to ensure that there are institutions at the national level that are capable of mobilizing capital, right? Instead of this focus purely on north-south. We absolutely do need to change and energize the MDBs and the development finance institutions. I'm sure we'll be talking more about that. But you know, there's an insufficient focus on building national green investment banks and other structures that have been proven in a number of jurisdictions as capable of mobilizing, blending, and deploying capital with a local knowledge of risk factors and a local comfort with risk-taking that is always going to be probably superior to trying to engineer a bunch of capital to flow in from across the world. And the second thing is instruments. We have not really innovated financial instruments much. There's grants, there's guarantees, there's loans, right? Concessional, non-concessional. Yet there's been some really interesting work done on innovative financial instruments for deploying even concessional capital, auction carbon price floors, and other things like that. So it's a combination, I think, of institutions and instruments. And as you say, the trouble is that public and private capital don't often work well together. And the last thing I'll say on that is that blended finance vehicles, which have become more numerous and popular in the last few years. BlackRock created one, the Climate Finance Partnership, with a number.
Tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah. So we created a fund called the Climate Finance Partnership. It has 3 development finance institutions, the French, German, and Japanese DFIs, together with 3 philanthropies that have provided a base of catalytic capital that mobilizes institutional capital at a 1-to-4 ratio. And what we were able to do is effectively create a vehicle that offered institutional investors who may not have been accustomed to investing in emerging markets access to EM, clean energy, at basically OECD levels of risk. And that was great, very successful. We raised, it's almost $700 million, one of the largest of its kind, and it's deploying capital right now. But blended capital structures take a long time to put together. And we cannot mobilize $1 trillion over a short period of time by creating a series of artisanal blended finance structures. So we're going to have to think bigger.
Okay. Very good. And thank you for giving a specific example of something that's in the works, but also being tough-minded enough to show or say that it may not be enough in and of itself. Coming to you, John. Think bigger. That's what Paul's exhortation is. How do we think bigger about this challenge? In particular, I know you've thought about the role of the IFIs, the development banks. It has been observed that they could do more. The need to have a AAA rating, for example, for the development banks, maybe keeping them from taking greater risks at a time when we need them to. What's your thinking on how do we think bigger on this issue?
Well, good morning, still. It's very good to be here. Can I just carry on from where Paul left off? So this is something I do for the British government. I co-chair something called the Council on Science and Technology. One of the things I've observed with green banks, business banks, all the vehicles that you set up to accelerate financing is you need to be really very careful with the mandate you give them. Because if you give someone a mandate to be a bank, they will operate exactly as the benchmark says they should operate. And it's not actually what you want them to do, necessarily. You may wish them to give out some form of concessionary finance. You may wish them to have a longer payback horizon. You may wish them to do something different. And I say a lot of the barriers that I see coming up for scale is because there is not an alignment of the mandate of the people working towards the point you need to get to. And so the expression of will to get something done is confused. I think the second point I would make is that when I look at this very simply and say, you know, why is apparently a good project not financeable? And I think the answer is because it may not be a good project. But sometimes it is a good project, but the wrong risk profile is mounted. So if you take something apart and look at it bit by bit, there are typical risks you'd look at as an investor, and someone has to pick up different forms of those risks. And it may be that you need a better technology, because I think some of this, we're financing things that aren't quite mature enough yet, or you may need different participants to take on risk. For example, be the first buyer of a product. Governments are very good at being the first procurer of something. So it's all a matter of stripping out the risks, and then I think you can get something going. It seems to me what you can't do is simply take it as an entity and say, that will happen because it's there. And in this area, it won't. My third point is that a lot of the activities that are done in the decarbonization space require you to measure what actually you are decarbonizing and measure it in a standard way and make sure it's transparent. This is not possible globally. And the measurement and transparency and reporting of carbon in particular, total greenhouse gases, is something we urgently need to get right globally, urgently. Otherwise, it's impossible to know quite what you're buying at any one point. And that, my fourth and final point is, it therefore reduces the number of ways of financing. So if you can't measure what a amount of carbon is, and you can't therefore put a value on it, you can't use that as part of your instrument package to get on. So if I, for example, look at the range of, recently I looked at the range of actual carbon prices offered in both over-the-counter and exchanges, and I found the range to be around about $25 a ton to $500 a ton. That is clearly not sustainable or stable or correct. So something has to happen here to allow us to think about financing when the principal objective of a lot of this financing is actually, of course, to have a great project, but to reduce the amount of greenhouse gases going to the atmosphere.
John, I want to pick up on one of the points you mentioned, which is risk and risk-taking. You advise the British government, so you're very familiar with how government thinks about risk. But of course, you run a fund in the private sector, a big private equity fund investing in climate technologies, so you think about risk from that perspective. It seems to me, in order to accelerate the pace of energy innovation, which is one of the orders of the day, we have to take more risk. But risk involves failures, by definition. Government hasn't always been very good at tolerating failures. And how do you advise the government with that part of your brain on how to structure that risk-taking so we don't have what in America we call the Solyndra problem, right? We don't need to get into chapter and verse, but I think people will know as a shorthand, investments in the government can be used, can blow up, even if on net the portfolio makes money. One failure can be used politically to bash the bureaucracy into being very risk averse, as has happened in the US till now. How do you solve for that problem of the public purse?
Well, I think there will always be failures. And with the public purse, it's obvious what happens as people therefore go into even a more conservative mode and don't actually do the mandate that they've been given, which is to accept some risk. So the question of government mandate is all about what is the contribution of the public purse to movement of the nation forward, whether that is, as indeed it is in the IRA, this act is very interesting in that
U.S. law, of course, the Inflation Reduction Act.
In that what it does is it expresses the will for things like just and fair treatment, brownfield, stranded communities, as well as investment and factories and other things in the United States. So it's very much an expression of national will, it seems to me. And that is all in service of changing the way in which it's not just energy industries work, including the sectors which I think we will talk about, which are hard to abate.
Right.
So I think that's important. If I may, I think there are plenty of other things you can do without government interference. So one of the investments we made was in sub-Saharan Africa. And the issue, and it's a great investment, does not require government intervention. It requires actually just a will to allow people to buy what they want, which is more convenient energy. The issue, as always, is if you're not working in America, if you're not in a dollarized zone, what on earth do you do with the currency? A topic which I'm very familiar with, having been in the oil industry for a long time.
Well, it's interesting that you should mention that because, of course, Columbia University with the World Economic Forum has recently put out a provocative publication on this very topic, suggesting a mechanism for dealing with Forex risk in investing in emerging markets particularly. I'm curious to know, and I'll ask all my panelists if they want to comment on it, how would an idea like that work? How does it appeal to you? You're literally putting money into emerging markets. Do you think an instrument like that could work, John?
Well, I think at the You have to take what you can get. So since time began, I guess there are parallel structures. Everybody needs the currency. When we have excess dollars, not enough local currency, there are always bilateral deals to be done. And indeed, there are banks who have a mandate to do this as well. So I think you are where you are, and you have to get on and work within the structures and remember that it's a cost of doing business. Some of these risks are folded into cost. I think if you could get it more streamlined, as indeed this paper indicates, I think this would all be very good because in the end it reduces the cost of capital.
Dr. Kinga, you are a huge asset manager. Temasek is a diversified portfolio. I'm curious, how do you think about the bigger question? I'd welcome your opinion on the Forex point as well, but more broadly on what are the obstacles to scaling up capital flows to the needed areas? What do you think are, in your view, in practical experience, we could do to improve that?
Sure, and just to clarify, we're actually an asset owner. BlackRock is an asset manager, and for those of you who don't know us, we're Singapore headquartered, but we are a global investor. And so I think we are somewhat uniquely positioned in that even though we are a global investor, we're in a region in the world, coming back to initial question, emerging markets, that we need to get right, both in terms of the climate issue, right, but also do it in a way that enables economic development. And it is a region that is going to get disproportionately impacted by weather extremes, as you're already seeing, unfortunately, with Pakistan and other regions in the area. But coming back to your question, a few things. Actually, and let me begin by saying that there is actually a lot of capital, despite the volatility out there in the private markets, as evidenced by us three. And a lot of that capital is actually, again, despite some of the rhetoric, looking to do more around integration of ESG and investing into, where you can address some of the environmental and societal challenges, of which climate is obviously the big elephant in the room, right? The question of how do you then mobilize that capital and do more where it's not going, let me answer that question in a couple of different ways. One is to state the obvious, right? Given climate is about carbon, where you can put a price on carbon and internalize that negative externality, that is going to be a very powerful policy instrument. Unfortunately, even though more and more countries and regions are putting a price on carbon, there are many places around the world that still don't have it. And so as an example of what's happening, and we're not the only ones out there, we ourselves have internalized the price of carbon, and for all of our new investment, we actually require all of our investment teams to put in place $50 US per ton. That's going to actually go up to $100, by 2030 for us, which we think is necessary for us to make sure that we meet our own goals in terms of decarbonizing our own portfolio, number one. Number two is, and I'm sure we'll double click on this, so I'll keep it very, very high level. We need to do the hard work in terms of not only scaling the green technology solutions of the future, but we have to do the hard work in terms of how do we take the hard to abate real economy industries, right, and take them from brown to green. And that requires a lot more systems work, and Paul, and we've talked about this at length previously as well, around stitching together the various different actors, whether it be the demand side of the equation from corporates, the actual, raw materials of feedstock, depending on what type of fuel source we're going to be using, all the way through the actual entire value chain and the infrastructure around it, right? And that requires a lot of elbow grease. And we've got to take a much more radical collaboration approach to that, and also make sure we take a long-term perspective in terms of how you scale. But policy can play a very important role in that. In the morning, there was a comment around the DOE looking to do more around demonstration and deployment as an example. And it's also an area where blended finance can play a catalytic role in terms of helping de-risk some of these things as well. I think the last thing I'll just mention in terms of FX is developed market versus emerging market, they're very different complexities, and Laura Brown mentioned, how do you take a project down to the individual risk level, right? Oftentimes in these conversations, it's easy to keep a very high level conversation and say, hey, let's take blended capital and de-risk this thing. Well, it doesn't quite work that way in the market. You really have to understand what are the real risk issues that you're trying to solve for, and it's very different. It depends on what market, what technology, et cetera. It can be everything from broader regulatory risk environment, right? Because many of these infrastructure require a lot of upfront cost of capital, and you actually see the return over a very, very long period of time, right? So you better have a very stable regulatory environment. Otherwise, if you don't have that confidence, you're going to go elsewhere, right? But there's also things like very specific risks like FX, right? And this is where some of the instruments, like the Colombia one that was put out there for the white paper, can actually play an instrumental role in terms of very targeted FX. But the key thing that I'll mention before I give it back to you, Vijay, is you got to make it really easy to use. There are actually a lot of instruments out there that are trying to de-risk for some of these issues. MIGA, there's actually a currency fund, actually. But having gone through this as a practitioner in my prior role, it takes a lot of effort, even for sophisticated financiers, to be able to tap into these types of things, let alone if you're a startup company trying to tap into these instruments. So make it really easy, and ideally have sort of a more flexible instrument, not just you got to go for FX to this entity, or you got to go for, credit enhancement for that one, or you got to go for, whatever government appropriation risk for MIGA. Those types of things we've got to just make sure we address. And actually, MIGA, I misquoted, not on the FX side, it's more on the appropriation side.
But your point is well taken that these instruments have to be clear, transparent, easy to use, accessible if we want them to be widely adopted. And I think that point is well taken. I know some of the authors of that report are in the room as well. They'll reflect on that deeper. A couple of specific things that you said I want our colleagues on stage to pick up on. But before I get to John on carbon pricing, was that where I saw your head perk up?
But I think it's... I think it's terrific to put a carbon price on every single thing you do, internally and externally. So what we've been trying to do is to, rather than fabricate a price, is to say, let's look at an outcome and see if we can bolster outcome measurement more. So the science-based targets seem to be, if you could annualize these, which we do, and we actually say this is the minimum level. Above that, there is an emissions reduction potential. And therefore, you can price what you're actually doing when it comes to greenhouse gas reduction on a benchmark basis. So you're not, as it were, either making up your own targets or marking your own homework. It's something which is quite independent. And I think more of this is needed because I think, therefore, it does validate a project or a proposal more independently. And I think that's quite important. So more development, I think, is needed in this area. Of course, the very big missing is there a science-based target for oil and gas production? And that has not yet been delivered. A very important point, I think we should come back to. We do have to finance oil and gas for some time.
Well, I want to, you had mentioned brown to green, Kyung-Hee. I want Paul to talk a little bit about that. But to your point about the oil and gas industry and science-based targets, it's as long as something like 80 to 90% of your emissions come from your consumers using your products, I don't think any kind of science-based targets, you're moving the tail of the elephant, not the elephant itself. It's really about dealing with the scope 3 for oil and gas, isn't it?
Well, science-based targets allow you to do scope 3.
They do, but
intensity or amount, depending on where you are.
But that perhaps strategy, product mix, there's a much broader range of things that need to be done rather than, say, FMCG, where the challenge is different. But as an oil man, a former oil man, maybe we'll discuss this later over drinks, but I have my doubts about the industry on science-based targets. Paul, brown to green was mentioned. I think BlackRock is thinking about this issue as well. That is assets, the real assets that keep the global economy going today, among them oil and gas, but of course, the broad swathe of industry, the brawny shoulders on which the global economy runs, on which future development rests. You can't turn out the lights overnight and shut down the prospects for developing economies to grow. So certainly they won't accept that. How do we think about assets in the transition, greening the brown assets that are here today, but also thinking ahead to encouraging that leapfrog so that new assets that are coming are not locking in on sustainable patterns of carbon?
Great question. So, Yeah, the simplest way I can think of to describe the energy transition is that you're talking about capital stock turnover and accelerated capital stock turnover in the economy, right? Because we have all of these physical assets, cars, power plants, cement plants, steel mills, buildings, ships, planes that power the modern economy and provide the services we want. And actually, we want more and more people to have access to those services as part of global development, but without the carbon. And that fundamentally means replacing much of that physical asset base or deeply retrofitting it with versions that provide those services without the carbon. And the tricky part is that these assets, for the most part, are long capital life assets, right? Even passenger vehicles are on the road 15 or more years in many places, not to mention cement plants, 40 years, power plants, 40 years, right? Ships, planes. So when we think about decarbonizing over a period of a few decades and the rate of turnover of capital stock that's required, we realize that this is not just about financing the green, clean future, right? Which tends to be our focus a lot of the time when we talk about the energy transition, and we track what is the rate of renewable energy build out or what is the rate of new EVs. That's the happy green part of the story, if you like.
That's important.
And it's very important, of course. And the private sector, I think, generally speaking, knows how to develop the technologies and finance technology revolutions. The thing we don't pay enough attention to sometimes is the fact that we have this current asset base to deal with. And those assets have value. They have value to investors. They also have value to workers. They have value to communities. And that's really what the just transition concept is about. It's about really taking seriously the value that these assets have, whether you're talking about a coal plant or a container ship. And figuring out how to minimize the stranding of these assets, maybe accelerate the rate of this turnover and their replacement while minimizing the value destruction that goes along with it to, again, investors, workers, communities. And so that is a relatively new field for the financial sector to work out. And one thing that's kind of ironic that's gotten a little bit in the way is some of our clients, for example, asset owners that have leaned the most or fastest into climate and the energy transition have implemented policies to scrub the financed emissions out of their portfolios, right? So you look at your portfolio and you're trying to reduce the amount of carbon emitted by the companies or issuers in your portfolio. And that's great, but when you do that at a faster pace than the real economy is changing, you actually lose your own leverage to drive change in the economy because you don't own the companies that do the emitting.
And you go into less accountable hands, family offices, national oil companies, where there may be less accountability.
Right. So the financial sector is now learning that really supporting this transition in a responsible way means not just scrubbing it out of your portfolio and saying, I have a low carbon footprint, but engaging. And that's difficult, right? And it involves saying, well, gee, I might have to help figure out what an early retirement plan is for this coal-fired power plant in a way that's fair and just to different stakeholders.
That very reasonable, in my view, point is only sustainable if when you hold those dirtier assets, you actually are serious about insisting on that transition, right? If you simply hold them, then it's greenwashing. If you actually hold those asset owners to account, saying, what are you doing to improve efficiency, to upgrade kit, as it were, or ultimately to phase out and replace? And that seems to me hard for financial investors who have fiduciary responsibilities in the short term to do. Don't we really need public financing for that transition? That is, to encourage that faster transition, to, in effect, to pay for assets that might otherwise be stranded. It's really not going to happen at the pace that's needed unless we find innovative mechanisms and some degree of taxpayer support. John, I see you wanting to jump in on this.
I absolutely agree with you, Vijay. And if you look at the introduction of electric vehicles in European countries, it's done partly by mandate, so there will be no more new sales of gasoline and diesel engine cars by a certain date, but also subsidies to the purchaser so it's concessionary finance in effect, to the purchaser. The key is to get all that right. I remember because, in the early days I was involved in solar developments in the Kingdom of Spain, for example, where the answers were almost too good to be true. The subsidies were not tied to the reduction in the cost of the technology. And therefore, the gap got bigger and bigger until, of course, the public and the politicians said this is unacceptable, but it was contractual. So you have to be very careful on the wisdom of doing this. But I think there's, in the end, markets need to be boundaries need to be put around markets in order to make sure the markets work. And this is the point of finance.
Paul, you wanted to come in? Yeah.
I will say it depends, whether public finance is needed depends on the cost comparison between an incumbent technology and a new technology. In the US, new solar and wind plus 4-hour storage is getting so cheap that a number of US states have proved that you can actually engineer the retirement of a coal-fired power plant at a net saving to the ratepayer and the taxpayer. So as these technologies change in cost, and electric vehicles are obviously on a similar cost curve, there does come to be a time when it is cost effective, and the barrier to a speed of change becomes market structure, right? Like regulated utilities in the power sector versus liberalized power markets. So there is some good news, I think, if you look at the sectors that are farthest along in terms of the cost competitiveness of clean energy solutions.
Please jump in, and then I want to get to the questions from the audience. Yeah.
So this is where the devil in the details come in, right? So as the technologies scale, the other thing that you have to also make sure you do is think about the infrastructure and the grid connectivity and how do you actually optimize these site things, right? Because I think in many countries you are getting to the point where as more and more renewable energy penetrates, that optimization of the grid, I think, is becoming a bigger challenge now versus in developing markets where obviously you still need some of these technologies to be able to be deployed and be also economic, right? The economics isn't quite there in every country, particularly if you start combining storage. So hence why you gotta make sure you know what the actual bottlenecks are in terms of scaling.
Well, your point about the grid is one of my favorite topics, is thinking about fixing the grid. And in that case, it's not as much a problem of capital, if we look in developed markets particularly, but also markets like India, where people have similar concerns about land use and so on. It's the bananas problem, right? Build absolutely nothing anywhere near anybody. And so that's a question about the social contract. It's about the political economy, showing, dealing with winners and losers in a more thoughtful way, democratic participation. John, to your point about how the new US law, the IRA law, thought about communities, I think it's not just about putting a lump of money on the table. It may require permitting reform that has democratic buy-in. With that bit of a soapbox from my end, taking the chairman's prerogative, let me turn to the questions from the floor. We have a policy question. Any of you who wants to jump in, can you tell us about the EU's carbon border tax, goes the question. That is the CBAM, as it's called, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. Maybe, John, you can lead off on this. Is this going to happen for sure? We've heard the US may follow in some way. What do you think? How important is this?
Well, I think the trade flows in the EU are slightly larger than, rather larger than the United States, which has the great benefits of being very heavily self-contained for so many things, and will doubtless become more self-contained. So this question of importing someone else's carbon or exporting your carbon is a live question. Whether it can be done in the EU remains to be seen. I'd say now is not a good time to look at any of this, given the fact that affordability and security are the twin peaks of the most important agendas that everyone are handling right now. And I think anything that gets in the way of that probably gets in the way of any form of positive vote.
I'll say, I was in India recently researching a story for us, and speaking with the leading steel companies. India is planning a massive expansion in steel capacity. And I was told by the head of one steel company, almost all of it's going to be traditional blast furnace, that is very carbon-intensive approach. The only thing that would change our investment plans on that front is if there is a European CBAM, and we have to think about, and the US follows, then we have to think about how we export to those markets. We might have to think about alternative approaches. So I think it can have a knock-on effect in the world.
I agree with that. I just think today, it's not on the agenda, I'd say, but it is on the longer-term agenda.
Yes, there's a shock going on. There's a next question. We do have a question about another technology-related question in this case. To what extent do you see private capital financing negative emissions technologies such as direct air capture to meet the IPCC goals? Any of our investors want to jump in? Yeah, Kinga.
Take that question. I mean, we may be somewhat more unique because, again, we're in the asset owner seat, so we have the benefit of being able to take long-term investments and with a view that, eventually we will actually have the commercial returns. And so we do actually invest in deep tech around climate as well as other solutions. And recently we set up a platform called Gen Zero that is 100% dedicated towards carbon solutions. One of which is tech-driven negative carbon solutions, particularly focused on areas like carbon capture utilization and storage, sustainable aviation fuel and so forth, as well as nature-based solutions and enabling the carbon market ecosystem. And one of the ideas behind the reason for the carbon market system, which in addition to obviously it does set, I guess, a voluntary price on the carbon, is because done the right way, carbon credits can be a very powerful mechanisms of bringing down what is right now for many of these technologies a significant cost, right? It's a lot more expensive. You talked about $500 per carbon ton. Many of these technologies in the market where some of the technology companies are buying some of the carbon credits to enable these technology investments are paying that high level, if not even $1,000 I've seen in the market as well, right? So how do you actually reduce that, premium? I know you didn't want me to use that terminology, but green premium. The carbon markets can play a role in playing some of that, right? And being able to enable some of these technologies to scale faster. And so, there is, I think, some appetite, albeit still a relatively smaller component of the private capital universe to do that.
A quick follow-on, John?
For my taste, this is the number one thing we should keep investing in, breakthrough technologies. We can do it with a primitive, carbon capture and storage today. Will, I believe, in 30 years' time look somewhat primitive? I think there'll be plenty of other ways of doing it. It's very good that people are investing. We need to continue to find ways of incentivizing people to invest in these technologies. Negative carbon management.
So, in a way, you've anticipated my final question, but I'll give you a chance to give a different answer if you like. Multiple questions have come really asking for that really big thought. And that gets me back to my animating question at the beginning of our session. I'm going to put to you all, that is, if we were to come back in 2050, youthful as we all are, full of vigor, and at that point, very happy that we have cracked the code on net zero, what would have been the biggest challenge we overcame or the biggest part of the solution, in your view? I'll give you each a chance to give a brief answer. Paul, we'll start with you. I'll have a happy tie.
Yeah. When you will have a happy tie in 30 years' time. So, look, I'll give you kind of a conceptual answer, which is that we have to, in the next couple of years, make a big mental transition from thinking about climate change as a problem for governments to solve, which it was the first 25 years of this story, right, and natural. We look to governments to solve collective action problems. What is a bigger one than climate change? Governments, in turn, were fixated on negotiating an agreement among themselves to govern that. That's what 25 years of trial and error that led to the Paris Agreement. But 195 or 200 nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement do not add up to a plan to decarbonize a global economy. And so the big idea that we have to get to is to think and act the way the global economy is actually organized, which is across value chains, in sectors that have global supply chains, global markets, shared capital sources, shared technology pathways. And we're not there yet because when we do our big annual meeting on climate change, the COP, right, which I'm sure many people at the meeting have been to, it's still organized as a matter of nation states talking to each other and then side events. Well, the real economy is not a side event. So I think breaking through that conceptual barrier and organizing ourselves to think about systems change in the way the real economy is actually organized is what it will take.
Okay, so systemic thinking, but not at the UN. That's your big idea. John, on to you.
So I could give you a list of technologies. I've already given you one, but which I believe is absolutely vital. There are others which I think top 4. But actually, I think I'd like to turn it around. I'd like us to look at what has happened in the world and realize that business is the best vehicle for delivery, and that governments have actually thought about this much as we've thought about employment and the fair treatment of people. We think of all the policies on climate as the fair treatment of humanity, because we look after the climate and we look after the environment. And so it seems to me that's the test, is it good for humanity? And if I could sit back in 30 years' time and say, yep, that's an A for that one, I'd be very happy.
Well, it's a very inspirational thought, John. It would require dramatic change in mindset, is what you're asking for. Yeah.
It requires a great, another boiling up of will, you know? And because in the end, there's, whether it's business or government, you can do nothing unless you sound people out and then find the will to get it done. And sometimes we have bad moments in that area. I like to think that on balance, we have good moments.
Okay, so in a sense, a call for us to come together and think of a greater whole. Your last word goes to you.
So I'm going to throw in the idea of measurement and greater transparency. But if we could figure out how to make sure we know how to measure for the carbon, where it's coming from, as well as the benefits, right, and make that radically transparent, whether it's at the company level, whether it's at the investor level, whether it's at the consumer level, or whether it's the country level, right, and make sure that we can make really well-informed choices and empower all of us, right, to be able to go for that low carbon, better product, a better solution or service. I think we could be able to achieve some of these things that we talked about. So I hope we get there.
All right, so yeah. What matters gets measured, what's measured gets managed, what's managed gets monetized, and we solve the problems. You've heard 3 ideas from our gurus. I want to thank them for giving us their provocations. Paul Bodnar, Lord Brown, Kyung-Ah Park. Please give them a nice round of applause. We're lucky to have them with us. And now, I invite you to join us for lunch, just through the double doors. You'll be led to where the lunch is. We'll reconvene at 1:35 with a conversation on energy in wartime. Thank you.
If you wouldn't mind concluding your conversations and taking your seats, we would appreciate it. Good afternoon. Hope everybody had a very good lunch and enjoyed this morning's portion of the program. My name is Jonathan Elkind. I'm a senior research scholar here at the Center on Global Energy Policy. And our conversation now turns to Europe itself specifically. Elected leaders spend countless hours determining the ways in which they want to change the world, improve the world. Industry executives spend countless hours as well designing business strategies to deliver to markets the products and services that they do well. And then life intrudes. This is what has happened in the past 230 days since Russia invaded Ukraine for, let's remember, the second time in a single decade. Out of necessity, once life intrudes, then one is in the position of extemporizing, adjusting to the circumstances that one did not wish to be in. And that is the backdrop for the conversation that we will now have, focusing on what is called energy in wartime. We will look now at Europe's particular position in regard to energy and climate. And in that background, it probably makes sense to offer just a half a second of context. In recent months, ideas that were unthinkable in the energy and climate space across Europe have suddenly been deemed worthy of consideration. European leaders and companies are scouring the globe, as we heard this morning from Andrew Kamau, for alternative sources of natural gas supply and increasingly crude oil supply. Natural gas storages in much of Europe are higher than at any time in recent decades, but huge questions remain about the sufficiency of those supplies to get through winter, because that's not what the stores were designed for. Coal-fired power plants that were meant to be retired are being kept alive or taken out of mothballs. In some cases, not all, nuclear plants have had lives extended. Pricing mechanisms are being scrutinized, and price caps, something that one certainly would not have thought was a likely tool in Europe from the United States, are being looked at as well. And this is to say nothing about the human impacts that are at risk as winter approaches in Europe. So for this part of the discussion, we are extraordinarily fortunate to have an excellent panel of speakers. To my immediate left is Ian Kahn, former group CEO of Centrica, senior advisor to Blackstone, and senior independent director of BT, British Telecom, as previously known, I guess is the right way to say that. To his left, Anne-Sophie Corbeau, global research scholar with the Center on Global Energy Policy, based in Paris. To her left, Tatiana Mitrova, research fellow, also with the Center on Global Energy Policy, from Russia, based in Cyprus. And to her left, Eirik Varenes. Did that work? Okay, there we are. Senior Vice President and Chief Economist for Equinor. So please, as a reminder, after some initial discussion among the panel, we're going to be opening up the floor for questions. Those of you who are in the audience here can submit questions using the QR codes that are on your tables. Those who are watching on Zoom can submit questions using the link in the chat box. So look, let's start off, if you would, please. I'd be interested to hear from each of you a few minutes of thoughts about where Europe is at present and the state of the policy debates that are facing them. Obviously, as a British national, you see the British part of the European context, but also I know that you are very engaged broadly in discussions with decision makers across Europe. So Ian, let's start with you and your thoughts, please.
Well, thank you, John, and I'm very pleased to be here with you all today. Before I go on to what's going on in the UK, which, by the way, is probably the most common question that I'm asked at the moment. Let me start with the more broad European situation. Firstly, and obviously, Europe is experiencing a massive wake-up call as the balance between lower carbon and energy security comes into sharp focus. Wholesale natural gas prices in Europe for this coming winter, I was looking at it last night, I think they're about $50 an MMBTU, whereas Henry Hub here, we've got $6.70 for the coming winter. Europe is battling to do without Russian gas, and although this has caused temporary setbacks in the climate progress, such as using more coal-fired power, my own belief is that this is going to accelerate the change in the European energy mix as we step forward. And that will be in obvious areas, including renewable generation, grid strengthening, storage, etc. Ironically, on both sides of the Atlantic, we have stimuli to accelerate the transition, just of rather different characters. Now, if I can then go on to Europe and Russian gas, the big question, and Anne So is much more expert on this than me, but can Europe do without Russian gas this winter and the winter afterwards? And I actually believe it can. And indeed, it's probably going to have to anyway. So the question is how? And wholesale natural gas prices at $50 an MMBTU are half what they were in August. Just bear that in mind. And yet, prices are still 7 to 9 times what they were historically. How can Europe cope? Well, Europe supplies 155 BCM Russia does to Europe. That's about 30% of consumption. If you think about it as 3 lots of 50, this winter, I think the first 50 has been addressed by generation switching, more pipeline gas, and Joe Biden's generosity of another 15 BCM. I think that's largely covered. If you then say, what about the second 50? That's going to have to come from attracting LNG away from Asia, essentially. I would assess that that's well on the way to being covered. Some people would say it's only half covered. And then the third 50, in my little mental model, has to come from efficiency. And I would say about half of that's been covered through reaction to price, but there's still going to have to be some, probably, rationing this winter unless we're lucky. If you look at winter 23-24, we need to find the space also, in addition, for the 70 BCM that's needed to replenish storage. So I think 23-24 is going to be quite a bit harder, but I'm still of the view that more of the same, with the experience of this winter, will mean that Europe will be able to cope. Now, why is this important? If Europe can demonstrate it can cope without Russian gas, there is no logic for natural gas prices being at $50 an MMBTU. And at that point, we will see the market settle back down. It may take well into next year to do so, and it may still not get back to historic levels. Lastly, John, to your question about what's happening in the UK, only 5% or less of molecules in the UK come from Russia, but UK natural gas prices, of course, are in line with continental Europe. The UK is inextricably linked to continental Europe in many ways. And the UK does have a lot more security than it did 20 to 30 years ago through pipelines, interconnectors, LNG, regas facilities. But the UK is effectively part of the same market. So very briefly, faced with the same astronomically high prices for consumers, the UK is doing 3 things. The UK government has first of all introduced another cap on wholesale prices experienced by customers, but they're still 2 times what they used to be, and that will therefore still be painful for a lot of individuals and businesses. Secondly, the UK is exploring capping returns for renewable and nuclear generators because they're getting a windfall. And the third thing, which is slightly worrying to me, and others will talk about it, is they're talking about reforming the way the wholesale electricity market's going to work. Why don't we just have a 2-tier market where you have low-cost electricity coming from renewables and nuclear, and then marginal cost coming from natural gas. How you go about orchestrating a market like that is very, very difficult. And my main message back to the UK government would be changing the way markets work in a rush normally doesn't end well. But all three such interventions are also being looked at across Europe in all of the jurisdictions. John.
Ian, thank you very much for that, that overview. Anso, we turn to you. How do you feel about the current condition of European markets? Do you like the arithmetic from Ian of the 50-50 and 50? Tell us your thoughts, please.
I think you need to understand two things. First of all, I mean, how extraordinarily high the gas prices are. I mean, for people who have no idea what a dollars per MMBTU means, $50 per MMBTU, this is almost $300 per barrel, okay? Have you ever seen $300 per barrel? Well, this is what we are experiencing on a daily basis. Second problem, it's not only about gas. We have a gas crisis and we have a power crisis. And I think this is very important to understand. Now, just to look at, European market, I'm going to focus on the EU. Sorry about the UK. The EU, no, it's not because they left us, but really. The EU is about 400 billion cubic meters market in terms of demand. We used to have about 140 billion cubic meters coming from Russia by pipeline. Now, if I am looking at the deliveries today, on a daily basis, we are receiving about 25 BCM. If I estimate what we are going to get in total in 2022, this is probably going to be around 60 BCM. So in terms of pipeline gas, we are going to lose about 80 BCM, roughly, assuming that the deliveries continue. Now, if I take into account the increase in LNG deliveries, the increase in Norwegian gas, thank you very much to Equinor, the increase in terms of Azeri gas, the decline in production, the decline in North African gas, probably in 2022, we are going to have a plus 50. And we needed also to refill our storage. So that means that demand has to cope, and indeed, more efficiency or more conservation. About 40 billion cubic meters, so declined by 10%. We can manage that during next winter if the winter is not too cold, if we continue to attract LNG. Please understand, this is a global market. Europe was never meant to be the premium market. It was the balancing market. The interesting market has always been in Asia. This is absolutely important. What we Europeans are doing right now is that not only are we attracting all the incremental LNG coming this year essentially from the US, but we are also diverting LNG away from Asia. We have been very lucky, by the way, that there has not been a cold winter in Asia, unlike early 2021. We have been also very lucky that in China, the zero COVID policy meant a decrease in demand. If that had not happened, the market would have been much tighter. But we are also diverting LNG away from countries which are really struggling. Think about Pakistan, Bangladesh. I mean, all these countries are seeing that their LNG imports are much lower because at 50, I mean, seriously, this is totally unaffordable, right? And this is a big problem. When you are in the LNG business and you're thinking long term, this is a real concern because for all the people who are thinking, hey, this is great, Europe needs more LNG. No, you are completely wrong. You need to look at Asia in the long term. But to come back to our concerns about Europe. So yes, we might be okay for this winter, but the concern is going to be about the following next 2 winters. Why is that? Because again, when you are looking at the main source of incremental supply, this is going to be from LNG. And yes, we are solving one of our problems in Europe, which is to build additional LNG import infrastructure. We are doing that very rapidly. We have actually also taken away a lot of the floating storage and regasification units, which were originally supposed to go to Asian countries. But we know in advance how much LNG supply is going to come to the market. because these facilities, and I'm sure in the US, you are very well placed to know that, they need 3 at the best, but usually 5 years to be deployed. So we know that the cavalry is going to arrive in 2025 with Qatar, with some US facilities, and maybe later with Canada, maybe with Mozambique, but really the increase in LNG supply, this is 2025. So we need to survive during that time. And that means that the adjustment in terms of demand in Europe might be much bigger than we think. Which leads me to our problem on the power market. Do you know what's happening in the power market? Do you think that gas power generation is declining? No, it's not. It's increasing by 8%. Do you know why? Because we are seeing a dramatic decline in 2 sources of generation. Nuclear, minus 16%, because of France, but also because some countries have decided to decommission their nuclear power plants. And they are going to do that again. Belgium decommissioned a nuclear power plant a week ago, and our dear friends in Germany are going to decommission another 3 next year. Does it make sense? Well, apparently, according to a certain minister, it does, because, hey, nuclear is bad, right? So much better to increase coal-fired generation. Really. But don't worry, because, solar and wind are going to come to the rescue. Well, no, they are not enough. They are definitely not enough to compensate for the loss in nuclear and the minus 25% in hydro generation. Minus 25%. If you have not seen the pictures of before and after for all the rivers in Europe, well, you should have a look at that. Look Po River in Italy, you will see. You see basically rocks. It's dramatic. And this is already an effect of the climate change that we are seeing. So all the solar and wind that we are deploying, this is only a teeny bit of the replacement of nuclear and hydro. So we have real issues in Europe. Gas issues and power issues.
Real issues in Europe. I take that as the pivot point to you, Tatiana. In my experience, there are a few people, if anybody, who know the Russian energy scene, the industry, the policymaking environment, et cetera, as well as you do. How do you anticipate Russia's interactions with what used to be the most important energy export market for Russia? And in turn, how do you think that those actions by the Russian state impact on the energy industry in Russia?
Well, John, we are now discussing something that seemed absolutely impossible just a couple of years ago. Russia voluntarily cutting off supplies, gas supplies to Europe. That's crazy. But it happens. And the fact is that Russia, and I'm now citing Russian officials, Russia is in hybrid war with the collective West. I keep repeating it again and again because I have an impression that in the West, people actually do not understand that they are at war with Russia, even a hybrid war. The goal of this war is to create maximum damage for the West. And in favor of this goal, actually the gas industry was sacrificed. So all these supplies which were being developed for decades and all this trust and bilateral relationship with the customers, long-term contracts and so on, they are gone with the wind. And I think it will be impossible to restore this trust under any regime already. And Russian gas production is down by 40% in August. 40% reduction in gas production. That sounds absolutely unbelievable because all the underground storages are full. There is no outlet to Europe left, and all the pipeline capacities to China, they are actually not connected to Western Siberia where European supplies are coming from. So it is only part of those economic sacrifice that Russian leadership is making right now. With the massive mobilization, actually the whole economy gets distracted. It really looks like a complete unbelievable mess, but that's the reality. In favor of this idea, like great Russia, Russian Empire restoration, everything is being destroyed. And it's very important also to understand that we are not talking just about regional conflict. Once again, Russia regards it as a global confrontation. And right now it is spending a lot of efforts on building international alliances, anti-Western alliances. And you can see some aspects of these alliances already playing out. You've just seen recently OPEC Plus decision, which is definitely in favor of Russia. There are also these arrangements, different bilateral settlements, like with Brazil, with India, with Southeast Asia, with Africa, with the Middle East, obviously, with Pakistan, with Bangladesh. So Russian energy minister is basically traveling everywhere now. Discussing de-dollarization, switching to the international trade in national currencies, making energy part of different complex deals, including grain, including weapons, including basically everything. And this is another very important dimension for the global destabilization. Yeah? It's not only about Europe, but okay, going back to the European story. Europe has imposed coal embargo, which came into force in August, so no more Russian coal, and it was 40%, if I'm not mistaken. There is oil embargo forthcoming, starting from December 5th. And again, Russia is redirecting these oil flows to Asia, to the rest of the world. But for Europe to replace these supplies in the middle of the winter, especially speaking about petroleum products, that will be a challenge. In addition to all these nuclear and hydro problems that Anne-Sophie has mentioned. So it's an energy crisis, not just a gas crisis. For Russian industry, surprisingly, John, I would say, the impact of the sanctions and all these restrictions on exports and technological restrictions are not yet as catastrophic as one could expect. So I've mentioned gas production is going down. Oil production, surprisingly, is basically at the same level as a year ago. Oil exports are nearly at the same level as a year ago. You wouldn't believe, but this redirecting of the flows, rebuilding supply chains and logistics, it is working so far. We will see what will happen in December and how the price cap will work. But so far, there is a huge resilience. And with coal, there is also this redirection of the flows. Of course, sanctions never work quickly. They are slowly tightening the room for maneuver. And we see already Russian oil and gas revenues going down. Now they are at the level of September 2021. So these super profits of April, they are gone, but this is still plenty of money. And there are 2 years of National Welfare Fund where all the previous oil and gas revenues are accumulated, which allow Russia to still keep funding the military machine. So therefore, I mean, don't make these over expectations that Russian economy will collapse quickly. And I will end up with the phrase which I love a lot. It is attributed sometimes to Talleyrand, sometimes to Churchill. Russia is never as strong as it seems, but it is never as weak as it seems. And I think it's the best way to look at this problem.
Chastening, sobering observations, neither as strong as it seems nor as weak as it seems, especially if you put that thought against your earlier observation that Russia quite clearly to its own sensibilities, is engaged in a hybrid war with the West, even if that is not well understood by publics and decision makers in the West. Well, Eirik, I'd turn to you now. Obviously, you have a global perspective from your role at Equinor. I hope you'll give us some thoughts both on how you see Europe from a Norwegian perspective, how you see the impacts of what is unfolding in Europe on the global markets, please.
Yeah, thank you. And Norway is such a small country that we need to have a global perspective as well. So, but thanks for inviting me and thanks for allowing me to be here. I think what we're seeing at the global level, but in particular in Europe, is first of all a massive wake-up call in two dimensions. One or in two topics. One is a very clear illustration that, and I want to add to something that the Secretary Moniz said this morning. A sustainable development requires a balancing of three dimensions in the energy trilemma. It's security of supply or reliability, if you like. It's affordability, and it's decarbonization. And that's a massive wake-up call for many politicians, in particular in Brussels, and I should also say in Oslo. The second wake-up call is the global situation, perspective of energy. We see clear signals way before the Russians started to reduce the gas supplies to Europe, an energy transition that is being done in the wrong sequence. And by that I mean, and therefore what we're looking at is a supply crisis here. We do not invest enough in renewables, in the infrastructure needed for the transition or the low carbon solutions. We should invest 3.5 times more than what we do now, according to IEA. And as a consequence of that, fossil fuel demand continues to grow because there's nothing we can replace that demand with. And we invest too little in oil and gas to keep pace with demand. According to IEA, we invest roughly what we should do if we were on our way to their net zero emission scenario, which has as one of its key assumptions that oil demand in 2030 is 40% lower than what it is today. So this is an energy crisis in the making. And since it is, we're in a situation where energy can be weaponized in a situation where you then have geopolitical conflicts or regional conflicts, or you have Russia in a hybrid war with the West. So we've made it possible to weaponize energy. And then in Europe, where the situation is terrible and it's frightening, and for us that live 2,000 kilometers from Kiev, of course having an aggressive invading superpower going to war with a neighbor is shocking. And then you can add on the human costs both in Ukraine and in Russia. So it's terrible. On the energy side, Europe has then become a victim of the weaponization of energy, partly because of its reduction in its indigenous supply. And the most flexible supply, the Groningen field in the Netherlands, which nobody talks about, has the potential to increase production substantially and relatively quickly, but because of the earthquakes, that won't happen, at least not anytime soon. And Europe then became extremely dependent on the availability of Russian gas. Combine that with weather-dependent renewables, problems with nuclear, you get an unsustainable situation, and prices were skyrocketing and volumes are being too low. And we think we can manage without Russian gas. We will in Europe 2-3 years down the road. If we do this winter, it's because of a cost of living crisis that make people poor, and therefore they turn off the lights or they don't heat their homes, or they have to choose between eating and heating. We will see uncontrolled deindustrialization of parts of the industrial hubs in Europe. Fertilizer factories are shutting down, steel factories are shutting down, aluminum factories are shutting down, pointing towards recession. So we can get without the gas, but it's an uncontrolled energy efficiency change. Yet. That might improve. So that's where we are in Europe. And then up to Norway. What we have done, I mean, we are the largest gas supplier to Europe now, since Russia has left that place on the podium to us. What we've been able to do, fortunately, is that we've turned every valve, opened up whatever we can. We have shifted away from some oil production to increase the gas supplies because we have combined fields That means that we forego future oil production because the pressure falls, but we take out more gas. So we've been able to increase the production from Norway by 10% from 2021 to 2022, roughly. That level of production can probably be maintained for quite a while, but we cannot repeat the growth again. We can't do 10% more next year. Then also a little bit on what we are in the middle of talking about. I mean, the security situation in Europe is really worrisome. That affects us as well. The incident on Nord Stream 1 and 2, which, by the way, is very close to where the new Baltic pipe from Norway, Denmark to Poland is crossing Nord Stream 1 and 2, so it was not a coincidental location. So the focus on cybersecurity. Norway is a tiny country with a massively long coastline, and we have 9,000 kilometers of pipelines going to the UK, to France, to Belgium, to the Netherlands, and to Germany, and now to Poland. It's difficult to look over all those 9,000 kilometers of pipeline with a few Coast Guard vessels. And we have many installations, offshore and onshore, that we have to look after. So that's a situation, and it's difficult. And finally, at least in our case, of course, it's a dilemma for, and this was described, by the way, in an article in Washington Post recently. It's a dilemma for us in Norway, playing this role of the largest supplier of energy to Europe, and at the same time, these massive windfall returns that we get. I mean, the prices are unsustainable and they're crazy, and they're at levels that we've never seen. And in that equation, also on the foreign policy side of this, it's important to note that while every other government in Europe are now talking about windfall taxes on energy producers that make a lot of money, that windfall tax is already in place in Norway. So there's a state ownership of parts of the oil and gas sales. Roughly 30% of the volumes are owned directly by the state. And for the rest of it, they tax us at 78% with a marginal tax. So the profit tax is 78%, which ensures that the Norwegian state is the financial winner here. And it builds then our petroleum wealth fund, but is of course then in a very difficult communication setting in Berlin, Brussels, Paris, in terms of how do you play both these roles? So that's where we are.
Interesting. Thank you for those observations. The idea that one hears frequently in conversations about the European energy markets and with decision makers from those markets is solidarity. And maybe my tin ear from an American doesn't get it, but this has always struck me as being a particularly, to me anyway, elusive idea. What does solidarity actually consist of when one is in the midst of a crisis? But let me pivot from solidarity to some of the policy ideas that are being talked about. Price caps, the Iberian model, which keeps being brought up time and again, other interventions, windfall profits, et cetera. Are these a bad habit? Maybe I might turn to you, Anne-Sophie, to start us. If the impact of this winter will be, as several of you have said, lots of deindustrialization, is this the right kind of strong medicine that policymakers could be employing?
So what European policymakers are really trying to do right now is to reduce the impact of rocket high prices, gas prices and electricity prices. So on the electricity side, what they're trying to do right now, what has been announced by Mrs. van der Leyen, is for all the inframarginal power producers, so hydro, wind, solar, nuclear, there is going to be a cap of about 180 euro per megawatt hour, which, by the way, is pretty high. But we have seen electricity prices reaching easily 1,000. So, considering this level. So
you get a maximum of 180. Everything which is above is going to be put in a fund, which is then going to be redistributed to the consumers, supporting the consumers. That's one idea. The Iberian thing that you mentioned, that is interesting. So what Spain and Portugal did is that they basically capped the price of electricity generated by gas. What that did is that it moved gas power plants down in the merit order. Guess what happened? Gas demand in the for power generation sector doubled. So exactly the opposite effect. On the gas side, there are many things which are being suggested. The first thing was, let's cap the price of Russian pipeline gas or Russian LNG. Well, guess what is going to happen? I mean, Mr. Putin is just going to cut the remaining pipelines. Second thing, well, let's maybe talk to our trusted partners, and I'm quoting Mrs. van der Leyen letters from the 5th of October, including Norway, about capping the price of Norwegian pipeline gas. Maybe you can comment on that. Third solution, let's cap the price of LNG. That is a tricky one, because this is a global market. We are in competition for the spot supplies of LNG. If the price in Europe is not high enough, then there is a risk that this LNG is going to go somewhere else. Final proposal, there is a big hub in Europe which is called, or spot reference, which is called the TTF. Think of it as the equivalent of Henry Hub in the US. That price is, or as according to the European Commission, not adapted to the current realities. Meaning that between the price at which LNG is imported in Europe and TTF, there is a disconnect. TTF is much higher because of bottleneck in terms of infrastructure. So the idea of the European Commission is, let's just have another index. But you don't invent an index overnight, or you don't put it in place overnight. TTF has taken a decade to be liquid and transparent. So basically, in all the measures done by the European Commission, there are possible unintended consequences, and this is exactly what they are afraid of.
Just on this price cap thing, I mean, I'm well known for having been against price caps in well-functioning competitive markets, but I just want to make one point, and it's really the title of this session. We're in wartime, and therefore I do think some of these interventions, which I totally agree with, are going to have massive unintended consequences, are unfortunately necessary. The one in the UK is going to have terrible consequences, but it would have been even worse if the gas prices and electricity prices had been allowed to rise to $7,000 for a 1,000 square foot home. Just think about that. So they had to intervene. I think the big question in this wartime is it working for Europe? Well, I think Europe's going to muddle through, but it's going to be a huge cost, huge cost. Is it working for Mr. Putin? Unfortunately, it is at the moment, economically. But I think if prices start to come down, then Russia is going to really hurt on the energy side, which is 50% of the value of exports, and the sanctions are starting to impact other goods and services. But it is going to, as Tatiana said, take a long time. So we're in quite a protracted, difficult situation.
I'm going to come to you in a second, Ira, but because, Tatiana, this idea of the sanctions was just raised, I want to ask you to weigh in. Lots of literature about the fact that sanctions in many cases can lead to domestic production, can drive domestic development, substitution. Is that what one is seeing? I mean, I know that you have previously served on a corporate board of Novatek, one of the big so-called independent Russian companies. Is that what you believe is happening?
Yes, I resigned from tax board, and but I would say that starting from 2014, after the annexation of Crimea, it was already clear for the Russian oil and gas companies that technological sanctions will be there for ages. Once implemented, they will not be removed. And therefore, there was massive funding, there were all these governmental decrees on import replacement. And I would say, well, half of this money disappeared. Yeah, but some of them have resulted in really visible achievements. So, for example, with the refineries, Gazprom Neft managed to dramatically reduce dependence on the foreign catalyzers. With LNG, actually, Novatek managed finally to start using Arctic Cascade, its own small-scale liquefaction equipment, and now it is working on scaling it up to 2.5 million tons units. So there is something happening, and I would say that Russian oil and gas industry, it has got very good human power, which was very well trained, good engineering school, and under this pressure, it is already showing like miracles of adaptivity. So again, even with the withdrawal of the Western companies, both from the upstream and Western service companies, we see that there is inflow from China, from Southeast Asia, equipment, service companies. There are all these gray routes, and I mean, Iranization, it is really taking place, sometimes directly, because Russia is now getting gas turbines from Iran. So again, it's quite resilient, and it will not collapse in the next couple of years. We have to be prepared for that. And moreover, one point that I want to make, we were discussing it this whole summer. When I'm talking about hybrid war, it's not only about propaganda, it's not only about cyber attacks, but it's also about all critical infrastructure. So when the markets are as tight as they are today, even small disruption can result in very high prices. And when Russia's export volumes are restricted, high prices are the only solution to refuel the budget. So therefore, the probability of different attacks all over the world, it is definitely rising.
If I could come to you now, just this may be our last gasp because of shortage of time. Interested in your reactions to anything that you have heard, but also I note that Equinor has, as a company, worked very hard to think not only about the market's requirements today, but also how does it reposition itself as a lower and lower carbon company. Does this end up with this dynamic in Europe that we've been talking about? In your view, does it result in an entrenchment of traditional conventional fuels, or does it end up speeding that transition? So please.
Yeah, no, just a couple of comments on this market caps, price caps first, because I mean the main problem with it is that it doesn't solve the problem, the underlying problem, right? I mean, and it's extremely complex. What we see now is a clear illustration of a lot of market failures in terms of lack of infrastructure. The internal European market for energy doesn't work. There's a lot of regasification terminals, for instance, in Spain, but you can't transport that gas to Germany, who doesn't have any, right? So there's a very visible signals of the market not working properly. Some of the ideas, some of the things that have to happen are things that, like a windfall tax on energy companies that make too much money, and then use those government money to compensate some of the consumers, and especially the poor ones. And then it will be a test of the distributional policy of some of the European countries. Are they able to compensate those that need it? Or are they able to compensate the large homeowners who have a lot of money and can just turn off the light in 3 or 4 rooms, right? So those are some of there's also discussing of a common platform for purchase of gas. That might have more merit than a lot of the other suggestions. And then I should also remind everybody that it's not illegal to enter into long-term contracts with fixed prices. And there are some players out there that might be willing to discuss that with a government or with another company. So the market can find some of these solutions, and remember that we only had long-term contracts for gas in Europe until 2004-05.
Well,
and then on the energy transition, definitely the energy transition will speed up in Europe to the extent we're able to solve or contribute to solving the security supply, the affordability issue, and the decarbonization issue at the same time. What I worry and what I think about is that some of the solutions to this are long-term. There's no market for green or blue hydrogen at the moment as an energy carrier. There's a hydrogen market, but not a market for energy carrier. It requires massive investments. Last time I checked, we didn't have any spare renewable electrons to use to produce hydrogen, because we should use all the electrons to produce power so that we don't have to increase the coal power. So, and in Norway, for instance, are we going to electrify our oil and gas platforms in the current situation using 10-15% of the Norwegian electricity production to electrify, to reduce the emissions on that on those, or should we just export that electricity instead? So you get these, what do we do now? And right now, it's more about getting the energy to Europe, take the gas, and then look at the future opportunities. And of course, we won't change. We will still be a net zero company by 2050. But right now, we have to do a lot to provide energy to our customers. And I think that's going to color the debate, and also the much more pragmatic solutions that I think we will see short and long term in different countries.
Well, I very much regret that we don't have more time to dig into that question of the trade-offs, the interplay between the short term and the longer term. And also, I'd take an hour to draw you out on the joint purchasing platform, which is the most interesting comment. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking Ian Kahn, Anne-Sophie Corbeau, Tatiana Mitrova, and Eirik Wærnes. I now have the pleasure of introducing our center's executive director, Robert Johnston, known to many of you as RJ, who will be moderating a conversation on the world's first global energy crisis. Thank you very much.
Testing. Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to go immediately into our next panel. Thanks so much for staying with us for the afternoon. It's been a great day so far, and we're really excited for this next panel. So we'll give folks a moment to get settled here and jump right in to the next panel. My name is Robert Johnston. I am the executive director here at Columbia's Center on Global Energy Policy. And it's my great honor this afternoon to moderate this next session, which is entitled Dealing with the World's First Global Energy Crisis. And we'll talk about what that means and why it's different from previous energy crises. We've heard a lot today, in fact, just in the last panel, about the crisis from various perspectives, particularly in the last panel from the European perspective. But I want to now widen the aperture and look at what makes this a global energy and climate crisis, simultaneously dealing with challenges of energy insecurity and, of course, challenges of climate change at the same time. We know that with respect to the global energy crisis, it did not begin with the Russia-Ukraine war, but in fact was well underway before that happened. And that was thanks to a range of factors, from COVID-19 related disruptions to structural underinvestment in supply, and of course, to geopolitical tensions in other parts of the world, Saudi Arabia and the US, for example, we'll talk about, Iran, Venezuela, Taiwan, and many other hotspots. In fact, I'm not even sure that phrase hotspots makes sense anymore because the whole world seems to be at times to be on fire. Now, of course, as we've discussed today, this period of energy insecurity is coinciding with a parallel climate crisis that's also manifesting itself from drought in the US West to floods in Pakistan and many other spots around the world, which adds another layer of challenge for policymakers, investors, and all of us to understand. And that's to say nothing of the global food security challenge as well. So we're going to go through a discussion with our distinguished panel today, and then there'll be an opportunity for all of you to submit questions using the QR codes at your table. I think you know that drill by now. And for the Zoom audience, of course, you can submit questions using your link in the chat box as well. So it's a great panel. It's my honor to be the moderator. I'll introduce you from the far side. Jason Bordoff, of course, needs no introduction, our founding director here at CGIP. Then, of course, we have next to him Chris James, who's the founder and executive chairman for Engine No. 1. Then my other CGIP colleague here at Columbia, Erica Downs, who's a senior research scholar at our center. And then, of course, Halima Croft, who's here as managing director and head of global commodity strategy and media research at RBC Capital Markets. So we're going to jump right into the questions here and have a great discussion for a half hour or so before turning to all of you. So I want to start with Jason, and because as Jason and I have discussed, he in his writings has talked a lot about this being, we've had energy crises in the past, but this is the first one that's really global. So I wanted to ask you, what makes this a particularly global energy crisis, and how is it different from the energy shocks of the past?
Yeah, thanks, RJ, and thanks to all of you for being here today. I think we're getting to the point in the day where everything's been said, just not by everyone. So some of what I have to say is sort of just synthesizing what we've heard before in pretty extraordinary panels. And I will just say, as I guess the person who had the idea for the Center on Global Energy Policy, sitting there and listening to Anne-Sophie Corbeau and Tatiana Mitrova and what we're going to hear from Erica, just honestly enormous sense of pride that a group of scholars and leading experts like this are part of this institution at the Center on Global Energy Policy. There's a bunch of things that I think are unique about this crisis. And one is that in many ways, Fatih Birol has talked about this too, the head of the IEA, we're seeing, the energy crises of the past, like the 1970s. People think of the Arab oil embargo. That was mostly about global oil markets, and that was one part of the world that tried to impose an embargo on a particular other part of the world. This is a global energy crisis. It is significantly exacerbated by Russia's illegitimate and outrageous invasion of Ukraine. But as we heard from Anne-Sophie, it's not only about that. There's a set, and Eric Varnes too, there's a set of underlying factors that have worsened the electricity crisis, some related to climate change and how that's impacted hydropower and coal barges and nuclear cooling, and some related to how we are mismanaging this transition, which has barely started yet. Oil, gas, unfortunately coal use are all going up, emissions are going up other than recession or pandemic. But because of that and the mismatches between investment in supply, not enough investment in clean energy relative to what we need, not enough investment in oil and gas relative to the current outlook for oil and gas demand, which is not what it should look like if we were on track for our climate goals, then you get tight markets. And if you were ever going to weaponize energy supply, this is a particularly opportune moment to try to do so. That is happening, and it's just having ripple effects all around the world. As Europe, as we heard Anne-Sophie say, this was not supposed to be the intended market. It was the market of last resort. As they pull in every LNG molecule they can, that's causing coal prices to go to record levels in other parts of the world. And then in emerging and developing economies, blackouts now throughout Pakistan and Bangladesh, parts of the world that can't afford LNG, can't afford coal. We're struggling to provide reliable electricity supply anyway, and now we're struggling to afford any type of energy. It's impacting beyond energy, right? Because natural gas prices are so high. We also heard Anne-Sophie say demand has to come down, somewhere around 10%. Where do you destroy demand? You destroy demand with high prices and parts of the industrial sector shutting down, and that's things like fertilizer production down 70% in the European Union. That's going to have devastating effects on food production and food costs around the world. And we know that when that happens, the parts of the world that are hurt the hardest are the lowest income parts of the world that were struggling in the first place. So we are seeing this energy, and we're relatively insulated here in the United States for all the talk about a price cap and the kind of displeasure in DC about what happened with OPEC. Gas prices, gasoline prices, natural gas prices. We're not having an energy crisis in the United States. Much of the rest of the world is experiencing one. It is the first, in that way, the first global energy crisis. It's also the first energy crisis of the energy transition, and I want to be really clear, that does not mean the energy transition caused it. We need a faster, not slower energy transition, but for some of the reasons we talked about earlier, if you don't manage this transition right, you have the potential for mismatches along the way and sort of bumpiness and volatility that's going to make it hard, not only economically and geopolitically, but harder to sustain support for the transition. It's something, again, Megan O'Sullivan and I wrote about last year, even before Russia invaded Ukraine, in a Foreign Affairs article, Green Upheaval. And I'll just finally say it's sort of the first energy crisis of American energy abundance. We went from 5 to 13 million barrels a day of production, and that gave a false sense of security or complacency that we were somehow now insulated from global energy shocks. And obviously this is a reminder that you're part of an integrated global commodity market. There are many benefits from that, but you're still part of a global market. And when there are problems anywhere in the world, you're going to see price effects here at the pump in the US too. The only way you're going to deal with that is over time to reduce your dependence on oil in the first place, because it's inevitably an interconnected and volatile global market that is exposed to geopolitical risk.
Yeah, absolutely. Interconnected and global market. And within that, the effects are being felt differently in different parts of the world. Halima, let's talk about the Middle East, because the effects there may be very different than they are in other parts of the world. You're, of course, a long time and very trusted OPEC observer. Kind of interested in your thoughts on big picture, how the GCC in particular dealing with this crisis, and then, of course, what's happened with OPEC this week has been a big story as well. So love to hear your thoughts on both, as I know everybody would.
It's been a very big story, and as Tatiana referenced, that Jason just referenced in terms of the OPEC decision. But if there are countries that are doing well, or the sort of, I hate to use the word winner in a situation like this, but if you look at which countries are set to register significant economic growth this year, it is the GCC oil producers. I mean, Saudi Arabia will be the fastest growing G20 economy this year, growing by about 8%. I think UAE is expected to grow by about 6%. Coming after what had been a very ruinous economic year for the oil producers in 2020, this recovery in oil prices, again, had begun before Russia invaded Ukraine. I was in Saudi Arabia a week before when oil prices were $90, and we had a forecast for 100 over the summer, even before there was the invasion of Ukraine. But for these countries, it allows them to rebuild their reserves, to fund their sovereign wealth funds fully, to think about, how do you fulfill your, big ambitious projects like Vision 2030. So from an economic standpoint, it is the GCC producers that are by far doing the best in this environment. But also for a number of other OPEC countries that had really sustained, economic, security, political problems. I think about in Iraq or in Algeria. This recovery in prices has been incredibly welcome. And so I think this actually was part of set the stage for what has happened in terms of OPEC Plus, because a lot of people would say, why did OPEC Plus decide to cut 2 million barrels, and it's not going to be a 2 million barrel a day cut because a number of OPEC countries simply cannot reach their quotas because of a variety of factors, but sustained underinvestment, security challenges, infrastructure challenges. So it'll net out, probably under 1 million barrels. But if you want to think about the context of why they cut production when prices look so high, I also want to think about where prices were headed. And prices were down 30% from the highs earlier this year. If you look at what was happening just in the month, the month leading into the OPEC decision, we were down about 12%. And I think there was growing anxiety of a number of OPEC producers that we were in the midst of a macro-driven sell-off because of recession fears, because of concerns about Powell over-tightening. And I think many believed that unless there was a dramatic intervention to change sentiment, to change the sentiment of macro hedge funds that were not the sort of physical specialists, but had bought oil on the way up when they were playing the inflation trade, and were now selling oil on the way down because of the idea that this was how you expressed a view on recession. I think there was a view amongst the OPEC producers that they wanted to put a circuit breaker in the market to essentially change the sentiment of the market. And a number of analysts who cover OPEC and who cover the oil markets, after the September meeting, when we had that minor cut of 100,000, started coming out and saying, we need a bigger cut to change sentiment. I won't name the banks, but a number of really leading market watchers were either calling for cuts, 1 million barrels, 500,000 barrels, or saying that they anticipated a cut. Like we anticipated, we wrote a note 1 week before the meeting saying we thought they were going to go big to sort of change market sentiment. But clearly, Washington was blindsided by this. Washington, there seems to have been a disconnect between what market observers were thinking could happen and what policymakers were thinking was going to happen. And I think that the size of the headline reduction shocked a lot of observers, in Washington and European capitals, but particularly in Washington. I think the optics of having an in-person meeting in Vienna when you had Alexander Novak, the Russian deputy prime minister, he had just been added to the US sanctions list. He was not on the European sanctions list, hence why he could actually show up in Austria. That also reignited anger about Russia continuing to play the co-managerial role of OPEC+, particularly in Washington. And so now we're really dealing with the fallout of this meeting. But I actually think the seeds of this, explosion of anger also goes back to the Biden visit to Saudi Arabia. You can't get around that because you had the visit to Saudi Arabia in July. The administration would say it was not about oil. They list a whole variety of factors why they went there. But I think it's an open question whether they would have gone there if oil was below $75 and we didn't have a war involving the commodity superstore and fears of further Russian supply disruptions. And so I think there had been an expectation that you would see more production. We had an August OPEC meeting where there was only 100,000 barrel a day increase. And a lot of, behind the scenes, back and forth was already starting to bubble to the surface. And I think one of the problems is that even if a Saudi and OPEC production increase was implied as a deliverable of that visit, it was never a public pledge. It reminds me, I said, of a Jane Austen novel where the heroine basically gets what she thinks is the offer, but it's never made explicit in public. And I think that also set in a chain of motion the ferocious response that we would see to what just happened. But there is a problem when we think about how Washington proceeds, as we talk about potentially having NOPEC legislation and cutting off arms sales to Saudi Arabia. It goes directly to what was talked about in the last panel. We have the 6th package of European sanctions set to launch on December 5. And when that embargo kicks in, there will be no more Russian seaborne oil imports going into Europe. There will be no more pipeline imports into Germany and Poland. And there will be a need to have the Russian barrels backfilled. And there are only a handful of producers that could possibly backfill what could be a Russian disruption, what's the looming Russian disruption. We've already seen additional supplies from Saudi and UAE and Iraq go into Europe, but to ask these countries to temporarily cede market share in their most important Asian markets, that is a significant ask that Europe is going to have to make. And again, if you don't get these barrels backfilled, if countries decide just to continue to fight it out for market share in Europe, you could be facing not only this looming, we already have a gas crisis, but one that could get worse. You could also be significantly short oil barrels in Europe come December 5. And we simply don't know what the market dislocation will be once you have the other sanctions kicking in on shipping and insurance that could potentially make it more complicated to move Russian barrels anywhere in the world. And Russia is saying they won't sell to countries that abide by the price cap. Now, if the price cap works, as Treasury plans, maybe you have Russian barrels moving and you don't have this dislocation, but we simply don't know. And so there will be an additional call on Middle Eastern barrels. And so I do think that is the reason why you don't have European leaders following the rhetoric from Washington about the crimes that were committed or the perceived crimes that were committed last week in Vienna.
Thank you, Halima. So we've heard from you and Jason about how Washington's reacting. We heard from you in the previous panel about how Europe's reacting. Of course, you talked about how the Saudis and OPEC are reacting to these crises. Chris, I'll turn to you next. From your perspective as an investor and someone who works with the boards of major oil companies, how is the oil industry supposed to react to all this uncertainty? Right? On the one hand, they're being told, we have a global carbon budget and we can't afford to invest in any more oil and gas. On the other hand, we have an energy shock and underinvestment is also an issue. In your work, how are you seeing the companies trying to strike that balance and react to the dynamics that Jason and Halima are describing?
Yeah, it's very challenging. I mean, we can't forget that just 18 months ago, the industry had destroyed hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars worth of shareholder value during this last decade. And it had a crippling impact on the balance sheets of most of these companies. And then, of course, we had COVID, where we had companies, Exxon, I think, lost $30 billion in Q4 of 2020. And the lack of capital discipline and destroying of capital had investors very concerned that these companies were not going to be around long term. And now there's a lot of focus on why they're not increasing production fast enough. So I think it's a very, very challenging position to be in. And they're being asked to increase production. Now, there are places, the Permian is the one place where that is completely compliant with, because of the decline curve of the wells, it makes a lot of sense to increase production as much as you can in the Permian, and which we have done. And the U.S. oil companies have done a very good job of doing that. And there have also been some real advancements in how they view their own emissions across the production. So the idea that the U.S. barrel is the cleanest barrel, I think, is something we should all strive for and something that's starting to happen. But we're running into infrastructure constraints right now. So our ability to increase the Permian production, past this year, we're going to be pretty close to tapped out. The lead time on other large projects is in some cases decades. You look at the largest production increase of any company right now is Exxon in Guyana, and that was discovered 20 years ago. We're just now ramping up production. So the ability to turn things on and off just is not there outside of the Permian, and so outside of the U.S. it doesn't exist. At the same time, of course, they're all being told that our goal is to displace all of your products over the next 30 years, and that's usually not a great incentive to invest. And so I think that we'll see companies really, especially, and there's a large difference between the way the U.S. companies view it and the way the European companies. The European companies are trying to become energy companies. We see the wind and solar generating assets that BP and Shell have, and Total, and then we have in the U.S. the companies sticking to their knitting and classic fossil fuels. So I think the Tyrian strategy, we think it's every company should have a strategy that plays to their own core competencies and their own assets. And in the case of the US companies and the European companies, I think that's generally what they're doing. But I don't think there is no easy solve to this issue, and each company needs to map out their own strategy. And I think we also have to start to take, as a society, take responsibility for the demand side of fossil fuels. And the demand side of fossil fuels has to decrease in order to get supply to decrease long term. And I think that's what, if you told an oil and gas company that oil demand would be down 20% by 2030, they would be actually quite logical and decrease their production. But no one knows, and no one knows what actually any of these companies are going to look like in 2035, nor what they should look like. So I don't think there's going to be a solve coming from private industry on this, because there's not enough visibility on what the future looks like.
Yeah, Chris, it's really interesting thoughts, and we'll move now from, we've talked Middle East and Washington, Houston, now to Beijing, and Erica, who's a longtime observer of Chinese energy policy and geopolitics. What is the view on these global energy crises from Beijing? Obviously, the strategic partnership with Russia is being strained by the war, but at the same time, there's great oil and gas opportunities potentially available, both the short-term discounted barrels and maybe longer-term upstream opportunities. How does Beijing weigh those risks, both specifically with Russia, and then what's their larger view on their own energy security in the context of these dual crises of high energy prices and climate change challenges?
Okay, so I'll start with the Russia issue. The war has created opportunities for Chinese refiners Chinese oil companies to increase their trade with and investment in Russia. And so far, the companies are seizing the trade opportunities and passing on the investment ones. And I'll elaborate on both of those points. So starting with the trade, Chinese refiners have been snapping up discounted barrels of Russian crude. And this has contributed to a growth in Chinese imports of Russian crude at a time when China's overall crude oil imports are in decline, and specifically through the first 8 months of this year, China's crude oil imports from Russia are up about 3%, whereas total crude oil imports are down about 5%. And this growth in Russian oil imports, or imports of Russian oil into China, has occurred at the expense of some of China's other traditional top suppliers, specifically Angola and Brazil. Angola barrels into China are down about 18% through the first 8 months of this year. Brazilian barrels are down 30%. So discounted Russian barrels are being given a priority. That being said, I think it's useful to remember that a long-standing hallmark of China's approach to oil and gas supply security has been diversity and not becoming too dependent on any one supplier. I don't know what the magic number is for too dependent, but that's something to keep in mind when thinking about how many more Russian barrels are going to flow into China. And then moving to the investment side of the story, there were a number of media reports that came out this spring discussing how Western oil companies that were departing Russia were talking to Chinese companies about trying to gauge their interest in buying some of their Russian assets. There was also reports that Chinese companies were considering investing in Russian energy and mining companies, and none of those deals have come to pass. And I suspect that has to do with caution on the part of China's oil companies and just a real reluctance to invest in a company that is waging a war of choice and is under sanctions and coming under more sanctions from the West.
That's very helpful, Erica. Thank you. Jason, I'm going to turn back to you to pick up on something Chris said about demand. He said, you and I have talked about this a lot, and I think he made a great point that the demand side is a big part of the solution here. I know you agree with that, but I'm curious if you can comment on that, and we'll have to do speed round, brief answers in this round, on could governments in the US and Europe and China be doing more on the demand side? Because everything seems to be about supply. What do you think should be happening on the demand side?
Yeah, absolutely. I wrote about this in Foreign Policy over the summer, and I'll actually have a follow-up question. It's hard to switch from being a podcast host to what Chris said, so I might ask him a follow-up question too. But we heard from Anne-Sophie about what the balances look like in Europe. There's not a way to really get through this without effort on the demand side, not just the supply side. It is important to remember this is not about making it through this winter. This is a multi-year energy crisis because of a variety of factors. And we need to think about what that is going to mean in Europe. What does it mean for the possibility of deindustrialization? If you are able to replace Russian gas, it's going to be with sources of supply that are quite a bit more expensive, most likely. If you think about long-term solutions like green hydrogen, they're longer term and they're more costly, at least for the time being. So we need to think about that. And I think we have to be, in terms of today's immediate crisis, there's a lot of low-hanging fruit. I wrote recently about sort of the classic 1976 Foreign Affairs article by Amory Lovins about the soft versus the hard path. And there's a host of things in efficiency and conservation. As Amory says, what we care about is cold beer, not where you get your energy from. And can you deliver those same services by using less energy inputs? And the answer is often that we can. We just need to do better at that with conservation and efficiency. And even things like adjusting your thermostat in the immediate crisis can have more impact than many other options when you think about what that would look like across Europe. In the longer term, the point Chris was making, I think, was also that, for all of the effort to say we want to make it harder to grow production, the efforts to limit supply of oil and gas as part of an effort to move to a decarbonized future, oil production in the US went from 5 to 13 million barrels a day, and then it collapsed from 13 to 10. And the reason is because people stopped using oil. And that was because of a pandemic. We don't want that to be the way we do that. But what we need to do is get people to invest less in producing oil and gas because demand goes down. Demand right now is going up, not down. And that means one of two things is going to happen. Either you see tighter markets and market crunches and price spikes, and that's bad economically, geopolitically, as well as, like I said, from Sri Lanka to iconic Paris Yellow Vest protests, whether you can maintain support for stronger climate action. It also means other parts of the world, perhaps less susceptible to some of those social pressures and the urgency of reducing investment, will step in to fill the gap. So if you look at what's happening at ADNOC, if you look at what's happening at Saudi Aramco, they're investing tens of billions of dollars to be able to increase how much oil they can produce 5 or 10 years from now. I think because they see a world where demand's going up, not down. And some parts of the world are going to pull back from investment like the European majors that Chris talked about. I am kind of curious, you mentioned Europe, what you see happening, if you could expand a little bit on what you see happening with the US companies. I mean, you achieved even greater fame for your effort to lead a group in taking 3 board seats from Exxon. And are you kind of seeing what you hoped you would see from that company, but more broadly from the US oil and gas sector? What do you want to see them doing that they're not doing?
Yeah, I think we've, just first in terms of context, the time it takes to move an organization the size of Exxon it's a decade. And so I do think, our expectation is that over the course of the next 3 to 7 to 10 years, we will see a strategy that will allow them to be successful even in an energy transition. Right now, it's the very beginnings of this transformation. And so far, I have to say that the company has done a really good job in moving the right direction. And they have set up a low carbon solutions business, which they have brought an outside head in to run. For those of you who have read like Private Empire or any of these other books on Exxon, the idea of bringing an outsider in to run one of the 3 core divisions is amazing. They brought in an outside CFO, which is something that is also quite amazing. They have done, I think, some of the, for many of the people in this room, something that would never think was imaginable, which is disclosure lobbying efforts. Like these are things that would have been, any one of those things would have been amazing 3 or 4 years ago. I do think, however, and we did not advocate for them to go towards wind and solar during the campaign. I think we have to look at what their core competency is, where can they add value, and where can they, again, create value during the transition. And things like carbon capture, I think that, that's a place where, certainly under the IRA, there's an opportunity for them to have a meaningful impact. I think that some of the work that's being done in the Permian around methane, obviously, they're not yet in OGMP, but things like that, I think, will go a long way towards controlling what you can have the biggest impact on, which is methane over the very, very short term. The goals around Scope 1 and 2 to get to net zero are all steps in the right direction. To be fair, I think that there's a very skeptical audience for most people in the environmental community about anything that any oil and gas company does. But I think, just being intellectually honest, I think that they have moved further than what we thought in that short of time period. However, some of the Europeans are viewed as being leaders in moving more aggressively towards renewable energy. However, that has come at a fairly big cost to returns. The returns for the oil and gas companies in Europe are a fair amount lower, and the multiples are a fair amount lower. So I think that there is, and I think this is something that I think you and your center can play a very important role in. There is no shared reality on what an energy transition actually looks like. People do not fully comprehend or understand what it's going to look like in the U.S. is going to be very different from what it looks like in Europe, because you have very different intermittency issues, very different grids, which is going to be very different from what it's going to look like in Africa. And I think that in order for all of us to kind of come together to find a solution, that we do have to understand the different realities of what a transition can and should look like, and what are the necessary components for us to actually do that. And that for example, we don't have enough lithium for even auto companies to hit their EV targets. How are we going to have grid storage? Without grid storage, we know we cannot decrease fossil fuel use very past, 30% on the grid. It'd be very hard to do, depending on whether it's US or Europe. So I do think that you guys can play a very important role in having a shared reality for everyone to understand, so we can all plan investments in order to actually decarbonize.
We're very happy to play that role, and we appreciate everyone's support in contributing to that. Halima, let me go back to you. I think picking up on something Jason said about, we may not get investment here, but we are going to get investment in Saudi and the UAE, and time is short, but I'd love to know if you agree with that statement. And then what about the less wealthy countries in that part of the world? Where does investment come from there?
Who's going to be the last man standing in terms of who invests in traditional fossil fuels. I think that it is going to be the ADNOCs, it's the KPCs, it's the Saudi Aramcos who essentially say, look, we're going to continue to do the all of the above energy strategy. They're also focusing on things like hydrogen, the key transition fuels, but they're saying, look, we're standing ready to basically make these investments. And even if there is, declining demand for oil, it's not going to go to zero, and we are going to be the ones filling that gap. And I think, again, it goes down to this whole question of, we want to think about what our relationships are going to be like with these producers going forward. We are still going to be having to make asks of these countries when we need, more oil. Who is going to be sitting on installed spare capacity? It is going to be a small number of Gulf producers. And I think when people think about the energy transition, they think that we are going to sort of move away from having to have the types of dialogues that we have had with these producers. But again, given the fact that it's probably going to be only a handful of, national oil companies that continue to invest on a really, really big scale, that means that we are still going to have dialogue with these countries to reverse energy crisis. And again, you think about countries like you mentioned, Angola, declining production. Those are the countries that are going to potentially get squeezed out in terms of lack of investment. It's the Angolas, it's the Nigerias, it is the more struggling producer states.
Stranded assets and stranded countries.
Yes.
We talked about before. I'm going to ask Erica one more question, then we're going to go to open panel questions here for the last 5 minutes from the audience. Erica, we started by discussing Jason's hypothesis that this energy crisis is different than previous energy crises. We all remember in 2007, a big part of that energy shock was incredibly strong demand growth in China for oil. Now the Chinese demand picture looks quite different, but I'm not sure everyone fully appreciates what's been going on there. How does the demand picture look given the economic slowdown, given COVID? What are you seeing on the demand side in China?
So the number one factor that has been putting downward pressure on China's oil demand this year is the country's zero COVID policy, which of course is aimed at preventing transmission of the virus. I do not see this changing anytime soon. This is in part due to the political calendar in China. There are two important meetings coming up, one which is starting on Monday, 20th Party Congress, and then another one in March. And so I don't see any change, certainly before then. But another reason I don't see any big changes just has to do with continued developments on the ground in China. I woke up this morning and one of the first stories I read was a short piece about how one of the districts in the city of Shanghai is seeking to hire hundreds of COVID workers, to help in suppressing the transmission of the virus. And the author of this piece, came to the conclusion that based on the hiring of these workers, in this one district and elsewhere, that China's preparing to keep zero COVID in place for at least 2 years. So I guess bottom line here, don't see any changes in zero COVID. Certainly at least through the first half of next year. Although I think it in part depends on what happens on the vaccine front. But I guess looking a little bit further out into the future, I do think it's worth noting that China's largest oil companies have put out projections stating that they see China's demand for transportation fuels peaking around 2025, 2026. In the case of gasoline, that does have to do with the electrification of transport. So, EVs, are playing a role here. And then China National Petroleum Corporation sees total oil demand peaking at 2030. So even though, when China starts to ease up on zero COVID, which isn't going to happen overnight, it's something that's going to occur slowly. Yes, there will be a rebound when people feel that they can take to the roads and take to the skies without fear of being caught up in a lockdown. That you do have these oil companies in China that are seeing a peaking of transportation fuels middle of this decade and potentially seeing peak oil demand by 2030.
Yeah, it's a little bit, as Jason said earlier, about the first energy crisis during a time of energy transition, including China. Jason, you want to have a quick reaction? We have 5 minutes left, and we'll do a couple of audience questions.
Yeah, well, I wanted to say one overarching thing that I think is important given the conversation that we're having, which is about how to address near-term issues and what Halima said, where is additional supply going to come from? That those questions arise from the fact, it's really important we remember this leaving this room. Those questions are relevant because we are so far off track in coming anywhere close to meeting our goals for decarbonization or net zero by 2050. And that has to change. And so I think we're just never going to forgive ourselves if we look back on this moment and see that we missed a moment to now take the urgency of dealing with climate change to more quickly accelerate a move toward a different kind of energy system in the future. That imperative is now made so much stronger by the national security and energy security urgency as well. If you look at what they've done in Brussels with Repower EU, a mandate, it's going to be hard to achieve, but a directive from Brussels to say renewable energy projects have to be permitted up or down within a year, because we need to bring additional sources of domestic energy onto our system as quickly as possible because of what's happening with Russia. That has an opportunity to both deal with the energy security challenge, but also accelerate the deployment of clean energy. And I think if we get this right, there is an opportunity in the crisis and that we've been talking about to now bring together two powerful forces, not just one, energy security and climate change, to move faster to the sort of transition we need.
I'm going to throw one final question to everybody. I'd like to hear from all speakers, if you're all willing. Very short answers. This is from the audience. Outside of Europe, what countries or areas pose the largest destabilizing risk as a result of this energy crisis? Which single country or region are you worried about most? Halima, you start.
I mean, I'm worried about sub-Saharan Africa from the standpoint that I think they'll really feel the impact of the fact that we have a war with a global commodity superstore. And Jason mentioned fertilizer. I mean, how quickly an energy crisis becomes a food crisis. And so to me, I think that is the region from a humanitarian perspective outside of Europe that I'm most concerned about.
Others? Erica, Chris, Jason? Single
Economic, most worried about Germany. I mean, they're the engine of Europe and are losing their manufacturing capability. Without that, Europe doesn't grow.
That's that risk of deindustrialization I talked about.
I mean, and if you lose Germany, the EU, poof.
And why wouldn't that happen? I mean, Russian supply is not coming back. The pipelines are blown up. Like, what is the alternative going to be to power the industrial sector in Germany?
And that is why Europe even grows at all. It's because German manufacturing.
So I'll end by saying, because I think we're out of time, but I think I'll end by saying that, in this context of global energy crisis, two of the most powerful economic engines, China and Germany, are in real trouble. Thank you, everyone. I think it's been a really great discussion. I appreciate the chance to be the moderator, and we'll look forward to the next session. Thanks, everyone.
Done a Bloomberg event, one of their finance
Yes, they're so organized.
And they always have many people to lead you.
I know, and it's like, very hardcore. It's like, go now, go. I actually did an event, and then afterwards I did they made me do like a hint, like a live news head.
Oh, yeah, please. Thanks. That's my sore shoulder. Yeah. Good afternoon. And welcome back. That was a great session that we all just heard, and we look forward to more interesting, timely conversations going forward. My name is Bill Lovelace. I'm the co-host of the Columbia Energy Exchange podcast. And I'm delighted to be here today to see a lot of old friends, meet some new ones, and discuss with this distinguished panel what has been a big topic this summer, the Inflation Reduction Act. You know, I say that even as I wonder now sometimes where exactly the significance of this law stands after I hear the rather dire discussions we've had early in the day about energy security, the war, the difficulties facing Europe in particular and others around the world. But still, this was a major piece of legislation for the United States, one, as you know, that was passed by Congress and signed into law by President Biden this summer, and which lays the groundwork for what would be the United States achieving net zero emissions by the year 2050. But the devil's in the details, right? And it's a question of what happens next. And regulations, technology, other factors will all be significant in determining the effectiveness of this massive law, hundreds of billions of dollars, as we go forward. So with that, I'm delighted to have this panel here to discuss this, who bring different perspectives, technology, trade, international relations, regulation to this stage. And we'll start with, we have Brian Anderson here. He is the director of the National Energy Technology Laboratory. He plays a rather pivotal role, as it turns out, in the implementation of this law going forward. We have Mary Nichols, former chair of the California Air Resources Board. We all know Mary well. She was a legendary in her role as a regulator for many years of that state agency and served as a model for regulators across the United States. And finally, we have Catherine McKenna. She currently is the chair of the UN High-Level Expert Group on Net Zero Emissions, a distinguished, she'll explain what that is, a distinguished visiting fellow at the Center on Global Energy Policy, and of course, the former Environment and Climate Change Minister in Canada. So let's start with just sort of a broad overview. We'll start with Brian, then go to Mary and Catherine of you know, what are the benefits of this Inflation Reduction Act? What could it mean for the United States?
Well, to jump in at first, I mean, $369 billion, the hundreds of billions of dollars, directed toward a number of different investments. Certainly the tax credits and the investment production tax credits, the 45Q tax credit for carbon sequestration. So there's a portfolio of the financial incentives that we've needed to make sure that we're heading down the climate transition, the net zero pathway. But one thing, I want to take a step back just quickly and put it in context, because it alone would not get us where we need to be. You have to put the Inflation Reduction Act together with the bipartisan infrastructure law, and even going back to the American Recovery Act, ARA funds, there were a lot of provisions in there which were near and dear to some of the work we're doing at NETL and across an interagency working group. We have 12 federal agencies all focused on what the energy transition looks like for energy communities today. And so across these 12 agencies, we're working in a number of priority communities around the country, how to leverage those assets. So back at the ARA funds, gave some opportunity through Department of Commerce, through the Economic Development Agency, gave some funds for communities and states to start their planning of the energy transition. Then the bipartisan infrastructure law has billions of dollars in investments in infrastructure, investments in new technologies in the Department of Energy. So there's $63 billion in new investments in mostly demonstration projects in the Department of Energy. These are intended to be catalytic. I mean, $63 billion compared to the many trillions of dollars we need can only be catalytic, but it's about that early stage de-risking of first of a kind large scale projects. All of this putting together the whole package, I view it as a layer cake, and the whole package of that layer cake is de-risking the technologies and providing the financial incentives. We'll get later, I'll bring up some of the challenges that'll come to put the icing on the cake. But then for the interagency working group that we've got, we have $200 billion across a number of different provisions and all 12 agencies, again directed toward making sure as we go through the net zero transition that we don't leave communities behind, we don't leave workers behind. And so it's part of this whole package, as has been discussed a few times today. It's not just about getting to net zero, it's about getting to net zero while simultaneously ensuring that we're not as disruptive to the domestic and global economies as we could be, and while we're also being equitable. Equitable domestically, equitable globally, so that during this transition that everyone wins. That's a big challenge. So all of that in context, the Inflation Reduction Act gives the $369 billion plus even a lot of provisions that can help unlock some private capital. Like in the Department of Energy, we have one new really exciting provision is $250 billion of loan guarantee authority for transitioning existing assets into the clean energy economy. And so again, all of these thinking about in the context of how we de-risk private sector capital and how we can help unlock it. And so I think that there's a lot of opportunities. Of course, estimates say it could help us reduce our emissions by 40% by 2030, just simply the Inflation Reduction Act stacked on top of these other provisions. But 40% is only 40%. And so we still have to put together and make sure that the pathway builds that momentum to where the private sector, the private markets, and even things like electricity markets all fall into line as well. So there's still a road to go.
Way to go.
Yep.
It moves in the right direction. Mary, you spent so many years in California as a regulator and looking to Washington, sometimes working with Washington, with administrations there, sometimes at odds with the folks in Washington. What do you make of this Inflation Reduction Act?
Well, first of all, it is a substitute for a climate act. And I think it's important to realize that it was drafted by really smart, really knowledgeable people who figured out where there were programs that you could put money into that would meet the test for budgeting, that would get the votes that they needed to get to pass it, and whose aim was to come up with something that would get us as a country as far as they could in the direction of meeting our requirements under the Paris Agreement and our own science telling us what needs to be done. So while we're here talking about the money, and we have to talk about the money, just to pick up on what Brian was saying at the very end there, this is a really cleverly crafted piece of legislation. There are a few pieces in it that I would have rather not had, the ones that seem to give more credence and more benefits to existing fossil fuels than I would have liked to see, but they are dwarfed by comparison with the money that's there for new technologies and new practices. So bravo, and it's great to have it to work with. Now, my experience is mostly at the state and even local level, although I did spend 4 years at EPA. But typically, as a regulator, legislator, my expertise is in the language of the legislation and developing the regulations that implement legislation, where we had quite a bit of room to work with. Many parts of this law are sending money through existing programs. And in the world that I come from, there's other agencies or other experts on the appropriation side, the people who actually go in with the baskets and gather up the money and bring it back to do the things we need to do. I never had anything to do with that because there was never any money for stuff that EPA did. I mean, we have tiny little dribbles of money for air pollution control, water pollution, compared with the size of the money that's at stake here. My friends in the Energy Commission are used to working with somewhat larger numbers with more zeros on them, but they too are, sort of struggling at this moment to figure out kind of where the greatest opportunities are. And I think that's where other people that I've spoken to who come from the states or from the environmental organizations who are looking to try to make sure that grants go to where we'd like to see them go, are right now is trying to gather together kind of the best ideas and the best intelligence about how to influence the process where there's room for action by the regulatory agencies. And in many cases, as for example with the Treasury, we don't know anybody at the Treasury Department. If you do, please, pass along their name, because a lot of the action is going to be there, and we're just kind of scrambling to catch up.
Well, Catherine, you didn't play a role in the passage of this law. You will not be among those responsible for enacting it, but nevertheless, you've held comparable positions in federal government in Canada. You spend a lot of time here in your current roles. What do you make of this law?
Look, it's awesome. It's funny because you said, everyone's like, oh, we're over it. The Inflation Reduction Act is fine. Let's move on and talk about, the war in Ukraine, energy security. Climate change isn't going away, folks. So you need to be doing things, and it's hard. And the thing about politics is everyone's like, okay, you can't do it, you can't do it. You do it, and then everyone's like, okay, you did it. Who cares? Now move on. So kudos to the administration and all the folks in this room, because I know a lot of people who played different roles to get this done. I judge everything in terms of climate action and on the three bases. One is climate. Yes, you have to reduce emissions, and I think there was real concern in the US about the ability to do that. I will say, and we'll probably talk about this, regulations do matter, and in Canada we've taken a different approach. We have a price on carbon pollution. We're putting a cap on oil and gas emissions. We're doing a whole clean fuel standard and go on, a lot with California. Mary and I worked very closely together. But that's really important. So I think the climate piece, it's going to get you, it looks like, very close to your target. Of course, everyone needs to do more. So that's great. 2, jobs and the economy. You have to talk about jobs. Sometimes I tell people, I don't care why anyone wants to do climate action, whatever floats their boat. You need jobs. Framed in jobs and economic piece is really important. And I think the leverage is really key, because you can talk about the quantum here. It's actually about the bigger quantum that you're going to be able to leverage. We have a Canada Infrastructure Bank in Canada, which I inherited when I became Minister of Infrastructure. Wasn't working, wasn't leveraging, so we had to change it. But then the potential is massive to have transformational change, and money begets money, success begets success, momentum begets momentum. The third thing is inclusivity. And of course I mean inclusivity for marginalized communities, because by the way, pollution impacts people that are, more likely to be poor, more likely to be racialized. We know that. But I also think it also includes inclusivity from the sense of communities that aren't going to necessarily feel that they benefit from this. When they hear about all the clean tech jobs, they're like, well I'm working, in coal. And the fact that there are provisions there specifically looking at a just transition to invest money, because you have to spend money. You're going to have to invest in new infrastructure. You're going to have to invest in retraining, repurposing. That is also important. So I think, I will give it an A, because I think it's great. Not that you care what Canadians say. Also, by the way, you did make sure that we're part of your supply chain. We matter. Thank you. That's good.
Without a doubt, you're part of the supply chain. Brian, there's always questions about how a bill can pass Congress, but then what happens? I think there's probably a lot of, people will question, okay, they got a lot of money to spend here, hundreds of billions of dollars. How well organized are they to pull this off? Now, you can tell us about a key role you play in coordination in the government, but what can you tell us that might persuade us that the government is ready to respond effectively to this and to do so soon?
Well, it is a big challenge, and certainly going back to even my earlier comments, on the backs of implementation of the bipartisan infrastructure law, which required standing up a new office not only in the White House but across many different agencies on implementation. The Department of Energy itself, within the bipartisan infrastructure law, we had to create a new undersecretary, a whole new branch of the DOE, because of its vast expansion of the mandate for the department to manage just $63 billion of completely new authorizations. Then you take that and you multiply it across the whole of government, you multiply it across the White House, and then you put on top of that the Inflation Reduction Act, and it really is, it is a challenge. And one of the very first, it was June 3rd of last year, we held a community workshop in one of our energy transition communities, and a very poignant comment from somebody who's been doing economic development in underdeveloped and disadvantaged communities for years, said, Brian, the one thing I hope that you all do in the federal government is innovate the way you do business. You keep asking us to make innovations, to move forward technologies. Can you, in fact, and this was you, the entire US government, innovate the way you do business? And I will say that we're trying. And so there were creation of new task force, executive order came out after the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, stood up a new office in the Investment and Clean Energy office led by John Podesta, working with the Domestic Climate Office, working with the National Economic Council. They're my three, for the Interagency Working Group, the three co-chairs of what we're trying to do. And I will tell you from the career employees across the department, across all of government, there is a level of excitement about making real impact in people's lives that I haven't seen. I've only been with the government for a few years, but I've been closely involved for the last 20. And there's an excitement to make things work because there's a real driver to make impact in people's lives. And so, what we're trying to do is gather as much information from whether it's communities. We've had listening sessions all around the country, understanding what the challenges are for communities in transition. We're having listening sessions with the private sector, with the banking sector, to try to understand what some of those barriers of all of the federal government bureaucracy stand in the way. With the two, so on we have a clearinghouse on energycommunities.gov, and we have 150 funding opportunities worth $200 billion, $198 billion up there today. One of the big challenges is just navigating all of this opportunities across the federal government. And so we're trying to stand up things like concierge services and navigator services because that's what we've heard from folks around. And the next step, again, going to how we continue this progression, build off the momentum of the passage of these monumental laws and in execution, is understanding what we need to do. And when it comes to the regulators, we want to be all inclusive. It's not just EPA, it's not just the traditional regulators that come to mind, but it's the SEC, it's how we regulate the financial and banking sector to ensure that the types of capital that's sitting on the sidelines today can be unlocked as we move in the energy transition. So all of that to say, it's a daunting task to try to implement all of this in a very near time frame with a sense of urgency and doing it right. And so the only way we can do it is to be open and partner from the U.S. federal government side to the private sector and to people who are the innovators who are going to move it forward.
I want to get back more to implementation. Please, Mary, please.
I don't mean to disrupt your flow, but many of these programs run through states and local governments, and obviously they need to be brought up to speed to be able to implement those as well. We have some experience in California because we passed a climate law now, more than a decade ago, and put real money into it from our cap and trade program and from other kinds of appropriations. One of the first things that we learned is that people had no idea what the money was that we were spending and where it was going, and just putting it on your typical government website was not going to do it, that we had to find new and better ways to engage people. I think the listening sessions that DOE has embarked on are great. One of the things that we often find is that different federal agencies, and this happens at the state level too, don't always talk to each other. And one of the things that President Biden did, even before IRA was passed, was to take the programs that were aimed at advancing electric vehicles. Now, this happens to be my particular area, my sweet spot, but DOE and DOT actually had to create a new agency staffed by people from both of those agencies to roll out the funds for infrastructure, for charging stations, and come up with a program that they could both agree to. If there's anybody here who has worked in the federal government, any level of government, you know that turf is embedded. It's in everything we do. We have our own separate statutes, we have our own bureaucracy, we have our administrators who are separately appointed and have their own political constituencies in many cases. And so the ability to move people together and actually get them to innovate in the way they deliver programs, the need is enormous. The money gives us now the opportunity to do some of that because there is an abundance instead of a shortage that we're always, scrapping over. But at the same time, it requires a lot of new work to get government in a position to be competent, to be able to actually run these ambitious programs.
I want to take it. I'm interested in the implementation. I want to take it back up to a little bit of a higher level and one of the underlying rationales for this law. And Catherine, that was that the law assumes that paying people and businesses to make cleaner choices rather than penalizing them for polluting will result in big emissions cuts. Do you agree with that?
Well, I think proof will be in the pudding. You got to get the money out. Got to get it to the right people, and that it can't have unintended consequences, and there's going to be permitting issues, there's going to be some NIMBYism, there's going to be procurement issues, you're going to have all these agencies. But assuming you can do all that, I've seen very smart people say that that's what's going to happen. But I think you have to, in a way, manage expectations. I know there's this view that regulation's bad. Often, actually, I have businesses who say, yeah, let's, make a level playing field and do these things and have clear rules. But people often think, we have a price on pollution in Canada. That's not penalizing, that's rewarding innovation. But I just feel like I have to say that because sometimes there's this really putting a price on pollution because you wouldn't have to do a lot of this. You'd be able to catalyze the investments you needed in innovation should you do that. Look, I think you got to do both. And I worked very closely with California that was regulating, and that was actually really important. And regulation can have a huge impact because suddenly you can see a sector. Did anyone ever think we'd be talking about the end of the internal combustion engine? In 2030, and seeing huge numbers? That's money, but that's also regulation, right? That's when a large market says, actually, we're not doing this anymore. So I think you've got to do both. I understand the pain points here, or maybe I don't. I sort of have sometimes a view on it, vision on it. But I think you do have to do both, and you're not going to be able. Money sometimes it's hard to target as well in areas that you need to target. Emissions come from particular areas, like methane from oil and gas. You gotta regulate that really. You can create incentives, but if everyone took the right approach, you can actually save money by dealing with methane from oil and gas. So I think there are gonna be ways where you're gonna have to regulate, and I think you're gonna have states that are gonna be leaders, and they're gonna push. But I do think the good news about money is everyone likes money. So it doesn't matter if you're red or you're blue, whatever, you like money and you want to get money, and so then you'll take the money. And by the way, there's tons of renewables. You all know there's tons of renewables. I go to Houston just to show people in Alberta that actually, Houston and Texas is doing things. They're doing renewables. So remind people that it's not you don't have to be ideological on this. You can just be I don't know, it's cheaper. But Mary, I'm sure, is well able to answer this. I don't think you can do everything with just money, but it is very good you're investing a lot of money.
Yeah.
If I would jump in, if you look at the historical investments in wind and solar over the last 15 years and plot that against the investment tax credit and the production tax credit, you can see that those tax credits provide incentives for the investments in wind and solar historically. Now, of course, the IRA extends it to 10 years, which gives the financial signal for longer term investments.
Yeah, you don't have to redo it every couple of years, and that's hugely important, is having a longer-term view of what's happening. Another point, and I think it's sort of maybe understood, but as Catherine said earlier, once a big complicated law is passed, which nobody thought could pass, then within a week it's like, ho-hum, okay, so what, right? I think it's super important for not just the politicians who love to be photographed handing over the big check to somebody, that's always good, but it's good for everybody if we can come up with some good ways of reminding people where that money came from that they're now using. I've been involved over the years in some big bond acts for parks and recreation, and on those, you know, you build a building or you rehab a rec center, and there's a sign on the wall that's there, and it's there forever, and it tells them who was the governor and who was the secretary. And I know it seems corny, but then when people go and visit it, you know, I would get calls from friends saying, oh, we saw you at this, you know, Audubon Nature Center. Well, yeah, I mean, indirectly, that's true. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think it could be done even in a much more sophisticated way in terms of notifying interested parties about where the money is going from their tax dollars and finding new ways to get the word out. Again, the website is great, but there needs to be more. But that kind of reporting back, especially in the cynical world that we live in now, where people have been conditioned for decades, really since Ronald Reagan, to think that government can't do anything right. We need to be not just doing right, but also showing them that we're doing the right thing.
Minister of Infrastructure, so of course I did announcements. I loved announcements. It'd be amazing. But infrastructure's a thing. Like most of what government is, like everyone's like, I don't really know what the hell that is. But with infrastructure, like the most popular thing we would do, okay, major subway lines, massive investment. I mean, that's so far down the road. We try to have a shovel in the ground. People are like, I don't see anything, but it's still good. Do that. But like the footbridge, we built a footbridge in my riding, and everyone's like, that footbridge is the most amazing thing because it was built fast. And build things fast. Like, I don't know how you do it, but you gotta blow through. Like, there's a lot of stuff that stops people from doing things, and I get nervous when you say all that, because then I feel like back in government, I was like, yeah, how are we gonna get anything out the door? But you know, it actually is transformational people's lives in a community where government is so removed, especially at the federal level. If your footbridge means the kids get to school faster, they're riding their bike, the community feels good, it looks nice, everyone's like, wow, government can actually do things, and that's just a footbridge. Like, so I would say that's great. And maybe just a point, because the one thing I learned is there's a lot of reasons why it's hard to do things. Focus on how to just get things done. And I remember, it was funny, we put in a climate lens, and I thought I was so smart. I was like, our infrastructure project is gonna have a climate lens. We can get anything done. I would be like, why is it taking so long? So then I sat down, and I said, wait, what is a climate lens? Like, it just reduce emissions, and is it more resilient? And I saw it was like 80 pages. And I was like, what? You were like a little community center. It's like they're trying to do an 80-page document. So I was like, cuts. And they're like, why is the minister doing this? Because I said, this is bonkers. Like, is it going to reduce emissions by how much? Is there going to be a flood? Is it a floodplain? Okay, great. And I would just say, I'm saying, like, okay, now that makes me sound very bad. But I do think we need to find solutions to get things done. And often it's for good reasons that people are adding, you know, layers and layers, but government has to work. Like, people need to see it work and things getting done. So I would just encourage that, and there will be failures. And I feel like we always hear about that, like, to fail, but government is just very, very, very reluctant to fail, because if you do that, you have a cylinder or something, and everyone's like, oh my gosh. But if you do not do that, you may get nothing done. So that would be the only thing. It's very hard, but I think you gotta push really hard, and you're gonna have to get through some roadblocks, and you're gonna have to consult, but at some point you gotta do things.
Mary, for all your years as a regulator in California, say today you were the administrator of the EPA or the Secretary of Energy, working here with Brian and others in the government and the administration. Taking those years of experience, what would you be telling them? Here's how we really this is what we need to do to make sure that we do to make this an effective law, one that has impact as soon as possible.
Excuse me, I just have to say that if you talk about my many years one more time, I'm going to have to walk out of here with a cane. It's bad enough as it is that you have to get old, but you don't have to be reminded of it all the time. This is what I would say. Recognizing that you do get judged at the end, whether you're an elected official or someone who's appointed by an elected official, or if you're in a career job but you take satisfaction in implementing a program that you've been given and doing it well. I think the first thing I would say is that restoring the faith in government among the people who are working for the government, taking advantage of the opportunity that's been given us to hire new people, which is phenomenal, and making it clear that coming to work for a government agency is not something that's only done by the people who didn't get any A's, in school. I mean, come on, this is now the cutting edge of where things are happening. And so I do feel that paying attention, as I've seen all of the secretaries that you just mentioned doing, to the recruitment process, to the workforce, to the morale of their people, is critical. And it's one of those things that it sounds like it just ought to happen, and we ought to be able to take it for granted. But we know very well from what happened when we had an administration that took a meat axe to the federal bureaucracy, that you can't take these things for granted. People eventually either will quit or they'll just quit in place and stop doing things. And now that there is this burst of financial wherewithal and an administration that is eager for results, the secretaries and the people below them are going to have to spend a lot of their time making sure that their people are ready and able to deliver these programs, and that they have opportunities to raise ideas and questions of their own if there are things that don't seem to make sense and there are ways to do them better. This is I mean, it's almost like a New Deal type of situation. I don't want to overreact, but really that's where we are at the moment.
Brian, just as we talk about this enormous undertaking, how soon, maybe you can illustrate some signs of action soon in terms of when solicitations occur, when money begins to go out the door, so to speak?
Well, I can speak to, I won't name the companies yet because they haven't announced their investments, but there were a slew of companies ready to participate in the manufacturing supply chains waiting on the Inflation Reduction Act, just as a specific. And so when it comes down to various provisions, when you get down to the details of investments in clean energy manufacturing, and that's where we're going to see some innovations in the near future. Everything from the new vehicles technology office with the Department of Transportation, the battery manufacturing supply chains for the EV industry, the new innovations we're going to see in manufacturing supply chains in solar and in wind. There are a number of companies who are trying to reduce the environmental footprint simultaneously while building domestic or North American supply chains, and we're waiting upon the passage of this law and now waiting on Treasury guidance so they can start making their investments. And so there is a momentum that is just ready and waiting to come, and we will see a lot of new innovations in the supply chains, innovations in the supply chain itself, innovations in individual components like low cobalt or no cobalt batteries, new grid scale storage, electricity storage that will start to materialize on our grid to help enable deeper penetration of the variable and intermittent renewables. And we'll see innovations in things like development of clean hydrogen pathways and infrastructure. And I think that there is a lot of excitement that is just waiting to hit the ground. And so there are some real tangible I think in over the course of the next few months, over the course of the next few years, there will be lots and lots of exciting announcements about the investments in the entire supply chain of the new clean energy economy. And so, when it comes to how to take that and make sure then that those investments are being directed in a just way, in a just transition, in a way that has significant positive impact for disadvantaged communities and communities, diverse communities who have borne environmental injustice over the years. I think that when you're starting to put together all of those pieces of the puzzle, there is certainly tangible excitement, tangible investment, and various aspects of what I would consider the innovation supply chain are really starting to come online. Even just so yesterday in Washington, D.C., it was at the Hydrogen Americas conference, and it was really exciting that it feels like and I've used this phrase over the last few months a few times, it feels like the sails are now full. There's innovation going on from laboratories all across the country, all across the world. There is interest in investing and moving and commercializing those technologies, everything from angel investors to Series A, B, and C, up to real substantial interest from large equity and large debt providers to keep moving things into the supply chain. And so it feels like a lot of the pieces of the puzzle are starting to fall into place.
We have a number of questions from the audience here, so I want to get right to them so we can get in as many as we can. The first one, Brian, you have addressed to some extent. It asks, how will the domestic supply chain provisions of the law affect the implementation and impact of the Investment Reduction Act? Yeah, well, I think that it is incentivizing the investments in those new technologies, everything from batteries to new domestic manufacturing of solar panels, to rethink where their supply chains are coming from. And this is a carrot and stick example between Department of Commerce provisions on the supply chain today and how to make that more domestic. I think that would be, I'll keep it quick. Yeah. Permitting is a big issue too, and of course in discussing the infrastructure bill, the bipartisan infrastructure bill from last year, we often ask, there's a lot of potential here to build, say, new transmission lines, but there's always a difficulty in getting them permitted. Mary, one question is, what is being done to facilitate high voltage DC transmission across states in the current regulatory environment? Is there a way forward given the future of the permitting bill? And I think they're referring to the bill or the proposed bill from Senator Manchin that failed recently, but is still under some discussion.
Well, I guess a couple of answers. I can't pretend that I'm an expert on the DC line permitting issue at all, but I'm familiar with some of the alphabet soup of names that are involved in the process. And I do think that there's a much greater recognition than there had been of the critical nature of doing this and getting it done. And I'm seeing, at least within my state, which is probably one of the most resistant to working with other states, because we always think that other states don't do things as well as we do. Of course, some of them may feel that way about us too. But there's a lot more conversations going on at the government level as opposed to just among the private sector entities that might build these projects about how to overcome those difficulties. And I think people are seeing practical reasons why they want to cooperate with each other to create regional markets in electricity in particular, why it can actually benefit everybody. I think this is an area where the federal government maybe needs to be even a little bit more directive than they have been about the necessity of forming regional collaboratives. That's one of the things that was in the incentives to do that were in the clean energy law that was destroyed, in the Trump era. But I think that kind of conversation is now coming back to the fore again. So I'm optimistic that we will be able to make faster progress.
Catherine, what, recognizing your current role and working on this UN commission, on net zero. What will the enactment of the the Inflation Reduction Act mean for the U.S. negotiators in the UN talks that will take place next month in Egypt?
I mean, so that's a layered question, or maybe there's a layered answer. I mean, I think, look, the world was looking to see, can the U.S., actually meet the commitments that it's made? And I know John Kerry well, and he's pushing every country to do their part. So, clearly, to be able to make that argument, you have to be able to do yours. So I think that was it's very important in that context. For those of you in COP land, like COPs are different things, and the discussion that may be right here may not, I mean, a lot of it, the energy piece and climate, that discussion's going on, but there's a lot of discussion about money, not money being invested in the United States, the money for less developed countries. That's the $100 billion that you often hear about that we have not, as developed countries, be able to reach. Obviously, there's a lot more needed to be on that. We could talk about blended finance, but there's also adaptation fund and money for adaptation. There's also a discussion around loss and damages. So those are, not at odds. Those are just separate things that people will be looking for leadership from developed countries, including the United States. And it is challenging, I think, for the US to meet some of those commitments. And then there's like a weird thing that I heard, because we have very smart people, so that you're probably like, what is this group? It's like literally the worst named group ever, the high-level expert group on net zero commitments by non-state actors. Like, it's really, that rolls off the tongue. It's really about how do we ensure that there's standards and credibility when you make a net zero commitment, if you're a financial institution, if you're a corporation, if you're a city or region. And we have really smart people, but it's very unusual because we actually have half of our group is from the Global South. And they have a very different discussion. And the big thing they're worried about, you guys have money? They want money because they are, people are saying we got to get off oil and gas and coal. And they're like, okay, great, we get it, but we need massive investments, $3 trillion a year. That's more to meet the broader sustainable development goals, but climate alone and clean energy, $1 billion. And so there's a lot of discussion and worry, to be honest, that because there's all this opportunity here, will that take money, private sector money, away from the developing countries? So I do think it's just important to say that that is an important piece, that we're all in this together. It is amazing you're doing this, like kudos. It was very hard, and I think everyone was like, oh gosh, is this gonna happen? It's great you've done it, now you gotta implement it, so you get more cake, but good luck. But there's also, a big world, and we all need to figure out how we get folks, all of us, as fast to renewable energy and to the path that we need to be on, and that's certainly what our group is working on, including the global finance side.
We only have about a minute left, so quickly, if we can, discuss what concerns you here. What do you see as potentially the barriers to the effective implementation of this law, the success of this law?
I'll jump in real fast. Permitting. That's my biggest fear, is fast and efficient permitting processes.
I think it's fear that people are afraid of permitting, and so therefore they won't try. I think there's got to be pressure coming from those who are interested in building things, but I think that and there's a need to fix permitting, there's no question about it, but if we wait for something to make its way through the process so that the permitting law gets changed, we'll be waiting a very long time.
I mean, look, I just saw in government, perfect being the enemy of the good. Like, you have so little time in government, like, I'm out. And I was like, I thought I had forever there to do all these millions of things I wanted to do. So, I mean, you just have to get on with it, do your absolute best, motivate the really bright people you have in the public service, bring people together, but then you just have to get it done.
Well, with that, thank you to this panel, and please join me in appreciation for the insight they've given us on this law, and we've learned a little bit more about what to look for, what might happen next, and where the opportunities and the difficulties may be. Thank you very much. Next, please welcome back to the stage Jason Bordoff for a fireside chat with David Turk, the Deputy Secretary of the U.S. Department of Energy.
Thanks, everyone, for sticking with us till the end of the day. We're going to close out now with our final distinguished visitor from Washington, D.C., please. Again, I've been up here a few times today, but Jason Bordoff, and direct the Center on Global Energy Policy, and really delighted to have the Deputy Secretary of Energy, David Turk, join us here today. It's been a really fascinating day. I hope you all feel the same and have learned a lot. We've discussed a host of challenges with climate change and in the global energy system. And despite these challenges, a lot of challenges, the year has also seen the US government make its largest investment in US history in tackling the climate crisis, the Inflation Reduction Act that comes on top of the infrastructure bill that we'll probably talk about with Deputy Secretary Turk as well. And the Department of Energy, of course, is tasked with implementing nearly all of these ambitious initiatives and playing a critical role in dealing with today's immediate energy crisis globally, as well as concerns about energy prices here in the US. So again, please join me in welcoming the Deputy Secretary of Energy, David Turk, to Columbia. And as a reminder, you can submit your questions by the QR code on your table. For our Zoom audience, you can submit questions by following the link in the chat box. There's a lot of ground to cover. We're going to end right on time at 4:30, so let me jump into it. I'm going to ask you about the news of the day, so to speak, and then also kind of pivot to some of the longer-term goals and objectives you have to transition the energy system that we have. But we talked this morning, we talked in most of our sessions about what's happening with energy prices here in the US, concerns about gasoline prices, and what OPEC Plus did by cutting production last week. Tell us what the administration's response to that was. It seems like it's really severely strained the US-Saudi relationship, and what responses might we see from Washington?
Yeah, thanks, Jason. And let me just say what a pleasure it is to be here with you at the center at Columbia, the new school on climate change. You guys are just kicking butt all over the place, I have to say. Like every time I see a great piece of analysis, I'm like, boy, I wish there was some good analysis on this issue or that issue, and there's a fellow working on this or that. And so you guys are just doing a phenomenal job, and it's great to be here in person, doing this in person as well. So it's just a pleasure to be invited to join you here. All right, so oil prices, but also energy prices more broadly. It's a real pleasure to work for a president who, in his bones, cares about affordability. Like, I had a chance to work for President Biden when he was a senator, when he was Senator Biden. And, you know, there's a reason people call him Scranton Joe. And one of the reasons I worked for him back in the day in the Senate was because even though he'd worked in the Senate a long time then, unlike a lot of politicians, like, I don't think he forgot his roots or where he came from and still spoke, like, in a real world way. And, like, that's how he was behind the scenes, too. And so if you think that President Biden's concerns about affordability and prices at the pump is just kind of a PR thing or, you know, what the speechwriters tell him, here to tell you, like, that comes from, like, his bones. And Secretary Granholm is exactly the same way. Like, real people trying to help out other real people in a very challenging world in which a lot of things are outside of our control, right? The US government is a powerful government. We have some tools that we can bring to the table, but there's a lot of things that are outside of our control. So we've tried to use those tools as much as we possibly can. The one that's in the Department of Energy most directly is the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. And the president announced the largest historic release of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve by a few orders of magnitude. And I think that's actually played a quite helpful role at having some downward pressure at a particular time where the market dynamics were out of whack from COVID, but then, of course, out of whack from Putin's invasion of the Ukraine and everything that flowed from that as well. So, please.
How do you think about whether more of that may be needed?
So we've got the tool. We still have many, many hundreds of millions of barrels within the strategic reserve. We have the ability to use those barrels additionally. We'll try to use those barrels responsibly where it makes sense and when it makes sense to keep that downward pressure and try to stabilize the markets. That, of course, has benefit all around the world. It has benefit for American consumers, but it has benefit for others around the world. And one thing I think we lose sight of, I know you guys don't lose sight of this, I was just in Africa last week, in South Africa and Ghana, and boy, they're feeling the impacts of the price as much or more. Inflation rampant, in large part because of energy, not exclusively because of energy. So as much as Americans are suffering, and Americans are suffering because of these price hikes, and of course we've had, because of the president's work, because of what we're trying to do, we've had some real price reductions at the pump. Every day over the summer, the prices went down. Now we're seeing a little bit of an uptick. We're hoping that we can manage that along those lines. But as with most problems in the world, the countries and the people who can least afford it are the ones who get screwed when things like Putin invading another country happens.
Yeah, we talked a lot about that today. One of the, I interrupted you as you were going on a list of things you could do to help U.S. consumers with energy prices. One of those that has attracted some attention as a possibility would be restricting the export of energy, crude oil or gasoline and products. Is that something we should expect to see from Washington?
I think the president, rightfully so, in very dynamic times, has not taken tools off the table, right? There are tools that the federal government has. There are authorities that Congress has given the president, the Secretary of Energy. And so I think it makes sense to have tools available, tools to do the analysis and figure out, does it make sense here? Does it make sense there? Does it make sense there? Our role from the Department of Energy is to provide our perspective. Does it make sense? Does this tool make sense? Does the SPR tool make sense in this instance, but not this instance? And likewise for some of these other tools. So there's a lot of internal discussions. You were at the very heart of this when you worked at the White House and among your various other jobs in your illustrious career. And we're trying to provide that analysis and inform decision makers.
I just want to, what you said about, Scranton Joe and energy prices, keep gasoline prices low. This is the sort of question you can ask when you sit in a university every day, not in your role. I'm sure I could pile the stage with academic papers and other analyses that say if we want to encourage people to use less oil and we want to encourage alternatives like electric vehicles, those prices should be higher, not lower. So explain how you think about that. And also domestic production, right? I mean, the administration is simultaneously saying we need to move much faster to a world that uses less oil, and how come U.S. oil production is not high enough? So I'm curious if you could talk about how you think about these tensions between do we want more or less, higher or lower?
So the way I've been thinking about this more and more, especially as I've held this job now for, I guess, a year and a half or so, going on a couple years. But even before that, at the International Energy Agency, when I worked for John Elkind, my good friend at the Department of Energy previously, is I'm a firm believer if we want to achieve our climate goals, and we have to achieve our climate goals, we just need to build out the clean energy technologies at a pace and scale we've never built out before. That's exactly what we're trying to do. I know we'll get into this with the Inflation Reduction Act, which is the biggest game changer on climate, not only in the US history, but ever, and happy to get into why I think it's such a big deal on that front. But if we go bigger on solar, bigger on wind, bigger on storage, bigger on offshore wind, bigger on geothermal, bigger on hydrogen, bigger on all parts of the equation, the grid, making sure we've got a grid, making sure we've got the EVs piece of it as well, then everything else flows from that, including our ability to do less coal, including our ability to do less on the fossil side. And so I think we need to build that out. We need to have the incentives. We need to go in a huge way on that. And it's not just a decarbonization imperative. This is, I think, what's so exciting right now on the clean energy side of things. People are seeing that there's some inherent security benefits from the clean energy side of the equation, and also affordability benefits as well, especially predictability of affordability, right? So you're not beholden to a global commodity. Even though we're a huge producer, we're still beholden to the global price on oil because we don't have an export restriction and because we have a free market in the world on oil. So even though we produce a lot of oil, we're still beholden to swings in that price. Whereas once you get that solar in, once you get that wind in, and obviously there's supply chain issues and critical minerals and other kinds of pieces, there's some inherent security and affordability and predictability benefits along those lines. And I think if you do that, the other parts of the equation are much, much easier. And of course, we should use the energy we have as efficiently as we possibly can and make sure we're using it wisely. That's just a complete no-brainer.
One of the topics that's come up, I think, in almost every session today is sort of the tension between those things. There's a reality to what the energy system looks like today, and you need to make sure you have enough supply to keep energy prices affordable. That comes to my point about, Secretary Granholm, President Biden sort of saying U.S. production should be higher, not lower than it is today. But what you just said is we need to move so much faster to not need that in the future. And then a bunch of people in this room in New York, they probably work in the financial sector as well as students here, and they're saying it doesn't work that way. It takes time for these things to happen, and you can't make investments if you're telling me I got 5 years to get a payback, not 15 or 20. How do you think about, is there a role for policy to help? Is there a challenge there? Is there an issue? And what's the role for policy to help figure that out?
So there is a challenge. There's an absolute role for policy, especially cutting-edge, real-world, actionable policy, the kind of stuff that you guys do such a good job of, Jason, and all your colleagues here. The way I kind of think about it, and this is overly simplifying things and putting it into several buckets, is think of the climate world and think of the energy world. And obviously, a lot of us are in the climate world and the energy world. You've been in that in part of your career. We've had remarkable progress on parts of the climate world. The fact that we have so many countries around the world, so many companies around the world who've made net zero commitments. Now, it's easier to make a commitment, I would say, in 2050 or 2060 or 2040 than something in the near term. But that political will, largely driven, I would say, by young people and others advocating and really insisting on it. And that's been remarkable progress. But you have that world out there of ambition and targets and other kinds of things. And then you have the real world of energy and a lot of fossil fuel energy making our economies work and all that comes with it, all the educational opportunities, all the jobs, all the powering economies, not only here in the US, but around the world. The key challenge is how you bring those the key challenge opportunity is bringing those worlds together. That's why I think your own career, what you're doing here with the Center on Energy, the New School of Climate, we need people who know how the real world works, applying that knowledge for policy pathways, business opportunities, and other things to help us get to those climate targets that we need to get to, that science tells us we need to get to. That's not an easy thing. One of the most interesting analysis that I was ever a part of, and I know others have done this as well, is actually do the energy modeling for what a 1.5 degree world looks like, a net zero by 2050. The IEA, which I was a part of and very lucky and fortunate to be a part of, phenomenal organization, did that for the first time just a couple years ago. It's not easy. The numbers are a lot different from a 2 degree world in terms of how much less oil, how much less gas, how much more CCS, how much more hydrogen, and at that pace and scale. And so I think we actually have a huge wind at our back with the IRA, all these tax incentives and other kinds of things. I feel like we can actually step up, but it's going to require an awful lot of government leadership, not just from the US, other countries. It's going to require private sector leadership, and it's going to require people who actually know how the world works, stepping up, being creative, and figuring out how we can do this in the real world.
Yeah, so let's talk about what you are doing, what the administration's doing with this historic piece of legislation, estimates of nearly $400 billion, putting a lot of money to work to create a flywheel to catalyze more investment in clean energy. Just give us the overview, and then in particular, the challenges associated with implementing that. I mean, that's a lot of new people you need to hire. There's a bunch of people in this room, maybe, who will want jobs soon when they graduate. You should talk about the hiring you're doing. But building up the capability to put that level of funding to work. And then I also want to talk about some of the other barriers and challenges, the permitting reform discussion that happened with Senator Manchin and all the rest. But tell us about how it's being implemented and what the opportunities and challenges are.
Yeah, and it all comes down to people in the end, and we're in execution mode and implementation mode. So I'm going to make a pitch now for those who are interested in a job, looking for a job. We've got something called the Clean Energy Corps at the Department of Energy. We're hiring up about 700 people to, we've got $100 billion just at the Department of Energy to do all these cost share programs, loan program, other kinds of things like that. Huge, huge levers we've never had before in the history of our government, but we need people to execute on that. So just look it up, Clean Energy Corps, DOE. I'll make a mention of that at least a couple more times, if that's all right, Jason. I think what's so exciting, and so many people have worked for so many years to get us to this point where we have legislation, is just to take a step back and realize, and I'm going to talk about the Inflation Reduction Act, the bipartisan infrastructure legislation, put it all together, and some other things, the CHIPS Plus Science Act as well. So the IRA by itself was 10 times bigger than any other climate bill that we've ever had in the US government. It's also, by some estimates, and I think this is true, the biggest climate legislation ever. My former boss, Dr. Fatih Birol at the IEA, said the two biggest things to happen to climate over the last 10, 20 years, one was the Paris Agreement and the other was the IRA. I actually think that's true in terms of the impact that this is going to have. And when you look at the IRA and all these other bills as well, what you get is a breadth of technologies that are implicated here. This is not just a solar play, this is not just a wind play, it's all clean energy technologies. It is solutions that are applicable in electricity, but transportation, we have $7.5 billion just for the DOE working with the Department of Transportation to build out our EV charging system. That's not even talking about the incentives for new cars and old cars as well, which I think is a big, big deal, especially to make EVs affordable for everybody, not just some people out there. But it's grid, it's hydrogen, it's CCS, it's the full gamut. And then, I think it was Mary on the previous panel was talking about the tax incentives are 10 years. We've never had that in the US. We've never had that market certainty. For those who follow these things, we've had maybe a year or two, and maybe the Congress will do the tax extenders and those kinds of things. We now have 10 years for entrepreneurs, for companies to make decisions based on that policy certainty. And then we also have a whole set of complementary tools as well. $100 billion, $8 billion to do hydrogen hubs. We've got $9 billion to do consumer rebates at the DOE on efficiency. We've got this tool, that tool. It's not just $100 billion, it's actually about 70 new programs, new authorities, new programs. We've never had that in the department before. We never had that in the US government. And so I think because of all those things, we're going to have cost reductions going down significantly. We're going to be able to build up our supply chains. So we've got $7 billion for battery supply chains in the bill to really get the battery supply chains so we can do the EVs, we can do the batteries, et cetera, et cetera. So I think this is going to be a huge, huge wind at the back. And that's not only useful for the US, but because of the size of the economy, our ability to lower costs, that's going to make it easy for Chile to do what it's going to do. It's going to make it easier for country X, Y, or Z. And I think other countries will not want to miss out on the market opportunities. So I actually think we'll see some other countries stepping up to the plate. So I'm hopeful there's a race to the top phenomena here as well. But it all comes to execution. Now that we have these tools, we have these responsibilities, we've got to execute. That's why everybody should apply to the Clean Energy Corps. DOE/Clean Energy Corps.
What are you worried about with execution? Meaning, if we look back a decade plus from now and say, you know what, we kind of didn't capture that opportunity. We let a big piece of it go by. Hopefully that won't be the case. What would be the most likely reasons it was the case? What are you worried about?
So I worry a lot about, and we've done a realignment at the Department of Energy to try to take care of this, but it's going to require a lot of team players. Is we've got all these tools, we've got all these incentive structures. Maybe just take hydrogen for an example. So we now have hydrogen production tax credits. We also have our labs doing an awful lot on hydrogen earthshot to drive the cost down on the R&D, on the electrolysis and other pathways. We have $8 billion for hydrogen hubs as well. What I'm worried is the teams are going to go off, do their thing. Each are going to be fine programs, but they're not going to get that full catalytic impact that we need in one part of the DOE leveraging another part of DOE leveraging another part of the interagency. So one thing we've done is created cross-agency teams. We call them joint strategy teams at DOE. Hydrogen was actually the first one we launched on that, to make sure that everybody's thinking about their respective tools as a way to leverage other tools, and so you get something that really has that market liftoff, that real world market liftoff that we need to. Two of our loan programs under Jigar Shah's leadership at our loan program office have been hydrogen related. Ideally, that takes advantage and leverages the other parts of the equation as we go forward on that. So I think we need to execute in a more matrix style organization and not just have little silos of programs that are useful and impactful along those lines. So I think that's a really big challenge.
And I brought up this topic, comes up again and again. It's just really hard to build things in this country. It takes years and years to get permits. Not all that is federal, it's state and local. It's some local groups that, not in my backyard. We need to build so much so quickly. We need to put so much steel in the ground and build clean energy infrastructure so fast for the kind of pathways you talked about that you helped with in Net Zero 2050. How do we make that happen?
So one thing that's really exciting, and we've seen this already after the Inflation Reduction Act was signed into law just in the last few months, is a lot of private sector announcements for battery manufacturing facility here for $4 billion, this facility here for $5 billion, $6 billion, because the market opportunity is so huge and you've got those tax incentives and those other incentives for a 10-year period of time. So I think people feel comfortable they can lean in. I've had so many conversations, incredibly exciting conversations with utility CEOs and other real-world actors about how they're shrinking their timelines and going further, quicker in terms of what they're planning to build out, including for all the supply chain pieces that we need to have. So that in itself is exciting. We also have a lot of tools to actually do something, I don't know if I'm supposed to use these words or not, industrial strategy, and actually have industrial strategy in our country, which I think we absolutely need to have industrial strategy in our country. So I'll give you an example of that. I mentioned before we have $7 billion to help build out our battery manufacturing supply chains. So what we did at the Department of Energy is create a new office. It's called the Manufacturing and Supply Chains Office, which has the opportunities to put out funding opportunities out there, look for the best deals from a taxpayer perspective, what's going to actually be make sense from a market perspective, et cetera, and they can do some cost shares to kind of get the market going and started in that direction. We have our loan program, which offers up another tool in the tool belt to try to help companies X, Y, and Z, and we have some really exciting battery manufacturing companies who are taking advantage of that loan program. And it's all part of a strategic vision. It's not a top-down kind of, Soviet Union kind of style. This is truly America. It's the private sector that moves, but it's the private sector with the public sector informing each other and building out these supply chains with the huge economic opportunities that are out there. And it's really exciting to see those public-private conversations, again, in a very kind of U.S. style, a U.S. system that I think is going to really deliver.
I mentioned earlier when your counterpart at Treasury, Wally Adeyemo, was here, the conversation I had on stage here at Columbia a few weeks ago with Frans Timmermans, the European Union official in charge of the Green Deal, and enormously excited about the Inflation Reduction Act, but said, we're also worried there's some protectionism in this bill. If you want those tax credits, things have to be done in the US or sometimes neighboring countries or free trade agreement countries. How do we think about industrial policy and the opportunities there, but making sure that doesn't go in a direction that leads to tit-for-tat retaliation or protectionism in a world where I think we're going to need a lot more trade in clean energy components and materials, and we just need so much so fast?
So I think given the scale of what we need, and it is really remarkable the scale of what we need, PVs and wind turbines and magnets and batteries and you name it, there's huge market opportunities all over the world for that, and certainly huge market opportunities within Europe to supply for Europe. But I think there's huge market opportunities and huge efficiencies, just as you said, Jason. And again, I was in Africa last week looking and exploring of how a lot of variety of African countries can actually not just be places where minerals are mined, but work up that value chain. Good for their country, good for us, good for democracy, for those countries who have strong democracies, and hopefully that can help supplement, complement those democracies as well. And what I think we're going to need to see is those countries who are stepping up on the climate front, stepping up on the clean energy front, need to support each other, need to have regimes in place so that you can have trade of those goods, again, for countries who are stepping up. And if some countries are not stepping up on the clean energy side, you need to have mechanisms or other ways to make sure that they're not undercut by materials or processes or companies or
like carbon border adjustments, that's what you have in mind?
This is where we need good leadership from you guys to put together some good papers. How should we be thinking about these issues? Obviously, we've got a U.S. Trade Representative Office and others who are the nodal point for what our trade policy is along those lines. But it feels like to me there's an awful lot of really interesting thought leadership and not just abstract stuff. This is why it's so exciting what you guys do, like real world stuff to help think that through. What are the ways we should be thinking about this for governments who are stepping up? Europe is stepping up. Frans Timmermans is one of my favorite people in the world. Like his visionary leadership, I think he's just terrific in so many ways trying to think through in the real world. So we just need a lot of thought leadership from you all of how does that regime look like 2 years, 5 years, 6 years, 10 years from now.
shifting slightly, but talk about on the international side of the Department of Energy, and obviously there are other parts of the government involved in this too, what the Biden administration is doing, can be doing to help Europe with the energy crisis that it's in. More US LNG going there, but there's only so much you can export. And some more projects will be coming that have been permitted in the years to come. Talk about the diplomacy that's going on and the cooperation with Europe. How does the Biden administration think about what it can do to ease the current situation and apply maximum pressure to Russia?
Well, we're trying to do everything that we possibly can, certainly for Europe in this time of challenge, and it is a time of challenge. And I think it's useful for all of us to keep in mind that it's not just this winter that Europe needs to get through. Because it takes so long, relatively speaking, these are huge infrastructure projects for export facilities for LNG, to get those up and running, it's going to be a few tough years. And we need to be thinking about this not just in what do we do for this winter, what do we do for next winter, what do we do for the winter after that, what's our strategy, how do we help with our Europeans and other partners to provide what they need. But it's not just Europe. Like, I'm struck by, especially on the affordability side, I think Ghana had 34% inflation, something along those lines. That is tough for them to afford what they need to afford. One of the statistics on the African side that I was really struck with is after many years of steady progress, not as rapid progress as we need to on electrification and actually providing access to energy, from 2019 to 2021, they went in the opposite direction. So 4% more Africans in 2021 did not have access to electricity than had access in 2019. So there's a lot of challenges. You can call it security, you can call it affordability, you can call it reliability, you can call it whatever you want, but there's a lot of partnerships we need to really step up. Government to government, private sector to private sector, but also society to society. And it feels like we really need to up our game even further on that front, and certainly pushing for that internally.
I'll come to questions from the audience in a second, and thank you for sending them in. You talked about a range of technologies that are going to be needed to to implement the Inflation Reduction Act, get to the climate goals that the Biden administration has set out. Hydrogen and carbon capture, and there's money in there for carbon removal. You talked about critical minerals and increasing domestic mining, refining, processing. There's a lot of communities in the United States that are worried about being on the losing end of those kinds of technologies, often with very understandable reasons, because that's been the case throughout history. There's a lot of focus for the administration and in this Inflation Reduction Act on issues of climate justice and environmental justice. I was wondering if you could talk about how you implement it, how we build up those supply chains for technologies like that in some cases allow extractive industries to continue being part of the solution and do a lot more mining in the US, but do it in a way that recognizes there's a lot of historically disadvantaged communities that are worried about this.
So I think this is one of the most important and one of the toughest nuts to crack is how do you actually do all this in a place-based, community-driven, community-owned kind of way? And it will be a different solution, different technologies, different manufacturing opportunities for community here, community there, community there. I don't feel like our Department of Energy, and I've been there a couple times now, has done as good of a job as we need to do to be seamless for a community, to be efficient for a community, to make sure that we are helping the community achieve its own goals. Obviously, we can help assist that and provide some analysis, as our National Renewable Energy Lab is doing with LA and a number of other cities, to try to help inform their decision-making and how they get to where they're going to go. So we created a new office called the State and Community Energy Program Office. There's a phenomenally talented colleague, Henry McCoy, who's leading that office, and others who are starting to come into that office. We need to hire up a bunch of people who want to go and actually interface and listen to communities and bring that back and figure out, okay, here's this tool from DOE, this tool from DOE, this makes sense in this community, and do that. Clean Energy Corps is where you can find those job opportunities along those lines. And then there's a particular, I would say, both moral responsibility, but also an economic imperative to help particular communities. Environmental justice communities, those communities who our modern energy infrastructure has been built on, coal and power plant communities. And we've got to put a particular emphasis on there. So the president, when he was in the campaign, announced something called Justice 40. The concept there is 40% of the benefits from these programs should flow to those disadvantaged communities, those communities we need to put more emphasis on going forward. I'm proud to say at the Department of Energy, we've identified 140 of our programs that are put into that Justice 40, kind of 40% of the benefits going along those lines. When we put out a grant request, we ask, what is your community plan? How is this benefiting communities? How is this not harming communities and real people? And how is this benefiting communities? And that's a real part of our criteria out there. And then there's $60 billion just in the Inflation Reduction Act that is actually going out for environmental justice of one kind or another. So there's an awful lot of efforts there. But that's a perfect case where it's not going to happen the way we need it to happen unless talented people come into the government, talented people who are in the government have that mandate and have that passion with them. And that is one of the, again, most important but toughest nuts to crack just because it's so pervasive.
Thank you for that. There's a really important issue. There's a question here about what comes next. By that meaning the Inflation Reduction Act does a lot. If you want to get to 50% by 2030, it doesn't do everything. So what else should we expect from the Biden administration to close the gap?
So I think a few things. One, we do need to, and you mentioned this earlier, Jason, we do need to really, I always struggle with the right verb on this one. We need to improve how we do permitting. It doesn't mean we need to short circuit how we do permitting. We need to have all the procedures to make sure we're not screwing something up and doing something wrong and there's community involvement and community ownership. But we need to move quicker. We need to move quicker. We need to work better as an interagency so it's not 10 different reviews. We can do a really good review and make sure that we're bringing all the expertise to the table, whether it's NEPA reviews or other kinds of reviews along those lines. Transmission takes way too long in our country to build out. If we're going to have a grid with all those EVs and all those heat pumps and all those other kinds of things, we're going to need to have additional transmission. Secretary Granholm has spoken incredibly eloquently and passionately about that, and we're trying to work on that. We've been working with Senator Manchin on that. We're working with other key folks on the Hill. I think that's a big part of the equation. And again, it's not to short circuit any of our environmental laws. That's the last thing this administration is going to do. It's just to do it in a smart way. It's in a way that is commensurate with the challenge that we've got on the climate front in front of us and the economic opportunities. So I think that's one set of issues along those lines. Secondly, we need to execute. We've got these tools, we've got these offices, we've got these new staff coming in. We need to execute, we need to implement, we need to work public-private, we need to work in this kind of collaborative kind of way. And inevitably, we'll need to do further regulatory action, we'll need to do further on the executive action front, and there will be additional legislation that's needed. My hope is, and I think it was Mary Nichols who was speaking about this, maybe it was Catherine McKenna, I think it was Catherine, like government needs to deliver. And my hope is as government delivers and real people see that government's delivering, they will feel comfortable that, oh, we can put more funding in there, we can have additional tools. We don't have all the tools we need in the tool belt to be successful. We've got an awful lot more than we had before. So my hope is democracy works, and democracy will work and continue working, and we'll be able to deliver.
And the risk of not implementing well would be maybe it makes it that much harder to get support next time to do a lot more.
I think that's right, and you know, we are getting more broad-based support. People are seeing the climate and the screwiness of the climate, and the fires and the droughts and the hurricanes and lots of other kinds of things out there in the real world. People are seeing this in the real world. And I think that motivates people. But I think we've got an opportunity here to deliver, and then that causes people to be more comfortable with the government stepping up and delivering.
There's a question from a student at the Columbia Climate School about if you could talk about an example or how the Inflation Reduction Act will de-risk private investment in clean energy projects.
So everything that we're doing is meant to accelerate, is meant to support, is meant to catalyze private sector action, private sector funding. It's companies, it's entrepreneurs, it's others who do things in the real world, whether it's on the solar PV side or the wind side or the geothermal side, you name it on that. So that is our mantra, is real world liftoff. And so that's what we're trying to do. And what it requires is real world actors, business folks, entrepreneurs telling us, how do we do this? How do we design this? How do we make sure that this has the maximum market liftoff? But everything we do, everything we need to do has to have that lens through it.
You and Secretary Granholm oversee this extraordinary national lab complex. I love talking to Paul DeBar, our colleague here at Columbia, just about, because what's happening in the national labs just kind of blows my mind all the time. Tell us about what you see coming down the road. What excites you in the clean energy technology space that maybe we're not talking about enough?
So our labs are phenomenal. For those who've not had a chance to visit our national lab, I'm actually going tomorrow to Brookhaven, which is on Long Island, which is one of the 17 national labs we have in the Department of Energy. And one thing we're trying to advocate for, and I think we're having some real success on this, including on a bipartisan basis, is all these new demonstration deployment levers, tools in the tool belt, tax incentives. That's phenomenal, but we can't keep our eye off the ball on innovation and R&D. We need to lean in on both. You can walk and chew gum at the same time. We need to walk and chew gum at the same time. One other piece of legislation that was passed is the CHIPS Act. It's actually called the CHIPS Plus Science Act, which had a strong bipartisan authorization for additional Office of Science at the Department of Energy to support our labs even further. And we're going to fight to try to have that be part of our FY24 budget request and really lean in on the innovation side just as we're leaning in. But if you get a chance to go to the labs, the facilities are just phenomenal. We've got one out in California that has 192 lasers all pointed together and trying to get fusion. It's just phenomenal. But what's most impressive, even more impressive, are the people. Like just researchers, folks who devoted their careers, Nobel Prize winners, and others. But again, it all comes down to people actually coming to the Clean Energy Corps, going to the labs, all coming in and making careers, public sector or private sector, and really leaning in. That's what's going to get it done.
I can't tell if you're looking to hire more people.
We are looking to hire more people, Jason, just to clarify that.
I think there will be many takers here for that as people graduate from Columbia's many schools, engineering, climate school, law school, SEPA, business school, all the rest. We have hit our time, 4:30, and we know you have a very busy schedule, so please join me in thanking Deputy Secretary David Turk. Thanks for sticking with us all day. I hope people learned an enormous amount and enjoyed the day. This concludes the 8th Annual Columbia Global Energy Summit. Thanks again also to all of you who are joining online. Huge thanks to our extraordinary lineup of speakers and scholars and experts. And really, I just want to give a huge shout out to the fantastic team at the Center on Global Energy Policy, especially Caitlin Norfleet and Q Lee and RJ Johnston. And it just takes an enormous number of people to put an event like this together. This would not have been possible without your hard work. So you've heard today about the enormous set of challenges, opportunities as well, but from what we need to do to dramatically accelerate a transition to clean energy and to make sure that we're meeting today's energy needs and dealing with today's energy crisis. There's a lot of work to do. There's jobs you can apply to be part of doing that. It's not often we can gather, really senior government officials, private sector leaders, people from civil society, from academia, all together under one roof. It's really special to be able to do that again for the first time after 3.5 years to do this in person. And if I didn't say it before, you've been saying you're hiring again and again. I'm going to say again and again to mark your calendars for April 12th. 6 months from today, when we will celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Center on Global Energy Policy here in New York. Please make sure to join us for that. Get home safe, everyone. Thanks for being with us today.
Awesome. Wow, well, tough to see my senior in high school. Like, I don't know how that happened, and now she's going to